The girl used to be a hardcore bookworm in the 21st century. She was so obsessed with novels that she died in a car accident. When she opened her eyes again, she had transmigrated into a novel, becoming consort Yun Shin-kwa, discarded by the tyrant. She was sent to the palace because she resembled the tyrant's first love. She had just been caught by the tyrant for secretly meeting a guard. The tyrant furiously grabbed her by the throat. "Do you enjoy cheating on me?" Shin-kwa trembled in fear. This tyrant's killing intent was terrifying. His bloodshot eyes were filled with rage. "My love, do you have anything to say?" Shin-kwa didn't want to die right after transmigrating. She immediately cupped the tyrant's face, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. "I love only your majesty with all my heart. How could I possibly betray you?" The emperor was so angry he laughed. "Do you think I didn't see it with my own eyes?" Shin-kwa gently stroked his chest to calm him. This man was a historically infamous tyrant. She had no choice but to play along. She then shyly explained, "What your majesty saw must be true, but the letter said it was you who was waiting for me. You are wise and mighty, 100 times better than a guard. Why would I give up a watermelon for a sesame seed?" The tyrant immediately summoned Guardly. Guardly instantly fell to his knees with a thud. He tearfully begged for Shin-kwa's sake. "It was all my fault. It had nothing to do with Her Highness. Her Highness never seduced me out of loneliness." Shin-kwa kicked. She exposed him bluntly. He pretended to plead, but was actually inciting the emperor to kill her. There must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. After the kick, she threw herself back into the tyrant's arms, acting all weak and aggrieved. "Your majesty is wise and surely won't believe him. My devotion to you is absolutely sincere." The emperor suddenly gave an evil smile. "Sincere, huh? Then why don't you?" Shin-kwa's heart skipped a beat. He knew the next line from the plot. He'd be told to dig out his heart to prove it. Shin-kwa quickly cried out to interrupt him. Tearfully, he begged the tyrant to execute Guardly. Such disloyal, shameless people who stir chaos in the harem. Li Jin-shao must be executed at once. Otherwise, he'd have no face left in the harem. Seeing him in tears like a flower in rain, the tyrant grabbed his chin fiercely. His smile grew even more sinister. He ordered Shin-kwa to personally behead the guard and wipe out Guard Li's 9 generations. Guardly kowtowed so hard it echoed. He begged not to implicate his innocent family. After all, they were innocent. The tyrant, now annoyed to death, grabbed the treasured sword and slashed it across his mouth, cutting off his tongue. Of course, he never believed a word of it. From the moment he accepted bribes and stirred up the harem, the tyrant had treated him like a toy. Now that the tyrant was bored, he ordered him to be dismembered. Shin-kwa broke out in cold sweat. He really saw people as toys. This tyrant was cruel, but not foolish. There was no way his lies could fool him. Just as Shin-kwa considered a quick death, a voice from the system suddenly rang in his ears. The system could take him back in time, to uncover the truth and change fate. At that moment, the tyrant suddenly fell ill. He clutched his forehead in pain, nearly collapsing. The system said singing could be used as a medium to begin the first time reversal mission. Shin-kwa hesitated. Was this method reliable? Meanwhile, Chu Li's headache was split. His heart was full of resentment. Why did he have to suffer alone? If he was in pain, others should be in more pain. Chu Li immediately ordered everyone executed. Before he could finish, a delicate hand grabbed his thigh. Then came a soft and melodious voice in his ears, like a beam of light in the long, dark night. It pulled him out of the hellish pain. Just a second ago, Shin-kwa was still singing, and the next, he appeared deep in a remote forest. He had returned to the past. Now he had only half an hour to save the villainous tyrant. Shin-kwa felt indignant. That tyrant nearly killed him. Why should he save him? But the system reminded him that according to the original story, he should have been killed long ago. Only by completing the mission can he gain 5 more days of life. At that moment, the sound of a child's cry came from not far away. It was the tyrant at age 3, running while holding a dead cat plush. 3 well-dressed little boys were kicking and punching him. Little Chu Li desperately shielded the cat with his body. Shin-kwa was stunned. The merciless tyrant who swore to kill all, as a child, actually cried over a little kitten, and even risked himself to protect the cat from being taken. The third prince slapped Chu Li across the face, calling him a cursed star of misfortune, born to doom his mother, the future sword master. At his command, the lackeys resumed beating Chu Li. Shin-kwa couldn't stand it anymore. These brats were going way too far. He rushed forward to stop them, but his hand passed through the third prince's body. Only then did he realize in horror, he couldn't touch anything except the tyrant. The bullies, having had their fun, were about to leave, satisfied. Shin-kwa quietly moved beside Chu Li, lifted his foot to trip the bullies. Caught off guard, the boys fell forward, one after another, toppling over. The 3 of them hit the ground face first in a heap. The third prince's face was bruised and swollen. He roared in anger, threatening Chu Li. Little Chu Li trembled all over, helplessly clutching the kitten. Shinqua hurried to his ear, gently coaxing him to repeat. You deserved it. This is punishment from little Mimi. Chu Li obediently repeated after him, his childish voice still tinged with sobs. In the quiet, pitch-dark forest, he was still grieving over little Mimi's death. Shinqua hugged him gently and comforted him. Baby, don't be sad. Mimi has returned to the Meow planet. He'll live happily there, and hopes baby will live well too. Finally, Shinqua helped Chu Li bury the kitten, though Chu Li was a bit better. He still looked gloomy. Shinqua worried he might be traumatized. Just as he was about to comfort him, the mission time ended. The system forcefully pulled him back. The last thing Shinqua saw was Chu Li tearfully holding his hand. Pretty sister, don't go. Don't leave Ailey alone. That guy was clearly bullying me on purpose. But the noble consort didn't dare offend the tyrant. She had no choice but to thank him at Panlong Hall. Furious, she stepped right into a puddle of blood. Guards were carrying away a corpse. The body was twisted and still dripping blood. The tyrant sat with a cold, brooding gaze. Who would guess that as a child, he was once a soft, adorable cutie, crying over the death of a kitten? When Shinqua left, he still clung to Shinqua's hand, sobbing. Pretty sister, don't go. Don't leave Ailey alone, just because of a promise that we'll meet again one day. The tyrant remembered it deeply. After he grew up, every woman in the harem was molded to resemble her. But Shinqua knew none of this. When he woke up, he saw Chu Li, sleeping soundly on his lap. The head eunuch looked at him with awe and gratitude. The emperor's headaches were worsening, making sleep hard. But unexpectedly, Yunfei's singing soothed him to sleep. If not for Yunfei calming the emperor earlier, everyone present might have been executed. Later, Shinqua returned to his own palace. On the way, workers were gossiping. They were shocked Yunfei wasn't executed for adultery. Shinqua paid no attention. He refused to admit to something he hadn't done. After finally reaching his quarters, he found the maids hanging funeral decorations. His face turned dark with anger. That kind of white cloth is only used for the dead. Even the maid was shocked to see him, as if she was sure he'd die. When asked who told her to do this, she admitted she acted on her own to mourn him. The maid tearfully explained, saying the accused affair was caught red-handed, and death was certain. Shinqua didn't believe a word she said. In the original plot, this palace maid brainwashed the consort. That's why she got entangled with an imperial guard, since she wouldn't confess. Sent her to the Sacred Punishment Bureau for torture. The other workers trembled in fear. They rushed to remove the white rice offering. Shinqua ordered mugwort to be burned in the house, and stepped over a fire basin to dispel bad luck. But as someone from the 21st century, he knew how important public opinion was. He immediately had people hand out red envelopes to passers-by, and had them say auspicious words to ward off misfortune. The workers were overjoyed. They praised Consort Yun as a great and kind woman, said it was just a false alarm to chase away bad luck. Chu Li chuckled softly. He hadn't even said anything yet, and that person was already telling people he was framed. Eunuch's son even got angry on his behalf. Little did he know, Chu Li just found it amusing. It had been a while since someone this bold appeared, so he immediately ordered a reward for Consort Yun, since he said he felt wronged. Then he should be compensated with a grand gift. Chu Li's smile held a sinister malice. Meanwhile, Shinqua was bawling while hugging his pillow. He hadn't expected so many servants in the palace. All his money was gone. Just then, Eunuch's son arrived to deliver the reward. Shinqua was shocked and overjoyed. He jumped up and ran outside, afraid of missing the god of wealth. He thought he'd receive mountains of gold and silver, becoming a little rich lady overnight. But the tyrant only gave him 3 copper coins, and even demanded that he kowtow to express gratitude. Shinqua stared at the pathetic coins in his hand, his mouth twitching in anger. He wanted to throw them at that dog emperor's face. That bastard definitely did it on purpose. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had to go thank the emperor at Panlong Hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw 2 guards carrying a corpse out the door. The dripping blood soaked the embroidery on Shinqua's shoes. He calmly paid his respects as if nothing had happened. Chu Li glanced at him coldly, and realized he wasn't afraid of him at all. Anyone else would have been screaming in terror. Shinqua dramatically patted his chest. I'm so scared, your majesty. But, could you exchange the reward for silver instead? 3 copper coins is just too little. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Chu Li was mad that he used his name to cover himself. He wanted to teach him a lesson. So he smiled maliciously and said no. I hope my beloved consort can be more elegant, not so vulgar. Shinqua was fuming. He wanted to claw that smug face apart. Chu Li was greatly entertained by the sight, so he cheerfully allowed him to leave. Shinqua still wanted to say something, when Eunuch's son suddenly came in a hurry. He reported that someone had caught a concubine secretly keeping a cat. Chu Li furiously smashed his cup. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped. He had long forbidden cats in the palace, yet Beauty Qin dared defy his order. She had just triggered the tyrant's taboo. Chu Li recalled a painful memory. A surge of sadness exploded in his heart. He immediately ordered her dragged out for execution. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa also remembered the shadow left by little Chu Li's cat being killed. He knew it had left a trauma in his heart. Otherwise, how could a cat lover like him bear to drive away all the cats around him? Somehow, something he said triggered the time machine again. The system instantly transported him back to the tyrant's childhood. Young Chu Li was feeding fish by the pond. He seemed to really love small animals. Seeing the pretty big sister appear again, little Chu Li was overjoyed. Before they could exchange a few words, the third prince showed up again to cause trouble. He even cursed Chu Li, saying he brought bad luck, that the fish would definitely die because of him, just like the kitten last time. Even as an adult, Shun Kwa was nearly driven mad by anger. Who are you calling unlucky? You little brats are the real bad luck. But the third prince was noble consort Yu's son. With just a glance from him, his lackey knowingly took out a packet of poison and poured it into the lake. Soon, all the fish in the pond died. They floated to the surface belly up. The brats laughed with malicious glee. They called him a cursed star, saying he caused the whale's death. Little Chu Li burst into tears and heartbreak. Shun Kwa quickly comforted him, telling him not to believe that crap. Things like cursed fates are just lies. They're just excuses for bad people to avoid blame. Ali did nothing wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for others' faults. With teary eyes, Chu Li nodded in agreement. Pretty Sister was the first person to speak kindly to him. He trusted her. The third prince couldn't see Shin Kwa and thought Chu Li was ignoring him on purpose. So he lashed out with a kick, trying to knock Chu Li into the water. Shun Kwa reacted quickly and dodged with Chu Li in his arms. The third prince missed and fell into the water with a splash. He couldn't swim. Shin Kwa cursed. Serves him right. Influenced by him, Chu Li copied him, laughing and shouting, "Serves you right." A modern girl transmigrated into the tyrant's beloved consort. Others schemed hard for power and favor, but she only wanted promotion, a raise, and revenge. But the emperor was stingy, willing to help her punish other consorts, but not reward her with riches. Then there was noble consort Ling, who tried to pressure her. She purposely wore Ling's favorite red outfit, just to piss off that petty woman. And the palace schemers who bullied the weak. They planted spies in her palace. Shin Kwa had them running in circles as servants, tiring them out completely. Then she shared the imperial gifts of rare silk with the other palace consorts. After all, she couldn't sell them anyway. Following the original book's notes, she deliberately had the palace spies deliver items to their mistresses. The consorts were furious. Clearly, someone had exposed all their secrets. They quickly ordered their spies to lay low. In no time, the entire Yuxiang palace quieted down, seeing their cautious faces. Shin Kwa was so happy she could eat 2 extra bowls of rice. A true strategist never annihilates completely. They toy with everyone in the palm of their hand. The next day, a flower banquet was held. Consort Ling sent an invitation to Shin Kwa. Ling was the daughter of the court minister. The emperor stayed out of it, letting her handle empress duties. No one dared challenge her authority. It was she who ordered the original host to commit adultery. And Shun Kwa never forgot a grudge. She heard Ling liked red, but as she wasn't the empress, she couldn't wear it. She could only wear dull maroon, and hated others wearing bright red. So on the day of the banquet, Shin Kwa wore that exact maroon outfit, and dressed lavishly for the occasion, just to enrage Ling consort. The other consorts were shocked. Yun Fei must have a death wish. Sure enough, as soon as Ling saw her, her eyes shot daggers. Shin Kwa even flirted and posed in front of her, showing off her pretty outfit. Ling clenched her fists in rage, but still had to smile and compliment her. Shin Kwa secretly gloated. So what if you have the phoenix seal? I'll piss you off anyway. Once the banquet began, the other consorts gathered around Ling, showering her with exaggerated flattery. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa eyed the flowing feast, salivating at the food. She sat alone, eating happily. Noble lady, she couldn't take it anymore. Why was she the only one so relaxed? Knowing Shun Kwa lacked literary talent, she suggested a poetry contest. Ling, who already disliked Shin Kwa, immediately asked her to go first. Shin Kwa felt incredibly unlucky. She had no choice but to put down her chopsticks, and bluntly said she couldn't write poetry. In truth, she had memorized hundreds of Tang poems, but these fake women didn't deserve to hear them. Noble Lady Chi immediately mocked her, implying she was illiterate and lowborn. Shin Kwa instantly ordered someone to slap her. Chi's face turned red and swollen from the beating, letting out screams of pain. Just a minor noble lady. What right did she have to bark in my palace? Listen up, all of you. I, the Empress, am loath to bicker with others, but I warn you all, don't take my kindness for granted. If you provoke me, no one will escape alive. As soon as her words fell, a cry announced the Emperor's arrival. In truth, Chu Li had unintentionally revealed his presence earlier. The announcement was Sun Gongong's own initiative. Chu Li, unwilling to lose face, had no choice but to stride in and take the seat of honor. My vassal's face asks, what has happened? Ling Fei immediately seized the chance to tattle, but Chu Li cut her off. telling her to shut up. He called on Shinqua by name to speak for herself. Shinqua immediately whined in grievance. Qi Guiran mocked me for being illiterate. I, your concubine, wanted to teach her a lesson. Chu Li's anger flared instantly. This was clearly an accusation that he was blind, to have chosen a fool as a concubine. Qi Guiran, terrified, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Sobbing, she explained she didn't mean it that way. She turned to Ling Fei for help, but Ling Fei watched coldly from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, Chu Li asked Shinqua, how should we deal with someone so disrespectful? Qi Guiran broke out in a cold sweat. The emperor's punishments were always severe. To survive, she could only beg Yun Fei, but she had just offended her. Why would Yun Fei save her? In truth, Shinqua had no interest in troubling a mere noble woman. After all, Qi Guiran was foolish, not evil. A warning would suffice. But the emperor was displeased. How could a wrongdoer be let off so easily? Shinqua quickly said she understood. She hoped the emperor would find Qi Guiran's salary and grant it to her as compensation. After all, she only had 3 copper coins left. She couldn't even afford a bite of meat. The emperor raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. That's it. Shinqua thought she'd asked for too much. Reluctantly, she began to haggle. 3 months is too much? Then 2 months. If that's still too much, 1 month will do. Chu Li couldn't help but laugh. This woman was truly vulgar. Shinqua didn't care, vulgar or not, as long as she got rich. In her past life, she slaved away and worked overtime, all for the sake of money. What could be more real than cold, hard silver in her hands? Chu Li liked her straightforwardness, so he granted her Qi Guiran's entire yearly salary. Shinqua was so thrilled, she nearly lost her mind. She was about to become a rich woman. Who called Chu Li a tyrant? He was clearly a god of wealth, but Chu Li couldn't stand seeing others so happy. He declared the salary would be paid monthly. Shinqua felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She'd never heard of a reward paid in installments. Inwardly, she cursed this stingy man. How did someone so cheap become emperor? But she forced a smile on her face, thanking the emperor for his generosity. Chu Li savored her suppressed frustration. In high spirits, he departed. Ling Fei, seething, glared at Shinqua with gritted teeth. Her lovely flower banquet had been ruined. She stormed off with a dark expression. The other concubines trembled in fear. Shinqua, oblivious, mourned her precious money. Back in her palace, Ling Fei smashed things in a rage. That wretch Yun Fei did it on purpose. Even the emperor sided with her. She defied her family to enter the palace, all to become the most exalted woman in the land. She wouldn't let a lowly woman stop her. Her priority was to maintain ties with the Shen family. After all, her father led the court officials, and she was the Shen family's only daughter. Ling Fei immediately ordered Ginseng sent home to persuade her father. Meanwhile, Shinqua soon received her reward. She drooled at the sight. But before the money warmed her hands, the tyrant's birthday arrived. Shinqua couldn't bear to spend her money on a gift. She planned to offer a casual blessing and call it a day. Yu Zhiyan's lips twitched. She quickly reported this to her master. Soon, the birthday banquet arrived. Shinqua, in a stunning crimson dress, outshone everyone. Officials and concubines were all captivated. Little did they know, Shinqua only thought about how many delicacies awaited her. Ling Fei gnashed her teeth in hatred, plotting her revenge. She suggested the emperor open gifts on the spot, to let everyone see. Shinqua's gift was first in line. Shinqua froze in shock. Was it too late to fake illness and slip away? The noble consort gifted the tyrant a belt for his birthday, and misled everyone into thinking it was an indecent book. But the tyrant opened the gift on the spot. Seeing the belt, he was so angry his head ached. This made the great tyrant even more irritable. His headache felt like it would split his skull. He just wanted everyone to get out. Ling Fei again suggested the emperor open gifts publicly, to let everyone marvel. Chu Li had little interest. What rare treasure hadn't she seen? But seeing Shinqua gorging herself, she grew curious about what this little miser would give. So, she nodded in agreement. Ling Fei presented her gift first, a map of rivers and mountains embroidered with gold thread. Everyone praised Ling Fei's cleverness and grand vision, worthy of wielding the phoenix seal. Only Shinqua drooled with envy. How much gold did that gift cost? So rich. Chu Li found it dull. This woman's face screamed opportunism. She turned to Shinqua, still stuffing her face, devouring food with gusto. She called out, asking what birthday gift Shinqua had for her. Shinqua nearly choked on a piece of meat. She'd only planned to give a token gift, just to get by. Who knew the tyrant would open gifts publicly? She considered faking illness to escape, but Ling Fei gloated nearby, urging her to hurry and present her gift. Shinqua secretly had someone. She quickly wrote a gift and had it presented. Fearing exposure, she coyly hinted to everyone that it was intimate clothing meant for private viewing. The officials instantly looked at her with disdain. Gifting an indecent book? How tasteless. Only Xin Xiao, the Minister of Rights, couldn't help defending her. A gift's value lies in Yun-Fei's sincerity, not its price. Chu Li saw through it all. She knew this woman hadn't prepared a gift at all. She wanted to see for herself how Shen Kuo would bluff her way through. She reached out and lifted the red cloth on the tray. The officials held their breath, eager for the spectacle. The concubines waited for her to be beheaded. Shen Kuo broke out in a cold sweat. She'd made it sound so suggestive. Why was the gift still being opened? It seemed the tyrant's birthday would be her death day. Her gift was just a piece of paper. She planned to make up for it tomorrow. But Chu Li, upon seeing it, was delighted. She said she loved the gift from her beloved consort. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Was this emperor a fake? Shen Kuo was equally baffled. She dumbly bowed in thanks. Just then, the system pinged with a warning. The villain's plot was Shen Kuo kept a close eye on Chu Li, but she saw no signs of trouble. As soon as they left the hall, Chu Li's body swayed in discomfort. She had been enduring excruciating pain all along. Her pride would never allow others to see her weakness. Her headache felt like needles piercing her skull. Her urge to kill grew stronger. The time machine activated instantly. Shen Kuo's vision blurred. She was back in the past. The third prince was deeply favored. Everyone speculated he'd be named crown prince. Today was his birthday. The emperor hosted a banquet fit for a crown prince. He even brought people to flaunt before young Chu Li, mocking her as a neglected bastard. Young Chu Li's eyes brimmed with tears. She covered her ears, unwilling to hear more. The third prince grabbed her collar and threw her aside. Shen Kuo arrived just in time to witness this. Her heart ached terribly. She hurried to help the little one up. Young Chu Li looked at her with surprise and joy, but then realized she might be there for her third. She stood, ready to leave for the banquet. Young Chu Li grabbed her skirt desperately, softly begging her to stay. Shen Kuo hesitated, unsure as a man. Little Chu Li instantly burst into tears. Everyone liked third brother more. No one played with her. She was a good girl. Good girls don't cry, and they don't stop pretty big sisters from doing what they want. Seeing her pretending to be generous despite being sad, Shen Kuo couldn't help but laugh. She quickly grabbed her small hand, saying she was just joking earlier. Today, she came specifically to spend time with little Ali. On the way, little Chu Li asked if birthdays were important, and whether she'd get pretty clothes. Shen Kuo told her birthdays are the most important day of the year. You receive all kinds of gifts. Little Chu Li she wanted gifts too. Only then did Shen Kuo realize today was Chu Li's birthday too. Unfortunately, she had traveled through time and brought nothing with her. Chu Li then pulled her sneakily to the imperial kitchen. It was already late at night. The staff had long since gone off to slack. Chu Li waited eagerly for her gift. Shen Kuo rolled up her sleeves, full of confidence to make her a feast for her birthday. But her hands passed right through the kitchen knife. Only then did she remember she couldn't touch anything unrelated to her target. But Chu Li wasn't upset. She even sweetly let her hold her hand. Shen Kuo was worried she was too young and might hurt herself cutting vegetables, so she decided to make a simple longevity noodle. The only garnish was a few pitiful greens, but little Chu Li finished every bite. It was the best meal she had ever had. No one had ever celebrated her birthday before, and she never liked birthdays either, because her mother died in childbirth on the day she was born. Shen Kuo's heart ached terribly. She was just about to comfort her, but the mission time had ended. The system instantly pulled her back to reality. Shen Kuo was so angry she couldn't sleep all night. She kept thinking about that pitiful bowl of noodles. At the very least, she should have added some meat and egg for Zai Zai. She felt bad for the present-day Chu Li. No one even remembered today was her mother's death anniversary. Though she was unhappy, she still forced herself to hold a banquet. No wonder she was so happy when Shen Kuo said she'd give her a gift tomorrow, and said she liked it. Turns out, she didn't want to celebrate at all. Shen Kuo immediately got out of bed and headed to the imperial kitchen. She just happened to catch the eunuch on duty dozing off. The eunuch was so scared he begged for mercy. But Shen Kuo wasn't angry at all. She actually liked lazy eunuchs like this, because it was thanks to people like them that little Chu Li didn't become cruel. She didn't know that her family was being slaughtered. The tyrant was killing people in the court, while the noble consort was setting off firecrackers in celebration. All because the censors had dared to She just made a bowl of noodles. What's the big deal? Why all the outrage? Last night, Shen Kuo had gone to the kitchen and made a rich bowl of braised pork longevity noodles. Once it was past midnight, she brought it to the tyrant. Because he didn't like celebrating birthdays, she waited until the next day to deliver it, as compensation for what little Chu Li missed out on. Meanwhile, Chu Li was just about to rest when Eunuch's son reported that Consort Yun was waiting outside. She wanted to bring her a late-night snack. Chu Li still held a grudge about the thread gift from before. She thought she came to curry favor again, so she planned to say it tasted awful, then use it as an excuse to punish her. She ordered her to be brought in, eager to give commands, only to see Shen Kuo huffing and puffing with a food container. It didn't even look like anything expensive. She was instantly displeased. How dare she keep brushing her off? Did she think this emperor was easy to please? Shenhua silently served her the noodles. Her family was poor and powerless. She couldn't afford expensive gifts like the noble consort. She could only make a bowl of noodles by hand to show sincerity, to prevent the soup from spilling. She didn't even carry a lantern. She almost fell into the pond. This bowl of noodles was filled with her heartfelt effort. Chuli froze as she looked at the longevity noodles, as if it reminded her of a familiar scene. But she wasn't used to showing weakness in front of others, so she turned away with a pout. Don't think pleasing my Guai will get you off the hook. Shenhua immediately took the noodles away. If you won't eat, then forget it. She'd eat them herself. Seeing this, Chuli panicked. He quickly told her to put the bowl back. Then he realized he'd lost his composure. His face flushed red as he stammered, saying he just wanted to see how bad her cooking really was. Shenhua was speechless. Such a grown-up, yet so childish. But she didn't call him out. Just as she was about to put the bowl down, she noticed the table was covered in memorials. There was no space at all. Without a word, Chuli swept all the memorials aside. He then sat properly at the table, gazing at her expectantly. Watching her eat so seriously, Shenhua was left speechless. No wonder the kingdom fell. He didn't care about memorials at all. Just as Shenhua was about to help pick them up, her hand was about to touch one, when the tyrant warned her. Consorts may not interfere in politics. If you touch those memorials, you'll be impeached by the censorate. You might even lose your life. Shenhua broke into a cold sweat. She thought he was trying to scare her. How would the officials know what happens in the palace? But Chuli told her there were spies everywhere. He hadn't removed them because he wanted to enjoy the show. If those fools actually had the guts to take him down, he'd even admire their courage. Shenhua knew he wasn't bluffing. In the original story, no one managed to kill him. It was Chuli who willingly opened the gates, letting the protagonist's rebel army in. If he'd lived to the end, he would have wiped out every character but the title. Lost in thought, Shenhua didn't notice. He'd been staring at Chuli the whole time. Chuli grew unhappy. Why are you staring at me? Shenhua quickly spouted flattery. The emperor is too good-looking. I'm entranced. Chuli's face darkened. He hated being told he was pretty. Shenhua quickly diverted the topic. Eat your noodles before they get cold. Only then did Chuli calm down and finish the longevity noodles completely, except the braised pork inside, because when the pretty sister made them long ago, they didn't have meat. So in his mind, longevity noodles shouldn't have meat. Shenhua didn't know that. He thought Chuli just didn't like meat, so he bowed out and left. Then Chuli asked a nearby eunuch, "What did you just see?" The eunuch honestly replied that Yunfei tried to read the memorials, then realized what he said, and quickly changed it to nothing at all. But Chuli didn't believe that lie. He ordered the eunuch dragged away, have his eyes gouged out, tongue cut off, then beheaded. That way, even if he came back as a ghost, he couldn't report to his master. After that, Shenhua lived in peace. No one dared mess with him. But the court was far from calm. The Great Leopard Emperor executed several schemers. The officials issued collective remonstrations, but the tyrant hated being told what to do. If you think you're better, take the throne. Otherwise, obey or die. When Shenhua heard this, he imagined the tyrant's terrifying face like a living demon king, and felt relieved the tyrant had his back. Otherwise, sneaking into the royal study at night would have gotten him impeached into oblivion. Shenhua happily ordered fireworks in celebration, but palace orders forbade firecrackers. Shenhua was a bit annoyed, so he strolled through the imperial garden, only to hear consort Ling raging from afar. She was slapping and yelling at her maids, blaming them for their uselessness. The gifts sent to father outside the palace were returned. Yesterday, father attended a palace banquet and ignored her, and according to the spies' reports, father summoned agents to Liqing after returning. Ling Fei's expression turned frantic upon hearing this. She feared her secrets would be exposed. She immediately sent men to intercept father's forces. They must not reach Liqing. But she knew her father's stubborn nature. Blocking him once wouldn't stop him forever. So, she dispatched another team to rush to that small village and silence everyone. Shenhua, eavesdropping behind Jeshan, felt a strange intuition. Liqing was her hometown, but concubine's household records were confidential. How did Ling Fei know? And she seemed desperate to hide something. Sadly, Shenhua had no men to investigate. As she prepared to leave, she accidentally snapped a twig. Ling Fei was instantly alarmed. She glared over fiercely. Her expression was sinister, brimming with murderous intent. She threatened whoever was there to come out. Shenhua's heart raced in panic. She thought she was done for. But from behind Jeshan nearby, Qi Guiran suddenly stepped out. She casually bowed to Ling Fei, explaining she'd stumbled upon the scene by accident. Hearing Ling Fei speak ahead, she didn't dare interrupt. She meant to leave but stepped on a twig. Ling Fei noticed she emerged from far away, too distant to have overheard her. So, she made small talk briefly, and gave her a jade bracelet, as an apology for not helping her last time. Then she left with her entourage. Qi Guiran watched her go, then disgustedly removed the bracelet and smashed it on the ground. Who wants that venomous woman's trinket? Shenhua quickly gathered all the fragments, warning her to break things in private, lest someone use it against her. The two then teamed up to deal with Ling Fei. But the next day, Qi Guiran ran to her, pale with fear. Only then did Shenhua learn. It all stemmed from a few words she'd said to Shen Xiao. The consort's parents were massacred, yet she only offered 3. The proud Chu Li initially, but fearing she'd cry rivers, he awkwardly offered a few words of comfort. But seeing those 3 copper coins, the tyrant nearly exploded with rage. His kindness was fed to a dog. The consort then told Chu Li, no grand funeral was needed, just bury them in any pit. She'd been an orphan since childhood, abandoned while still in swaddling clothes. Her adoptive parents took her in as a child bride, but beat and scolded her from a young age. She was forced to do grueling, filthy work. Later, her looks caught the emperor's fancy, and local officials selected her for the palace, making her Yun Fei. Originally, she only allied with Qi Guiran after overhearing Ling Fei's plot to kill her. They teamed up to investigate Ling Fei's schemes. But the next day, Qi Guiran, pale and trembling, ran to tell her Ling Fei had slaughtered her family. As soon as Ling Fei's men reached Liqing, they found Yun Fei's old home and killed her adoptive father and everyone nearby. The assassins posed as casino debt collectors, tortured their victims to death, then set the house ablaze. Qi Guiran had tried to save her family, but Ling Fei's assassin, leaving no survivors. She was powerless to help. Shen Zhao's men arrived a step too late. The scene had already been cleaned up by the time they got there. He had killed and destroyed evidence in advance. So, he had Qi Guiran leak a hint to Shen Xiao, urging him to investigate. Through this, Qi Guiran suddenly realized he'd been playing the fool to catch the wise. Shen Kuo's smile turned. She was now the cunning Shen Kuo. Meanwhile, Chu Li soon received word that Yun Fei's family had been killed. Sun Gongong felt some pity for Yun Fei. He'd be heartbroken if his own parents died. Chu Li, furious, threw down a memorial. Her grief had nothing to do with him. Did he have to coddle her? But recalling the longevity noodles she gave him that night, Chu Li grew inexplicably irritable. Finally, he couldn't resist summoning Yun Fei. He decided to inform her himself. Shen Kuo soon arrived. Chu Li tossed the memorial for her to read. Shen Kuo saw it detailed her original parents' murder. She pondered how to act naturally. But to Chu Li, she was struggling not to cry, looking pitiably fragile. He couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. He stiffly said, the dead cannot return. Unbeknownst to him, the heroine felt no grief. Those adoptive parents treated her poorly anyway. It was just their comeuppance. But she was more shocked that the great tyrant would comfort her. The tyrant, embarrassed, awkwardly said, he just didn't want her tears staining the Panlong Hall's carpet. It'd be a hassle to replace. Shen Kuo's veins throbbed with anger. She wanted to grab a broom and sweep him out. So cold and heartless. No wonder he'd never find a wife. Chu Li could tell from her expression she was cursing him. Shen Kuo quickly teared up, claiming the emperor's care touched her deeply. That was all. Chu Li laughed in exasperation. Her acting was so fake it could fool ghosts. Thinking of her adoptive parents' death, she pulled out 3 copper coins, asking him to arrange a simple cenotaph. Chu Li's face darkened with fury. He told her to take her. Shen Kuo stuffed the coins in her bosom and fled in a flash. 3 copper coins were still money, not to be wasted. Chu Li's lips twitched in rage. Had he ever starved this woman? Why was she so miserly? Sun Gongong dared not chime in. Their lovers' quarrel was none of his business. Meanwhile, Shen Zhao's 4th son, Shen Ziren, finally joined the Imperial Guard. Due to a recent scandal involving guards and concubines, everyone feared trouble. The commander assigned her to patrol the harem, since Ling Fei, who ruled the harem, was her sister, ensuring safety. Shen Ziren gladly accepted the task. On her way, she overheard ministers gossiping that the emperor and Yun Fei quarreled over 3 copper coins, mocking Yun Fei as too stingy, poorer than palace maids. Shen Ziren's heart ached for her. This Yun Fei was truly her sister. That night, she returned home joyfully. But as soon as she entered, father whipped her with a feather duster, scolding her to study hard. Who told her to join the army? But hearing his son would serve in the harem, Shen Zhao's excitement surged. He wanted to hug his dearest son, nearly scaring Shen Ziren to death. The Shen family, produced her, a wayward child bent on being a general. Didn't father always despise her? Then Shen Xiao revealed Ling Fei wasn't her biological sister, but an adopted daughter. Back then, her mother, fleeing disaster, gave birth to her sister prematurely. She was killed by bandits while weak. Who'd have thought the sister she protected with her life would turn rogue? Her real sister was likely Yun Fei. She noticed Yun Fei resembled her late wife. So, she secretly investigated Yun Fei's background, only to find her adoptive parents had been silenced. She suspected Yun Fei might be targeted next. As an external minister, Shun Xiao couldn't enter the harem. He relied on his son, an imperial guard, to protect his sister during patrols. Then she handed over a stack of silver notes, instructing her son to give them to Yun Fei, not wanting her daughter to suffer in the palace. Shun Xiren's heart soured. Her monthly stipend was only 20 taels, while her sister got over 1,000. Such favoritism toward girls. The next day, Shun Xiren started her palace duties, but Ling Fei summoned her. She greeted her with a cloying, flirtatious tone, even offering to wipe her sweat gently. Shun Xiren broke out in a cold sweat. If someone saw this, wouldn't they think they were lovers? Ling Fei, struck by the rejection, swayed unsteadily. Just because she wasn't a Shun by blood, did her brother have to cut ties? But she had just been born at the time. Being switched at birth wasn't her fault. Shun Xiren couldn't stand her teary tone. He quickly explained it wasn't true. But Ling Fei didn't believe him at all. Even the gifts she sent her father were returned. He must still be mad at her. So now she could only talk to her fourth brother. Shun Xiren hated seeing her cry. He immediately grabbed a handkerchief and wiped her face roughly. Ling Fei bit her lip angrily. He wiped so hard, he ruined her makeup. Shun Xiren then said he had to go. He had to get back to earning money. Ling Fei offered to put in a good word with the emperor, so she wouldn't have to lower herself to be a palace guard. Shun Xiren hated hearing things like that. She turned and left without a word. The next day, she came back bruised and battered, but still smiling as she visited her sister. This rich girl traded 1,000 silver taels for a single copper coin. Her prime minister father tried to snatch it, and the two ended up brawling. The rich girl treated the coin like a treasure, and showered gifts on the noble consort daily. Candied hawthorns in a golden Manhwa box, gold-plated carriage bells. The noble consort's eyes sparkled with excitement. So many shiny, glittering treasures. This rich girl is incredibly generous. All that from a single copper coin. But this entire scene was witnessed by a hidden spy and reported directly to Consort Ling. The fourth young master had visited Yun Fei, even showered her with gifts. The two had a great conversation. Consort Ling gritted her teeth in fury. She recalled yesterday's events. She had kindly suggested the emperor give her brother a new post, so she wouldn't need to lower herself. But Shun Xiren turned and left unhappily, not even sparing a glance at the silver notes she offered. Consort Ling cursed in anger. One day, she swore, they'd all come crawling back in tears. Little did she know, Shun Xiren was fuming too. Everyone kept saying, being a palace guard was beneath her. No one truly understood her. What was so wrong about working for her dreams? Furious, she kicked over a flower pot, then quickly propped it back up. If anyone saw her outburst, they'd laugh at her for being childish. But Shun Kwa saw it all clearly. He agreed. Working hard for your dream is noble. As long as it doesn't hurt others, you're a hero. Xiren saw how much she resembled their mother, and blurted out Mom. Shun Kwa was stunned. Where did this silly kid come from, calling her mom? A maid rushed forward and scolded her. Mind your tongue. Noble consort Yun is present. You dare speak such nonsense. Xiren came back to her senses, and quickly bowed to apologize. So she was her biological sister. To show her sincerity, she handed over a stack of silver notes. Shun Kwa's eyes immediately lit up. She didn't expect someone would just show up and offer silver. But seeing how simple and naive Xiren looked, eyes full of innocent stupidity, she felt a little bad about taking advantage. Xiren said she aspired to join the Imperial Guards, and asked for her care in the future. Shun Kwa finally accepted the money, patting her chest to reassure her. If you need anything, come to me. I'll help if I can. She even handed Xiren a copper coin as a token. It was an imperial gift, very precious. She herself only had 3 in total. Xiren was moved to tears. Such a kind and warm sister. So virtuous and gentle. She immediately clutched the coin tightly, vowing to keep it close at all times. After the matter was settled, Xiren said her goodbyes and left. But the maid looked uneasy. This girl seemed too flippant, and had come from Consort Ling's palace. She might be one. But the female lead didn't care. Why say no to free silver? Plus, she bet Ling wouldn't bother recruiting a lowly palace guard. More importantly, Yuan Zhuzhong, Shen Zhongshu's son, was just a simple-minded boy. He probably wouldn't get involved in Ling's schemes. Meanwhile, Shun Xiren held the copper coin in her hand, and silently made a vow. Someday she would stand tall, and protect her sister's peace. The next day, Xiren visited Shun Kwa again. Shun Kwa was shocked when she saw her. How did she end up bruised overnight? Xiren was furious. Turns out, her father heard the coin came from her sister, and tried to snatch it. Luckily, she fought back, and stopped the old man from taking it. What kind of father does that? Jealous of his own kid, competing with his son over a coin? Shun Kwa burst out laughing. What father would do that over a coin? But Xiren said out of all the brothers, her sister was their father's only daughter. He once said, all the family's inheritance would go to her. Just hearing that made Shun Kuo's heart sink. It's like spotting a money tree. She hurriedly asked, "What does your family do? What's your father's name? Would he mind having another daughter from a single wife?" At that moment, Shun Ziren presented a gift. The box alone was made of exquisite gold thread. She thought it must contain something precious, but inside was just an ordinary string of candied hawthorns. Shun Ziren loved this shop's candied hawthorns as a child, and wanted her sister to try them. Shun Kuo was dumbfounded. Such an expensive box for such a cheap thing? Truly a pearl cast before swine. But seeing the youth's eager, expectant eyes, like a puppy wagging its tail for pity, she couldn't bear to disappoint her. So, she said it tasted good, though her eyes secretly lingered on the gold-threaded box. That thing looked expensive, worth a fortune. Hearing this, Shun Ziren decided to give her another golden box next time. So, the next day, Shun Ziren sent a dazzling golden whistle. The day after, a golden toy cart, and then a golden toy bone. Every day brought a new golden gift, never the same. Shun Kuo drooled with envy. This family's rank must be high indeed. Shun Ziren smiled and said casually, "Actually, my maternal grandmother's family is even richer. Father relies entirely on marrying mother to live off her wealth." Unbeknownst to them, their cheerful banter was seen by a spy hiding outside the door. The spy immediately reported to Ling Fei. Ling Fei was so angry her head nearly exploded. Fourth brother always said he had no time to see her, yet found time to dote on that wretch Yun Fei. She must have realized Shin Kuo is her real sister. Ling Fei paced frantically. If this were made public, that wretch would take everything from her. She decided Yun Fei must be eliminated, and Shun Ziren, repeatedly ungrateful, would be dealt with alongside her. Soon, a eunuch came with a message, saying an imperial guard requested Yun Fei to meet at Tay Market. Shin Kuo found it odd. The little guard always came to her directly. Why send someone else with a message? So she played along, deciding to follow and see. Shin Kuo trailed the eunuch to the edge of Tay Market. This remote place was nearly deserted. The eunuch told her to wait there, and then excused himself. Soon, Shun Ziren arrived, excited, asking what urgent matter she was called for. This place was too isolated. It'd be dangerous if something happened. Shin Kuo immediately told her. Someone claimed she had summoned her here, saying there was something to hand over. Shun Ziren's face changed instantly. She realized they'd been set up. She grabbed her to leave at once. But Ling Fei and her men blocked their path, accusing them of illicit relations. A time-traveling consort framed for an affair, and she already had a prior record. Just moments ago, Yun Fei was framed for an affair with guard Shun. Yet Shun Kuo showed no fear. But Ling Fei, wielding the Phoenix seal and great power, ordered her seized for harsh punishment. Shun Ziren's anger flared. She stepped protectively in front of Yun Fei. "Ling Fei, you dare? I say we didn't do it, so we didn't." At that moment, the tyrant's voice rang out. "Such audacity! How dare you call yourself little lord in my harem? Guards, take her and give her 20 lashes." Ling Fei's heart raced with panic. She'd planned to use her seal to deal with Shin Kuo. Now, she could only press on with her accusations, claiming Yun Fei and the Imperial Guard were entangled again, and she had witnesses and evidence. Under her threats, the little eunuch confessed that Shun Ziren had him deliver a message to summon Yun Fei here for a rendezvous. But Shin Kuo, calm and composed, countered, "You're not one of my palace servants, are you? If I were having an affair with the guard, why would I use a stranger to pass messages?" The eunuch panicked instantly. Shin Kuo pressed her advantage, saying if he named the mastermind, she'd let bygones be bygones. The little eunuch wavered at her words. Ling Fei, frantic, scolded sharply, "You wretched slave, speak. Who's the mastermind? Have you lost your tongue?" The young eunuch's heart tightened instantly. He took all the blame on himself, then ran headfirst into the rockery, killing himself. The tyrant laughed heartily at the scene. Then he turned to the chief eunuch Sun Ping. "What was that strange matter you mentioned? Tell me." Sun Ping said he just saw maid Yuji sneaking toward Consort Ling's palace. Yuji panicked on the spot. She quickly argued that she went to see Consort Ling to stop Yun Fei and the guard from having an affair. Shin Kuo sneered at her explanation. She didn't even know the guard's surname. How did a maid know? Unless she planned to frame me all along. Yuji was speechless. She collapsed to the ground in despair. The emperor looked coldly at Consort Ling, demanding an explanation. Consort Ling was stunned. She never expected this would backfire on her. Now she was doomed. Just then, Chancellor Xin Shao arrived. As soon as he entered, he knelt down. "This old official is guilty. Please punish me, your majesty." The emperor glanced at him. "If it's for Consort Ling, no need to speak." Xin Shao glared at Consort Ling. "I'm not here for her. I'm here to prove Yun Fei's innocence. That palace guard is actually my youngest daughter. Consort Ling is not my biological child. After investigation, Yun Fei is my real. I wanted to investigate further, but someone wiped out Yun Fei's family, fearing she'd be harmed next. I had my son secretly approach her." The emperor didn't get angry. He even gave her son a position in the mirror guard. As for Consort Ling, 3 months of salary suspended, and her right to hold the Phoenix seal revoked. Consort Ling nearly cried her eyes out. She was just one step away from becoming empress. Now all her efforts were in vain. Then Shun Xiao called out to Yunfei. Before he could say anything, Shun Kuo stepped forward. I'm not your daughter, and I'm not the same Shin Kuo from before. Calling you father, I can't do it. Then she turned and left. Meanwhile, Sun Ping brought the Phoenix seal to the emperor. Will you give it to Yunfei? The emperor chuckled. He doesn't even like her. Why would he give her the seal? He crushed the Phoenix seal in his hand. Shin Kuo, that woman is getting more interesting. This show might go on for a while. Soon, news of the incident spread everywhere. Everyone was guessing who would be the next holder of the Phoenix seal. Many believed it would be Yunfei. After all, the emperor revoked the seal just because of her, and she had the chancellor as her backing. But Yunfei didn't care. People can abandon you. Mountains can collapse. Surprisingly, noble Lady Qi agreed, saying the Shin family wouldn't last long. Apparently the emperor was making big. This was also part of the. He abolished the 3 departments, so his commands would go straight to the 6 ministries. The Shin family then collapsed. Shin Xiao was accused of corruption and favoritism, and died in prison. Shun Kuo suddenly felt pity. She immediately went to see Shin Ziren. Ziren believed her father was a clean official. She was generous and loyal. Many people came to him for help, which got him into trouble often. Shin Kuo felt something was off. She suspected someone planted evidence in the Shin home. Ziren agreed it was likely. They had no mistress at home, and the brothers were rarely there. When Consort Ling lived there, she didn't care at all. She spent all her time bragging to her friends. Thank goodness the maids looked after her father. Otherwise he would have starved by now. Ziren became increasingly ashamed. She didn't even dare let her sister see that rundown, dirty house. Shin Kuo immediately whispered something to her. She was told to remind her father not to get involved in abolishing the 3 departments. Shin Ziren obediently agreed, though she thought her sister would only scold their father a bit. Shin Ziren actually cared deeply for her. The emperor was a fickle, unfaithful pig. With so many consorts in the palace, he was nothing like their monogamous Shin family. Her sister had to endure him being close with other women and guard against scheming concubines. It was danger at every turn, so she gave her sister a dagger, so sharp it could slice a hair, clearly valuable. Shun Kuo's eyes lit up at the sight. She thought it would fetch a good price. But in fact, Shun Ziren had been assigned to the mirror guard. She could no longer protect her sister in person. She worried Shun Kuo might be in danger. Shun Kuo was deeply moved. For the first time, she felt the warmth of family. At that moment, Chu Li happened to pass by. He curiously asked what she was doing there. Shun Kuo was startled. She immediately threw the dagger away. Chu Li picked it up and chuckled. What a flashy piece of junk. Only Shun Ziren would give you something so dumb. Shun Kuo was indignant. It's a heartfelt gift. How is it dumb? She reached out to grab it back. But Chu Li refused to return it. Shun Kuo was furious. Eunuch Sun quickly explained that weapons were forbidden in the palace. If caught, both she and Shun Ziren would be punished. Shun Kuo didn't want to implicate her sister, so she painfully said, "If your majesty likes it, then please have it." Chu Li gave a wicked grin. He didn't even like the dagger. But even if he didn't, he wouldn't give it to anyone else either. Shun Kuo's blood pressure skyrocketed. How did she end up dealing with this jerk? Just then, a young eunuch behind her suddenly pulled out a dagger. The girl had transmigrated and become the tyrant's consort. The tyrant's bloodshed had thrown the empire into chaos. It all stemmed from the abuse he suffered as a child. The girl traveled through time to his childhood, kicked away the prince who bullied him, and helped him earn a chance to attend school, giving him hope to change his fate. Just as they were playing, a eunuch suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed at the tyrant. Shin Kuo was terrified. She screamed, "Watch out, your majesty!" But Chu Li casually swatted the assassin away. Blood sprayed everywhere. With those clumsy moves, you dare try to assassinate me? All I did was announce the idea of abolishing the 3 departments, and you lot already can't sit still? How can trash like you achieve anything? The eunuch cursed through gritted teeth. You bloodthirsty tyrant. Great Yone will perish by your hands. All you know is killing. You can't govern at all, even if I die. 1,000 more like me will rise to kill you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. He bit down on the poison hidden in his mouth, but the tyrant wasn't about to let him die so easily. With a glance, his men dislocated the assassin's jaw and dragged him away for torture. Chu Li's fury was fully ignited. He never intended to govern well. I'll rot with this empire. Let the entire kingdom be my burial, and you worthless trash will just keep dying at my hands. Somehow, one of those words triggered a hidden event. The villain time machine suddenly activated. Shin Kuo was transported to a small cottage. The system told her to complete the mission within 3 hours. The reward would be 20 extra days of life. As she passed through the door, she saw a 5-year-old Chu Li. struggling to practice calligraphy at a broken desk. The moment he saw her, little Chu Li threw himself into her arms in joy. He had waited so long. His pretty big sister finally came to play with him. He wanted to play too. But he also wanted to go to school. As long as he wrote well, he could attend classes. Today was the deadline. So he had to finish writing first, no matter what. Shenhua stood by, waiting, watching Xiao Chu Li's earnest little expression. She felt her heart melting with adoration. Chu Li's little face flushed red from being stared at. She shyly turned her head away. With pretty sister staring at her like that, she couldn't focus on writing. Shenhua couldn't resist pinching her little cheeks. So young, yet such a sweet talker. Did she put honey on her lips? But she also knew school was important, so she didn't dare disturb the little one's writing anymore. The next day, Chu Li went to school happily, but could only sit on the steps of the school hall. The palace maids completely ignored her, a princess. Shenhua was furious, seething with anger. She wanted to teach them a lesson, but Chu Li quickly stopped her. The school hall is a quiet, sacred place. No fighting allowed. Shenhua didn't want to hurt her under the guise of helping, so she mentally noted the offense in her little black book. Soon, the teacher began the lesson, teaching that royalty must work for the welfare of the people. But the princes were too busy playing to listen. Only Chu Li took it seriously to heart. She even showed her written work to the teacher. The teacher was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the youngest princess to be the only one writing diligently. But when he heard she wanted to attend school, the teacher sighed helplessly. He couldn't make that decision. Chu Li quickly said she'd study obediently, promising to work for the welfare of the people. The teacher was stunned. He hadn't expected her to take his words to heart. But then the third prince snatched her work, saying as long as he was around, she'd always be a watchdog, a piece of trash dreaming of protecting the people. Keep dreaming. With that, he tore Chu Li's writing to shreds. He told her to get out of the school hall. Chu Li looked at the teacher, aggrieved. The teacher had said she could attend school if she finished her writing. The third prince laughed smugly. Actually, that writing was his assignment. Now his assignment was approved. The teacher, constrained by authority, could only acquiesce. The third prince and his followers mocked her coldly. A little piece of trash should go back to the garbage heap. She'd never attend school in this lifetime. Chu Li sadly picked up the torn paper pieces. To write those characters well, she hadn't even played with pretty sister. Shenhua, heartbroken, helped her up. She told her to act fierce like her and confront them, saying the founding emperor decreed that all royalty could attend school. Mocking me is defying the founding emperor's orders. That way, she could return to school. But Xiao Chu Li knew clearly that even if she said that, only the teacher would be punished. The teacher must have his reasons. She didn't want to trouble him. Back in her shabby little room, Chu Li hid under the blanket, sobbing loudly. Shenhua's heart ached terribly. She gently comforted her with soft words. Chu Li didn't want pretty sister to be sad, so she forced back her tears and crawled out. Shenhua, unwilling to give up, wanted to confront the bad teacher. Chu Li quickly stopped her. She knew the teacher wasn't bad. He was just protecting himself first. Shenhua thought Xiao Chu Li was too kind. Nothing like the tyrant she'd become when grown. So she took her to find the teacher, hoping to convince him to let her attend school. Following the system's guidance, they intercepted the teacher on his way home. Chu Li, following Shenhua's advice, used the founding emperor's decree to pressure him. If he dared refuse her schooling, she'd tell her father, the emperor. The teacher, terrified, knelt and kowtowed. But he couldn't afford to offend the third prince. He could only promise to secretly send Chu Li books. But Chu Li also asked him to teach her privately and allow her to secretly listen to lessons from outside. The teacher had no choice but to agree to everything. Shenhua originally wanted her to say something bold, full of authority, but Chu Li was overjoyed just to hear she could study, and was immensely grateful to the teacher. Seeing her so happy, Shenhua couldn't insist. At that moment, the mission time ended. Shenhua was abruptly pulled back to reality. She was so angry, she nearly smashed the system's interface. No warning at all. She hadn't even said goodbye to Xiao Chu Li. At that moment, Chu Li was mocking her, saying the dagger Shinzi Ran sent was too ugly. Seeing her standing there, dazed, Chu Li instantly grew unhappy. How dare she zone out in her presence? Shenhua's lips twitched in frustration. The grown-up tyrant wasn't the least bit cute like she was as a child. She quickly changed the subject, pointing to the eunuch behind her. It looked like he was hiding something in his hand. Sun Ping immediately restrained the eunuch, and sure enough, found a bottle of poison. The poison was colorless and odorless, undetectable even by a silver needle. Shenhua was instantly stunned. How did a perfectly good dagger turn into poison? Did this mission succeed or not? If it succeeded, why was someone still trying to assassinate Chu Li? At that moment, the system suddenly prompted 15 days of life extension granted. Only then did she realize changing the plot wasn't instantaneous. At that moment, Chu Li sneered, ordering the poison to be forced down the assassin's throat. Then she looked at Shenhua curiously. asking how she knew someone was planning an assassination. Shen Kuo could only say she saw his hand tucked in his sleeve and took a wild guess. But Chu Li said she didn't believe it was a warning, since her abolition of the 3 departments provoked the assassination, and Yun Fei's father, the chief minister, was the first to be targeted. Shen Kuo didn't care in the slightest. She wouldn't acknowledge Shun Xiao as her father anyway. Besides, abolishing the 3 departments wasn't bad for the court. A dynasty's system needs reform and renewal, doesn't it? Chu Li burst out laughing. Reform and renewal, what a great excuse. She immediately handed the dagger to Shen Kuo as a reward for her. Shen Kuo's lips twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't this dagger originally hers anyway? Still, she quickly snatched it back, then turned and ran, afraid this dog of a woman would change her mind. But halfway, she was stopped by Consort Ling. The ambitious Consort Ling aimed to dominate the harem, while others schemed with plots and conspiracies. She'd grab a dagger and go for the throat, or pull hair like a scheming concubine. Consort Ling had always resented her for causing her to lose her phoenix seal. Seizing the chance, she blocked the path, mocking and taunting. She even tried to implicate her 4 divine sons. Shen Kuo couldn't be bothered with her nonsense. She immediately pulled out her newly acquired dagger, swinging it across. Instantly, Consort Ling's necklace snapped, scattering pearls everywhere, and a thin line of blood trickled from her neck. The palace maid screamed in terror, rushing to cover her wound. Shen Kuo patted her shoulder, smiling as she reassured her not to worry. If she dared run her mouth like that again, Shen Kuo would strike even harder. This wasn't a modern society ruled by law, after all. Killing a foul-mouthed piece of trash wouldn't cost her life. Consort Ling stomped her feet, cursing furiously. This woman used to be so timid. Who taught her martial arts? She quickly sent people to investigate. Shen Kuo secretly smirked. These were self-defense skills. No matter how hard they searched, they'd find nothing. Consort Ling was always terrified of her returning to the Shen family. Losing her status as the Shun family's daughter would leave her vulnerable. Shen Kuo had no intention of returning to the family, but if Consort Ling caused more trouble, she'd reclaim her Shen family status just to spite her. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire in the palace. Everyone was gossiping that Yun Fei was Lord Shun's real daughter. Consort Ling had just lost her phoenix seal, and now she'd lost Lord Shun as her father. They banded together to watch the drama unfold. Hearing several concubines requested an audience, Consort Ling immediately lay in bed, pretending to be dead. The concubines didn't leave, mocking her loudly from outside. Consort Ling was furious, seething with rage. That wretched Shen Kuo wanted to return to the Shen family, did she? Then she'd bring down the Shen family. If she couldn't have it, no one else would either. The next day, news came from the court. Chief Minister Shen Xiao was arrested. By law, his family should be confiscated and exiled. Shen Kuo was stunned by the news. Shen Xiao had been visiting her whenever he had time lately. Just yesterday, he sent her a history of why not. How could he be in trouble today? Though she always said she wouldn't return to the family. Ever since interacting with the Shun family father and sons, Shen Kuo once again felt the warmth of family. Now that the Shen family was in trouble, how could she sit idly by? So Shen Kuo immediately sought out noble Lady Qi. Her father was a deputy in the Ministry of Justice. She said the tyrant didn't currently intend to kill Shen Xiao, because earlier in court, some censors tried to force the emperor to execute Shen Xiao. But the emperor hated being ordered around, so he killed them all on the spot. Noble Lady Qi grew more admiring as she spoke. What a mighty and fearless man. But Shen Kuo's face was twitching the whole time. The next day, a palace maid rushed in, reporting that Consort Ling was pleading for Lord Shun at Panlong Hall. Shen Kuo was furious upon hearing it. Consort Ling was publicly putting on a father-daughter act to anger the tyrant. Wasn't that forcing the emperor to kill Shen Xiao? She grabbed her dagger and rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Chu Li was reading memorials at Panlong Hall. When he heard loud commotion outside, he immediately sent Sun Ping to check. As soon as Sun Ping stepped out, his jaw nearly hit the floor. He saw Consort Ling and Consort Yun locked in a vicious catfight. All dignity and palace decorum thrown aside. Consort Yun clutched Consort Ling's clothes, while Consort Ling yanked at her hair. Their robes were a mess. It was utter chaos. Sun Ping ran to break it up. Ladies, calm down. No need to fight. Consort Ling pouted, and she was simply pleading for her father. But Consort Yun attacked her like a rabid dog. Though Consort Yun was furious, she knew she couldn't mention Shen Xiao, so she accused Consort Ling of spreading the rumor that she had an affair. This was her revenge. At that moment, Chu Li came out. He was stunned by the scene. Then he smirked. Women fighting is quite entertaining. Don't stop now, keep going. This is hilarious. Consort Yun flipped Consort Ling over her shoulder, slamming her to the ground hard. Consort Ling nearly fainted from the pain, and stabbed at her with a hairpin. Consort Yun was about to be injured. The tyrant quickly shouted for them to stop. Consort Ling used excessive force. She was demoted from Imperial Consort to 3rd-rank Jowie. Consort Yin burst into laughter. Now that Ling was just a Jowie, she'd have to bow whenever they met. Chu Li couldn't stand her arrogance either. He snidely told her her acting sucked. Shen Kuo denied acting at all. She had carefully calculated the angle and force, just enough to make Consort Ling inflict only a minor injury. That's science-changing fate. Soon, Shun Ziren rushed over. Hearing Shen Kuo had fought Consort Ling, her heart nearly stopped in fear. Not even when their father was imprisoned was she this terrified. Seeing Shen Kuo was okay, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Shun Ziren felt defeated. She couldn't save her father, nor protect her sister. Did she have to seize power and status, protect her family? Shun Kuo disagreed. If that's the case, should I fight for the emperor's seat? Then I'd have enough power to counter the court. Shun Ziren couldn't bear to see her sister suffer. Don't do anything you don't want to do. Just be happy and carefree. Shen Kuo was struck by her words. Then you shouldn't do things you hate either. The court needs civil officials, and generals too. She then asked what her father had said when she visited him in prison. Shun Ziren had asked how she could save him, but their father said there was no need. If the emperor wanted him dead, nothing would change that. If he didn't, no one else could influence it. Shen Kuo paused in deep thought. Shen Xiao might be loyal to the emperor, but if no one says it out loud, how will others know? Even if Chu Li wanted to spare him, he still needed a proper excuse. Otherwise, even if he was freed, Shen Xiao's name would always be tainted. Shen Kuo suddenly had an idea. She asked Shen Ziren to help deliver a message. The next day, a noble young man arrived at Qinzheng Hall. He was none other than Shun Zhao's third son, Jiang Ruyan, who took his mother's surname and inherited the fortune of the richest Jiang family. This man was Shun Zhao's third son, Jiang Ruyan. He took his mother's surname and inherited the wealth of the richest Jiang family in the world, known as the great genius Lord Jiang. The censors were startled at the sight of her. How did this person return from Jiangnan? Jiang Ruyan sneered coldly, casting a sinister glance at them. She said she missed them so much it hurt. The censors instantly felt a chill run down their spines, sensing their scheme might have been exposed. Chu Li got a headache just seeing her, rudely interrupting her tantrum, directly asking if she brought the goods, as if she already knew why Jiang Ruyan was there. Jiang Ruyan's smile instantly froze. Just back, and she's already demanding money? She never used to be this shameless. Little did she know, the emperor was influenced by a certain concubine. Her father was falsely accused of selling titles and taking bribes. Her son immediately hauled 10,000 chests of gold to slap their faces, wishing to crush those rumor-mongering censors. The Jiang family, gold merchants, was wealthy enough to rival a nation, with vaults of gold ingots that couldn't be spent in lifetimes. And she was a business genius, multiplying the family's wealth several times over. Why would her father, for such a pittance, do something so thankless? He'd make more mooching meals at his mother-in-law's house. The censors were left speechless by her retort, yet still unconvinced. Jiang Ruyan ordered the gold ingots brought in, to crush these slanderous villains. Then, willingly, she offered all the gold ingots to the emperor, only asking that the emperor see clearly, and release her father from prison first. The emperor found her argument reasonable, immediately ordering a retrial by the 3 departments. For now, Shen Xiao was released to await further orders at home. The next day, during a break, Shun Ziran dragged his brother to the palace to see Yun Fei, saying he wanted to give her a surprise. The moment Jiang Ruyan saw Shen Kuo, she was instantly just by her 7 or 8 points of resemblance to their mother. She knew this was her sister. She looked suspiciously at her foolish brother. Consort Ling clearly didn't look like this. Did she get a face transplant or something? Shun Ziran, gesturing wildly, explained the whole story. Now Jiang Ruyan was even more confused. If they really found her, why not publicly expose the fake identity? Shun Ziran, hearing this, looked awkward, because father isn't someone who destroy others completely, and grandma really liked. Jiang Ruyan was furious. Grandma likes mother's daughter, and that imposter has been raised in the Shun family for years. That's already more than she deserves. No wonder she was so desperate before, even making grandma sick to marry into the palace. She must have known her identity was fake all along, trying to secure a life of wealth and glory for herself. Shen Kuo was quite pleased with this third young master. In just a few words, she pinpointed the key issue. Truly worthy of a wealth god's mind. Jiang Ruyan immediately wanted to call her sister, but Shen Ziran quickly stopped her. Sister hasn't been officially recognized yet, so don't upset her. Jiang Ruyan was furious, seething with anger. How could her father and brother be so clueless, failing to bring their sister home? What if someone else snatched her away? Shen Ziran quickly urged her to be cautious, saying their sister had already been taken. It's Yun Fei now. Jiang Ruyan cursed furiously. That damn dog emperor, acting all high and mighty earlier, tricking me out of my money. Shen Ziren quickly covered her mouth. Calling yourself lousy in the palace? If you want to die, don't drag the Shun family down with you. Shen Kuo was utterly stunned. What were these brothers bickering about? The brothers looked at her, both with pitiful, teary-eyed expressions. Jiang Ruyin boldly suggested faking her sister's death, then taking her out of the palace to live freely. Once out of the palace, she'd find the handsomest men in the world to keep in her sister's chambers, so she wouldn't have to face that tyrant's sour expression every day. Shen Kuo quickly covered her mouth. If that tyrant heard this, he'd skin her 8 times over. Jiang Ruyin had no choice. She hadn't prepared anything before coming, so she could only offer some silver notes as a meeting gift. Such a meager gift made her almost die of shame. Shen Kuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She mumbled apologies, while stuffing the silver notes into her robe. Thanks to Shen Kuo and Jiang Ruyin's scheming, Shen Xiao was granted a formal 3-department review. He was released from the dungeons and placed under house arrest for reflection. The Shun residence was surrounded tightly by Imperial guards. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard was personally stationed there. A decree came from the Emperor. The dissolution of the 3 departments was imminent. If Shen Xiao was caught again, the Emperor would no longer protect him. Shen Xiao was upset about losing his daughter, but grateful the Emperor bore the brunt of the pressure. Otherwise, his head would have already rolled. So even being called trash, he couldn't argue. He knew the Emperor was harsh on the outside, soft inside. He still cared about the Empire, but no one could fix his inner struggles. Jiang Ruyin didn't want to talk about past hardships, and brought up his sister instead. Shen Xiao quickly asked how his daughter was doing in the palace. Had she been implicated because of him? He wanted to acknowledge her earlier, but feared she'd reject him. Jiang Ruyin was exasperated. If you do nothing, how will she accept you? The first thing to do is kick out that ungrateful consort Ling, and clean house before bringing your daughter back. Speaking of that, Jiang Ruyin got angry. That wicked consort Ling actually begged the Emperor for mercy as their father was about to be executed. What if the Emperor got mad and beheaded him on the spot? He wouldn't even get to bury him. Luckily, his sister caused a scene then, or their father would have died before he returned. For that, Consort Ling even struck her shoulder with a hairpin. Though she hid it from their dumb 4th brother, she couldn't fool a sharp merchant like him. He coaxed the truth from her maid. Their father always taught them to protect one another, whether Consort Ling was blood or not. She had to be cast out for this betrayal. Shen Xiao made up his mind. After this was over, he would publicly declare Shen Kuo as the Shun family's true daughter. Jiang Ruyin gave a sly grin. Now that you're down is the best time. We can use her sympathy. So the next day, Shen Xiao sat at the provincial gate drinking the ceremonial daughter's wine meant for weddings. The townsfolk were confused. Didn't the Shun daughter marry off long ago? But Shen Xiao burst into tears. I finally found my real daughter, only to learn she's already married. A true tragedy of the ages. The crowd thought he was drunk and rambling. Isn't Consort Ling your real daughter? How can you say you just found her? Shen Xiao declared. My real daughter is someone else. The people didn't find it a big deal. With the Shun family status, they could bring the husband into the becoming a Shun son-in-law was an honor. That way, they could keep their daughter close. But Shen Xiao panicked, because his real daughter was none other than Consort Yun. She was the only daughter in 3 generations, and had already been married into the palace. They couldn't even meet once a year. The people all sympathized with Shen Xiao. He raised another man's daughter for years, but couldn't enjoy a moment with his real one. A single palace gate kept them apart. It was truly heartbreaking. The crowd turned their resentment on Yulingjian. Their beloved sister had been taken by the tyrant, and their father drank alone outside his house. They joined in, scolding the emperor together. The 3rd brother even considered faking her death, then finding her a few hundred handsome men. She wouldn't have to serve that nasty emperor anymore. Seeing the people rally for him, Shen Xiao wiped non-existent tears, smiling secretly to himself. Then he invited everyone to drink daughter's wine and drown their sorrows with him. The crowd drank Shen family's wine, while helping him curse the emperor. Not only was his daughter locked in the palace, even the father-in-law had to be watched. What kind of emperor does that? The imperial guards were speechless. First time they realized guarding and killing weren't enough. They had to take blame for the emperor too. Meanwhile, the emperor sneezed non-stop, wondering who was cursing him behind his back. Just then, a guard came to report. Shen Xiao was drinking at his doorstep, drawing crowds. He was even telling people that his real daughter wasn't Consort Ling, but Consort Yun. Sun Ping turned green with shock. Wasn't this a public slap to the emperor's face? Surprisingly, Chu Li laughed in anger. She told them to fetch her a jar of wine too, and summoned Shen Kuo to share it with her. Meanwhile, noble Lady Qi had learned Shen Kuo was the true daughter of the Shen family, and advised her to acknowledge her roots, so she'd have some backing. Just then, a maid came to report the emperor had summoned Consort Yun. She instantly felt as if her soul was flying away. Who knows what tricks the Leopard Emperor was up to again. Upon arriving at Panlong Hall, the Emperor was drinking in a good mood and casually asked about her shoulder injury. After all, Consort Ling was just a woman with little strength. Shen Kuo wasn't actually hurt that badly. Then the Emperor had someone bring her a cup of wine and told her to taste it. Shen Kuo drank it all at once. To her, all wine tasted the same. Then the Emperor told her it was daughter's wine. In Daong tradition, when a daughter is born, the father saves a jar of wine during her first month and stores it in the cellar. It's opened only on her wedding day to treat the guests. This wine holds the father's hopes and deep affection, his love and longing. Chu Li sneered in displeasure, saying her father-in-law clearly didn't like her. Probably had too much time on his hands lately. Might as well toss him in jail and give him a good beating. Shen Kuo was startled and panicked, quickly begging for mercy. Her father was just overjoyed at finding his daughter and didn't know how to express it. He definitely meant no offense to His Majesty. Little did she know, the Emperor smiled, satisfied, as she finally acknowledged her identity. After leaving the hall, she saw Shinziren waiting outside the door. Her lips were trembling, eyes brimming with tears. Thanks to her inner power, she'd overheard their entire conversation. She was deeply moved. Shen Kuo sighed helplessly. Now I get why the Mirror Guard are so feared. With such strong inner strength, who knows how much they've overheard. No wonder the Emperor keeps them so close. It's the only way he sleeps well. Suddenly, Shinziren grabbed her hand, just about to say something. Shen Kuo awkwardly said, "Brother, let go. We can talk later." Shinziren was overwhelmed with joy. His little sister actually called him brother. Overcome with emotion, he couldn't help but pull her into a hug. Just then, Chu Li exited the hall, only to see Shinziren holding Shen Kuo, spinning her joyfully in the air. Chu Li exploded with fury. Instead of doing his job, he was hugging her woman. Was he asking to die? Shinziren immediately knelt and begged for mercy. She was just too happy and couldn't hold it in. The Emperor didn't believe her nonsense and ordered her taken away. From now on, she'd guard the latrines. Let's see if she'd still hug anyone smelling like that. Shinziren kowtowed, begging forgiveness. She'd rather be beaten than guard the latrines. Shen Kuo was about to plead on her behalf when a voice interrupted. "Your Majesty, please beat her harder." It was third brother, Jiang Ruyan, glaring viciously at fourth brother. He'd waited so long to hear his sister call him brother first, only to be beaten to it by this brat. Shinziren was so wronged, she cried, "Is this even my real brother?" But to Jiang Ruyan, anyone competing for his sister was an enemy. He had just scolded his brother coldly, but turned to Shen Kuo with a dazzling smile. He had brought a lot of jewelry, but the guard stopped him at the gate, so he gave her 10 rings from his hands, hoping she wouldn't mind. Shen Kuo's eyes lit up. Who would turn down so much treasure? But the Emperor was already fuming. They must have all planned this, trying to steal his woman, drag them out, and give them a beating. When the news reached Consort Ling, she flew into a rage in the palace, smashing everything. She even punished the maid who delivered the news. Ever since Shen Kuo arrived, she had stolen all her family's power and status. Consort Ling cursed herself for being soft-hearted. She should have killed Shen Kuo long ago. At that moment, Jiang Ruyan arrived for a visit. Consort Ling quickly fixed her appearance. This third brother was shrewd, never easy to deal with. He could always see through her thoughts. He used to dislike this third brother the most. But now, Consort Ling forced a smile, trying to cozy up to him. Jiang Ruyan let out a mocking laugh. This sister of his, even her palace tea, was more expensive than gold. Not even the Emperor lived so lavishly. Consort Ling clung to his sleeve and acted sweet, saying it was thanks to him and Grandma that she had these nice things. Now that Yin Fei was back, she'd share everything with her. They'd be like real sisters now. Of course they should help each other. Jiang Ruyan didn't buy it for a second. If she were really kind-hearted, then why did she fan the flames against father at his most vulnerable? Consort Ling froze on the spot. She didn't expect him to know everything. She was about to make excuses, but Jiang Ruyan flung her hand away. Even if she wasn't born into the family, the Shin family had raised her for over 10 years. He never thought she'd be so sly and treacherous. Father and fourth brother might not understand women, but he wasn't a fool. If not for Grandma's health, he would have kicked her out of the Shin family long ago. Jiang Ruyan warned her. If she dared harm anyone again, he would strike her name from the family registry. She could go back to wherever she came from. Then he flung Consort Ling aside. He also decided to stop giving her money. Even a dog wouldn't bite its master after 18 years. This adopted sister was worse than a dog. Consort Ling trembled with rage. Now that their real daughter was back, they tossed her aside. If they wanted to be cold and heartless, they'd better be ready for retaliation. Just wait and see. Next time, I won't hold back. I'll show you what I'm capable of. You'll regret choosing her over me. Meanwhile, the tyrant ordered the imperial consort to bathe him, but she just slipped into bed and went to sleep. The tyrant was so mad his head nearly exploded. He wanted to strangle this audacious woman. but as long as she hugged him and sang a little tune, he'd calm down again. After all, he liked wild women like her. Just then, Shinquo was almost assassinated. She ran to the emperor in tears. Earlier, Chu Li had insisted on abolishing the 3 departments. Shun Xiao volunteered to lead by example, asking the emperor to strip him of his position as chancellor. Reform needed a sharp blade to cut ties with the past. He was willing to be that blade. To win a brighter future for Daong. Chu Li chuckled coldly. He didn't care about the empire or the people. He just hated those old fogies. Slowing down his killing spree, Shun Xiao didn't argue. He just wanted to do something for his daughter. The emperor praised him for loving his child, and gladly agreed. The ministers were speechless, watching these 2 trade compliments. Father-in-law and son-in-law. It was too much. With Shun Xiao setting the example, Chu Li moved forward without hesitation. He executed many opponents in days. The Secretariat, Chancellery, and Imperial Secretariat were officially abolished. A 1,000-year-old system, overturned by his hand. The court was full of curses, but Chu Li was delighted. Later, he survived several assassination attempts. Luckily, he was a skilled martial artist. He came through each time, but the number of corpses dragged from Panlong Hall grew daily. Even Shin Qua, his favorite consort, was nearly assassinated. Late at night, an assassin suddenly broke in. Fortunately, Shin Qua had the system's reminder to counterattack in time. Using modern self-defense techniques, she subdued the assassin with a dagger. She really couldn't understand. What was the point of killing a palace concubine like her? It wouldn't change the emperor's decisions anyway. The emperor panicked out of concern. Shun Qua actually laughed in frustration. The tyrant fights her for money every day, and only gave her 3 measly copper coins as a reward. How was that pampering? Those assassins were No wonder all their attempts had failed. Just then, the system warned that her life points were depleted. She had to go find the emperor immediately to restore them. Shin Kuo was speechless. It was the middle of the night. How was she supposed to find him? The assassin saw her zoning out and flew into a rage. This person was clearly underestimating him. He immediately punched at her, only to be knocked out cold by Shin Kuo with a single strike. Foaming at the mouth, he collapsed and couldn't get up. Chu Li had just undressed and was ready to sleep when Shin Kuo burst in through the door, crying as she ran straight into his arms. In a trembling voice she cried, "An assassin tried to kill me. Your Majesty, please save me." The emperor curiously asked where the assassin was, only to see her dragging in someone foaming at the mouth. Unconscious, Shin Kuo casually tossed the assassin aside, then clung to the emperor and cried again. "It was terrifying, Your Majesty. I was so scared." The emperor almost felt sorry for the assassin. It was a bit terrifying. He'd been beaten up this badly, all because of the emperor. She had nearly been killed. Shun Kuo tearfully demanded the emperor take responsibility. He asked her what she wanted. She leaned in close and whispered, "I can sing for Your Majesty. I'll do anything you want me to." The emperor immediately began undressing. He was just about to bathe. "Then come along with me, Yun Fei." Shun Kuo blushed furiously. "There's no need for me to join the bath." But the emperor didn't give her a choice. "You said you'd accompany me in anything. You'd be—" With a single command, Eunuch Sun grabbed Shin Kuo and pulled her toward the bath. Shin Kuo tried to resist, but a maid dragged her in. She was on the verge of tears, wondering how to slip away quietly. Eunuch Sun handed her a basin of hot water and told her to take it in for the emperor's bath. Shin Kuo was completely stunned. Did they really expect her to see the tyrant naked? Just then, Chu Li came out dressed. Seeing her expression, he teased with a smirk. "Why the disappointed look, my dear? Did you want to bathe with me? So you're into wild things after all." Shun Kuo flushed crimson. If he had no shame, at least she did. The emperor laughed at her embarrassment. He couldn't help but chuckle. Shun Kuo was mortified with rage. How dare this dogman mock her? In revenge, she washed her hands and feet in the emperor's bath water. Let him soak in her dirty water. But before she could deliver it, Chu Li had already finished bathing. Shin Kuo was stunned. How did he wash? The emperor raised a brow. "So eager to see me bathe, my dear?" Shun Kuo's face nearly exploded. "No, I didn't. Stop talking nonsense." She covered her red face and fled. She'd never been so embarrassed in her life. But just as she left, Eunuch Sun blocked her at the door. "Why is Yun Fei leaving already? Weren't you going to rest in Panlong Hall?" Shun Kuo shouted in anger. "When did I ever say that?" Eunuch Sun was startled, but Yun Fei clearly said she was scared after the assassination attempt, and that Panlong Hall was the safest place in the palace. Shin Kuo didn't believe a word. The Grand Commander is assassinated multiple times a day. There's no place more dangerous than here. But Eunuch Sun tried to reassure her. The Emperor is highly skilled in martial arts. Those people can't even touch a hair on him. Shin Kuo originally wanted to refuse, but seeing her life points almost depleted, she had no choice but to shamelessly come to Chu Li to restore them. After all, pride isn't worth more than— Chu Li was lying on the bed reading. When he saw her come in, his face changed. He told her to go back to her own palace to sleep. No women are allowed to stay overnight in Panlong Hall. Originally, Shun Kwa didn't want to stay, but after hearing that, she immediately got upset. Why should she leave just because he told her to? She refused to go. This time, she was staying no matter what. Without waiting for Chu Li's reply, she jumped into his bed and stole his blanket. The emperor was fuming with rage. How dare this woman ignore him? He was just about to teach her a lesson, but then saw she had already fallen fast asleep. Chu Li was so angry his veins bulged. How could anyone fall asleep this fast? Was she a pig or what? In a fit of rage, he grabbed her by the neck, wanting to strangle this girl who disrespected him, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only angrily kick over a stool, then turn around and sleep on the couch. Just for the fact that she could still amuse him, he'd let her off this once. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa was sleeping soundly, unaware she had just narrowly escaped death. Chu Li, on the other hand, was so irritated by her antics, he couldn't sleep all night. He glared at her murderously, even teaching the young prince to tie up his sister, so she could never leave again. Once he grew up, he'd build a cage and lock her in it so she'd stay with him forever. That little prince had now grown into the tyrant, and he was currently glaring daggers at Shin Kwa. The system quickly woke Shin Kwa. Host, you did great. You've successfully enraged the target into a headache attack. Now hurry and find the condition to trigger the time machine. But Shin Kwa was frozen in fear. There's no way she could face a furious tyrant. She tried to keep pretending to sleep, but Chu Li saw through it instantly. He gritted his teeth and told her to get up. Shin Kwa quickly ran over to massage his shoulders and back, fawning on him. The emperor couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you so fierce earlier? Insisting on staying here for the night. Now look at you, totally obedient. Shin Kwa couldn't help but feel a little sorry. He'd given himself a headache all night because of her, and he still had to attend court tomorrow. This divine figure really has it tough. So she tucked her into the blankets herself, kissing her on the forehead. She softly sang to ease her headache. This action directly triggered the start of the villain time machine. She was sent back to the tyrant's childhood. The task had to be completed within half an hour. When Shun Kwa opened her eyes again, she was met with a group of beauties showing off seductively. Their voluptuous figures made her blush. She quickly searched for little Chu Li. This was a vulgar pleasure house. How could a child be in such a place? With the system's guidance, she found little Chu Li in a remote corner. She had already drunkenly fallen asleep. Shun Kwa quickly picked her up, relieved to see that she was okay. Little Chu Li leaned against her uncomfortably. Because the Hu people, her father made the princes entertain them for 3 days. Since her father and brothers drank, she had to as well. But her head hurt, and only her pretty sister blowing on it would help. Shin Kwa could only lovingly blow on her forehead to soothe the pain. Little Chu Li didn't understand. Why did her father still drink with the Hu people when they killed so many border citizens? Shun Kwa's heart ached for her. She was only 6 years old, yet torn by family strife. Shun Kwa didn't know how to answer. Maybe only when Chu Li took the throne would she find the answer. But this place was full of lewd music and scenes, not a place for children. Chu Li wanted to keep chatting with her pretty sister, and left with her right away. Though a prince, she was not valued, so no one noticed her departure. Back at her place, Shin Kwa saw that the already shabby house was full of cracks. She felt a pang of sorrow. She had no idea that Chu Li had been living here for a year, but Chu Li reassured her not to worry. Third prince would fix the house. He wouldn't let it collapse. Shin Kwa knew there was no place more broken down than this in the palace. The third prince wanted to torment Chu Li. He wouldn't let the house collapse too soon. Drunk Chu Li became more clingy, hugging Shin Kwa's hand and acting spoiled, begging her to stay. But Shin Kwa couldn't promise. She only had half an hour. So Chu Li wobbled to her feet and tied a rope to Shin. This way, pretty sister couldn't leave. She wanted pretty sister to stay every day. Shin Kwa laughed at the gesture. What good is tying me up? What? Are you planning to put me in a cage? She didn't realize this idea planted a deep seed in Chu Li's mind. Her first time learning about using a cage to trap someone. When she grew up, she'd find a cage to lock up her pretty sister, so sister would never disappear again. After singing her to sleep, Shin Kwa's task time ended. She returned to the real world. At the same time, the emperor also fell soundly asleep to her singing. Taking advantage of his slumber, Shin Kwa quietly grabbed her cloak and slipped away. Eunuch's son didn't even have time to stop her. He could only sigh helplessly. The next day, the palace was abuzz. Yun Fei had stayed overnight at Panlong Hall. Her moans were as lovely. No one expected the emperor to be so passionate. Eunuch's son quickly interrupted them, telling them to get back to work, afraid the emperor would hear. Who knew how angry he'd get? But the emperor had heard, and was full of resentment. Was he really that scary, like a monster? Why else would Shin Kwa run after getting dressed? To Eunuch's son, it felt like a customer sneaking away from a brothel. He couldn't help feeling bad for the emperor. Wasn't he just used and dumped by Yun Fei? and she didn't even plan to take responsibility. Chu Li was furious. He went to confront her. If she hadn't arranged for Shen Kuo to stay at Panlong Hall on her own, none of this would have happened. But remembering how well he slept because of her, he felt much better. Even the palace gossip didn't bother him as much. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo slept in until midday in her own quarters, only to wake up and see a maid tearfully staring at her. She even said she was exhausted. Even the breakfast was much more lavish than usual. Little did they know, the palace maid saw how tired she was last night, and specially prepared nourishing food for her. At that moment, noble Lady Qi rushed in, and the first thing she said was a bombshell. "I heard you slept with His Majesty last night." Shen Kuo nearly choked on her porridge. "Who said that?" "That's definitely a rumor. Someone must be trying to frame her," seeing her so flustered. Noble Lady Qi became even and did this and that kind of stuff. Shen Kuo angrily explained that they didn't even sleep in the same bed. Noble Lady Qi was even more shocked upon hearing that. She didn't expect them to be so wild, not even liking bed positions. Shen Kuo's face flushed red with embarrassment. She didn't even dare to look up when hearing the word wild. She hurriedly clarified nothing happened between her and the emperor. They just rested in the sleeping quarters for a night. Noble Lady Qi was exasperated beyond belief. "You shared a room and still didn't take down the— Is it you who's lacking? Or is it the emperor?" Shen Kuo's smile froze on her face. It seemed no explanation would work. Let this world be destroyed already. I'm exhausted. Soon, Jiang Rian received the news. In the middle of the night, he got up to check the accounts. Shen Xiao found it strange. Why was his son up so late not sleeping? But then he heard him mention preparing money to buy. The Daobao army had the noble consort host the national banquet, but refused to give her a single coin as funding. Fortunately, the noble consort had a doting father and brother. They gave her several large chests of gold and jewels as pocket money. She wore rings on all 10 fingers and toes. She even wanted to buy some noodles to cheer up her sister. Just because her third brother heard that, the dog emperor made his sister sleep with him and kicked her out right after. He was so furious he got up in the middle of the night to prepare the ransom. Upon hearing the word ransom, Shen Xiao almost exploded in rage. That unfilial son dared to visit a brothel. He was going to break his legs today. Jiang Rian agilely jumped onto the beam to avoid the strike, then quickly explained that the emperor had forced his sister to sleep with him, and then drove her out of the palace afterward. So he was preparing money to buy her back. Shen Xiao was absolutely livid when he heard that. That dog emperor just tossed his daughter after using her. They must bring her back. Jiang Rian already had a plan. He would build his sister a mansion more luxurious than the palace. He would gather all the handsome men in the land, a new one every day without repeats. Father and son both vowed to let her live a carefree life of luxury, no longer oppressed by the emperor. So the next day, when Shen Ziren was just about to get off work, she saw her father and third brother, both carrying big bags, storming over furiously, looking like they were about to revolt. Shen Ziren was completely stunned. Is picking her up from work supposed to be this intense? Shen Xiao grabbed her collar and questioned, "How was your sister doing in the palace today?" Shen Ziren was confused. "She was fine. She even told me to eat properly earlier." She said working people not eating shows flawed thinking. The father and son looked at each other and murmured, "She doesn't seem wronged at all." Could the intel have been wrong? After all, to avoid alerting the emperor, he had to bribe regular civilians as informants. The information gathered wasn't necessarily accurate, but since they already had the money, they threw it in front of Shen Ziren. "Give this to your sister to compensate for her suffering." So that day, when Eunuch's son brought her silver monthly allowance, Shenhua extravagantly refused. "My family already gave me a mountain of gold and silver. I don't need this." When the emperor heard, he cried. She was haggling over copper coins with him not long ago, and now she looks down on even his silver? What? His money's not good enough. He immediately ordered someone to summon Shenhua. Shenhua arrived in a glittering gold dress, with 10 rings on her hands. The emperor was nearly blinded by the shine. He immediately forbade her from wearing that color in front of him again. Then he told her that the Prince of Qingsang would be arriving in the capital. Have her host the state banquet. Shen Kuo froze at the words. She recalled something from the novel. Qingsang Kingdom sent a cat to Chu Li, triggering her PTSD and leading to their country's destruction. Then she remembered soothing young Chu Li in her mission. So now, while the emperor dislikes cats, she wouldn't go as far as annihilating a nation. But since she's tasked with hosting the welcome, shouldn't they at least provide a budget? Chu Li, grinning, said, "Hasn't my beloved consort been quite wealthy lately? Figure it out yourself." Shen Kuo's eyes welled with pained tears. Why should she use her personal savings for state affairs? She didn't want this job. But the emperor, cold and ruthless, declared, "Refusing is defying an imperial edict. Defying an edict means exterminating 9 generations of her kin. Forget money. She'd lose her life." Shen Kuo grudgingly accepted the edict. The emperor's mood instantly brightened. From her expression, she could tell, given half a chance, she'd pounce and bite her. Sun Gonggong broke into a cold sweat for her. Knowing money is Yun Fei's lifeline. Why provoke her like this? Little did he know, the emperor loved seeing her stifled fury, raging yet powerless against her. It was too amusing. The palace maids rejoiced for Shenhua. State banquets are typically hosted by the empress. Was she about to become empress? But Shenhua knew better. Everyone was waiting to see. This country consort make a fool of herself. If she botched it, the emperor would have grounds to punish her. And Ling Fei, who wields the phoenix seal, was surely waiting for her to slip, so she could kick her while she's down. Shenhua's resolve surged. She'd pull off this banquet and leave them all stunned. Even so, she was still reluctant. Pointing to the heavens, she prayed, "May this woman trade her banquet budget for gold and meat, and may heaven send someone to deal with her soon." The maids were terrified by her, but Qingsang Kingdom isn't anything special. Just decorate an empty hall and call it a day. The Minister of Rites was displeased. The late emperor's protocol demanded lavish receptions for Qingsang envoys. How could they be so careless? Shenhua sneered. "The one on the dragon throne now is our majesty. If the minister misses the late emperor so much, go guard his tomb." The Minister of Rites ran to Ling Fei to complain. Yun Fei's reckless disregard for protocol will surely ruin the banquet. Ling Fei seized the chance to curry favor, gifting him a pouch of gold as an apology. She feigned sympathy for the minister, saying if the banquet went wrong, Yun Fei, favored as she is, would likely escape unscathed, but the minister might be implicated. The minister's heart jolted in alarm. He didn't want to take the fall for Yun Fei. He promptly took sick leave. But Shenhua didn't care. She had no time for such old fogies. Shen Xiao, hearing the news, sent word to his daughter. That old fool, the Minister of Rites, dared desert his post. He'd file a scathing impeachment against him. He also urged his daughter not to overwork. "If anyone insults you, tell father. I'll crush them in court." He'd also analyzed for his daughter. The emperor dislikes extravagance. If not for the minister's nagging, she wouldn't bother with a banquet. Shenhua instantly had an idea. The emperor wants to promote frugality. She's using this chance to make a statement. Then she'd help her out. The maids worried for her. It's not that they doubted their lady's ability, but lately, she's been doing yoga every morning, feasting, counting her coins, or sleeping soundly. She hasn't done a thing for the banquet. With the date fast approaching, they were so anxious their hair turned white. But Shenhua was confident. Everything was under control. She'd show them all at the banquet. Let them see her prowess. Soon, the day of the Qingsang envoy's audience arrived. Shenhua dressed as usual, casually bringing a few attendants to the palace gate to greet them. The Qingsang Grand Prince was deeply displeased. They are distinguished guests from afar. Is this how Daong treats its guests? According to past customs, a prince should personally receive them with officials. Women should stay in the back courtyard and serve men. But Shenhua wouldn't indulge him. They're just a tributary nation bringing offerings. Her personally receiving them is already giving face. If they're not happy, they can just go back to their own country. She's not interested in entertaining them. The crown prince gritted his teeth in anger. He raised his fist, ready to teach her a lesson. The noble consort fiercely rebuked the arrogant envoy. The envoy angrily complained to King Daobao. King Daobao proudly hugged the consort and said, "Well done, my wife. That's how you slap their faces properly." Just as the crown prince of Qingsang accused Shenhua of poor hospitality, she bluntly responded, "If you're not satisfied, go back to your country. And with such pathetic offerings, you dare act arrogant in Daong?" The crown prince was furious and wanted to strike. The grand preceptor quickly stopped him. This emperor isn't like the previous one. They learned their lesson 3 years ago. The crown prince almost had a heart attack from rage. In the past, every visit to Daong ended well, and they returned with a fortune. When had they ever been humiliated like this by a woman? But he could only endure it. They proceeded to offer their tributes. Hundreds of chests full of gold and jewels. Shenhua's mouth practically watered. It was outrageously extravagant, but outwardly, she just sneered. "These third-rate orange-colored trinkets. You dare bring them as tribute. But seeing how poor your country is, scraping this much together must have been hard. So I won't argue with you." The Qingsang envoy was grinding his teeth, wishing he could punch her on the spot. That night, a state banquet was held in Yuhua Garden. The Qingsang envoys, acting as if no one was around, kept stuffing their faces nonstop. After a long while, Chu Li finally arrived, fashionably late. The Qingsang envoys immediately came forward to greet him. "After all this waiting, we finally see the son of heaven." The emperor saw leftover scraps of food, strewn all over the place. He gave a mocking smile. "Are you blaming me for being late?" The crown prince panicked. He quickly tried to shift the blame. "Consort Yin kept taking us around all day. We couldn't even request an audience." Chu Li let out a cold laugh. "Consort Yun is my concubine. Having her accompany you is already an honor. Is Qingsang not satisfied? Should I personally have my beloved host you?" The crown prince was speechless from the retort. He quickly bowed and said they were very satisfied. And consort Yun's yellow attire instantly reminded us of your majesty. He was thinking instead. In Daeong, only the emperor may wear bright yellow. Surely he'll feel offended, seeing imperial dignity being undermined, and will harshly punish this concubine. But Chu Li smiled sweetly and pulled Shin Kuo into his arms. He said he loved seeing his wife in that color. It was a sign of affection unique to their marriage. The Qingsang envoy was utterly speechless. So, even this fierce emperor had fallen for beauty? 3 years ago, when they met him, he was full of murderous intent and ruthless. Now, the emperor gently held Shin Kuo in his arms and declared the feast open. Palace maids entered joyfully, carrying dish after dish to the table. The crown prince was not pleased. Such a grand banquet, and only vegetables. Not a single piece of. Only in front of Shin Kuo and the emperor was there a plate of prawns. He gobbled them down ferociously. Those dishes were paid for. After spending so much money, he was going to eat his fill. Then Shin Kuo started waving her chopsticks rapidly and soon cleared her entire plate. Chu Li hadn't touched a single bite, just sat blankly beside her. He found the food too greasy. He couldn't eat a thing. Shin Kuo immediately peeled a plate of prawns and brought them to his lips. Blinking her big, sparkling eyes, she urged her to eat more. Don't waste the meat bought with so much money. But Chu Li couldn't eat a bite. Shin Kuo sighed helplessly. If the emperor wouldn't eat, she'd save it for fourth brother later. Hearing this, the emperor glanced at the guard nearby. Shin Ziran was staring at the plate of shrimp, drooling profusely. These were shrimp wrapped by his sister herself. He wished his sister would feed him by hand too. The emperor instantly knocked over the vinegar jar, forcing down the greasy shrimp despite the discomfort. How could her beloved's food go into someone else's mouth? Seeing the emperor and Shin Kuo so affectionate and harmonious, everyone's eyes gleamed with envy, especially the dishes Yun Fei personally fed her, which the emperor obediently ate. People began whispering among themselves, never expecting the emperor to show off her love with a woman. Could this emperor be a fake? Consort Ling, however, gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had hoped to see Yun Fei humiliated, seizing the chance to win back the emperor's favor. She never expected her to gain so much affection instead. She immediately suggested that just eating was dull, proposing some entertainment to liven things up. She thought the emperor would agree, allowing her to take the stage with a dazzling dance, captivating the audience and winning the emperor's heart. Then all eyes would be on her, and the emperor would fall for her again. But the great prince, delighted, slapped the table in agreement. Just eating dishes was indeed boring. Why not have a friendly contest between the young men of both nations? Daeong's warriors are brave and skilled, and Qingsang has long admired them. Today's the perfect chance to witness it. Shin Kuo, hearing this, glared at him discontentedly. Was this guy implying her dishes weren't good enough? Then she realized. Qingsang was trying to probe Daeong's military strength. She looked worriedly at the great tyrant. But Chu Li wasn't fazed at all. She directly cut through the pretense, saying if the great prince wanted to test their strength, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Looks like your wings have grown, and you want to arm wrestle us. The national advisor quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying it was just a custom among grassland warriors. If the emperor didn't like it, they'd drop it. But it was a tactic to retreat and advance, making it hard for the emperor to refuse the contest. Chu Li hesitated for a moment, not wanting a contest, but also not wanting to lose face. Shin Kuo wanted to bash these bastards herself. No wonder Qingsang would be wiped out by Chu Li. They deserved it. At that moment, Shun Ziran suddenly stepped forward to volunteer. Just a few vassal state warriors? Why bother negotiating with them? He could take them all down alone. The emperor's heart leapt with joy, immediately approving. Shin Kuo quickly ordered the arena to be prepared, but her heart was filled with worry. Even if Shun Ziran's martial skills were exceptional, fighting 3 at once was dangerous. How could he be so reckless? Consort Ling trembled with fear. This wasn't the entertainment she had proposed. Soon, the arena was set up. Qingsang sent out 3 warriors. Shun Ziran, wielding a long spear, stepped forward. The Qingsang envoy smirked secretly, planning to kill this hothead soon. To sharply dampen the emperor's spirit, Shin Kuo clenched her fists nervously. Chu Li, however, remained calm. Grand Eunuch Sun announced the start of the match. Shin Ziran immediately took the initiative, charging with his spear. Using swift attacks, he knocked down 2 opponents of similar build first. They had no chance to fight back. Then he turned to the last one, a giant like a mountain. But this strike was blocked by the giant's twin hammers. The great prince, raising his wand, telling him to kill this brat. The giant swung his hammers down fiercely. Shin Kuo and Consort Ling screamed in terror, yelling for him to dodge. But Shin Ziran, stubborn as ever, refused to evade. Facing the, he flipped to avoid a fatal blow, but his spear was shattered by the opponent. Unable to change moves mid-air, he was struck on the head by the hammer's handle the next second, sent flying backward. The court officials blamed Consort Yun for confronting the envoys head-on. The great tyrant ordered their tongues cut out. A bunch of spineless cowards. Not even as brave as her beloved consort. Just moments ago, Shun Ziran fought 3 against 1, competing with Ching Song's envoys. With one move, he took down 2 opponents, but was sent flying by the third, a giant like a diamond. Consort Ling was so scared her soul nearly left her body. If something happened to this idiot fourth brother, and the Shin family learned she caused this mess, they'd flay her alive. Meanwhile, the giant, smirking at the blood dripping from his hammer, pressed his advantage, leaping into the air, smashing his hammers down, aiming to crush Shinzi ran to pulp. With a loud crash, the entire arena shattered into pieces. Shin Kuo was so scared, she nearly cried. Consort Ling had already fainted, foaming at the mouth. But the next second, Shunzi Ran decided to counterattack, knocking the giant out with a single punch. Smirking triumphantly, he declared, "Today, this young master wins." The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting that the Shun family's 4th young master was amazing. The fight was spectacular, truly bringing glory to the nation. The great prince, furious, smashed his wine cup, never having been so humiliated in his life. Shin Kuo anxiously called for the imperial physician to check on fourth brother. An official reported that Ching Song's envoys had returned to their quarters. Should they send someone to escort them? The emperor cursed furiously. "Didn't you hear what Yunfei said?" The official, terrified, rushed to fetch the physician. At that moment, Shunzi Ran, barely holding on, came to report to the emperor. Meanwhile, Consort Ling, who had fainted, was revived. Seeing fourth brother was fine, she quickly tried to make amends, petitioning the emperor to heavily reward fourth brother for bringing glory to the nation. The emperor immediately ordered a plate of gold ingots as a reward. Shinzi Ran was about to kowtow in thanks for the emperor's reward. The emperor suddenly berated him. Someone who doesn't value their own life. How could they be trusted with soldiers in the future? A general must not rely on luck or reckless bravery. Shinzi Ran was stunned, mouth agape. He couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong. At this, the court officials began murmuring discontentedly, saying a state banquet for foreign envoys should have been amicable. Now Ching Sang would surely hold a grudge. It was all Consort Yun's fault for not changing the subject when Ching Sang provoked them. Song and dance should be the heart of a state banquet. Clashing with weapons only stirs trouble. Good thing they won. If they'd lost, the nation's dignity would have been utterly disgraced. Consort Yun was truly improper. Shun Ziran, furious, gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but roar at the officials. "You bunch of useless fools. Why didn't you speak up when Ching Sang was provoking us?" But in his rage, his headache worsened, forcing him to stop. The officials arrogantly accused him of what they said was the wisdom of their ancestors, the orthodox way of hosting guests. Shin Kuo, hearing this, was also displeased, scoffing coldly with a stern face. "Don't think I don't see through your little schemes. You're just afraid of angering the barbarians. Worried that war would threaten your positions, right? Even a 3-year-old knows to fight back when bullied. Yet you play deaf and dumb. Then you wipe your mouths and start spouting nonsense." The officials were left speechless by her retort. They hurriedly complained to the emperor about Yunfei, saying her vulgar language was unbecoming, making her unfit to oversee such an important state banquet. But before they could finish, dozens of swords pierced their mouths, scaring the ministers into silence. The emperor wanted to cut out their tongues, but feared that would silence their pitiful pleas for mercy. She ordered them all dragged out for 50 heavy lashes. The officials wailed and begged for mercy, but the emperor ignored them, only asking Shin Kuo to return to the palace with her. Shin Kuo was worried about fourth brother, but he patted his chest, assuring her he was tough as nails, telling her not to worry. Then the emperor ordered the Minister of Rights summoned. Hearing the Minister of Rights had taken sick leave, she flew into a rage. Even if he was dead, they'd carry his corpse here. Soon, the Minister of Rights was brought in, still insisting he was ill, claiming other matters had nothing to do with him. The emperor directly called the imperial physician to check his pulse, only to find his pulse strong. He wasn't sick at all. Shin Kuo seized the chance to tattle with a smile, saying he was just trying to make things difficult for a woman. He dared to feign illness, disregarding the emperor's dignity. Chu Li was furious. How dare he put on airs with her? Did he think she couldn't manage without a Minister of Rights? She was very pleased with Shin Kuo's handling of the state banquet, a mere vassal state. Yet these fools flattered them so much. It felt like Daong was paying tribute to them. This year, Chu Li wouldn't give them a single tael of silver. She'd make them pay back, with interest, everything they'd taken before. The emperor ordered the Minister of Rights' official hat stripped, and his head chopped off. Shin Kuo secretly admired the great tyrant. This was a proud emperor, never letting others trample over her authority. These corrupt officials must be purged, for the nation to have hope. But then Chu Li placed the Minister of Rights hat on her head. Shen Kuo didn't want to be blamed for disrupting the court. She tried to take the hat off. 622. 00:16:24, 000 poly. 00:16:25, 000. Chu Li's face darkened instantly. Does my beloved consort also wish to defy me like that, minister? Shen Kuo decided her life was more important, but she wanted to know how much the minister's salary was. She'd spent a fortune on the banquet. Since the emperor was so pleased, why not reward her more? The emperor told her to hold out her hand. Shen Kuo thought she was getting money, but the emperor slapped her hand hard, leaving the back red. Shen Kuo yelped in pain. Feeling utterly wrong, she worked for the emperor for free, endured scolding, and now got hit. The emperor wouldn't reason with her. She'd take the minister's post whether she liked it or not. Shen Kuo, full of resentment, went to complain to fourth brother. Shen Ziren immediately gave her all his reward silver, hoping to cheer his sister up. But Shen Kuo hadn't forgotten his mistake today. Shen Ziren was baffled. He'd clearly beaten the Qingseng people. Why was everyone scolding him for messing up? Shen Kuo was so mad she wanted to crack his skull. There were clearly better ways. Why be so reckless and shameless? If he couldn't figure it out, don't come see her. Shen Ziren felt deeply wrong. He'd clearly won. Why was everyone angry and scolding him? Meanwhile, the Grand Prince returned to the guest house, raging and beating his subordinates. Couldn't even kill a lowly guard? What a bunch of useless fools. Then the state preceptor informed him. That guard was Shun Zhao's fourth child, Yun Fei's brother. The Grand Prince seethed at the mention of Yun Fei. That woman would surely thwart their grand plan. Anyway, these years, the Daong Emperor has given them nothing but empty promises. Now, with Qingsong's strong soldiers and horses, it's time for a decisive battle. The great tyrant made his consort Minister of Rights, sending her out to oversee the imperial exams. After all, his beloved consort was far more capable than those useless ministers. Since Shen Ziren risked his life and got injured in a fight, Shen Kuo refused to see him. She demanded he understand his mistake first, but Shen Ziren couldn't figure it out. He cried and wailed at the palace gate, even faking illness to see his sister. Qi Guiren felt some pity. He'd been out there suffering for hours, looking quite pathetic. Though Shen Kuo felt reluctant, she held firm and refused to meet. Shen Ziren didn't even know what he did wrong, covered in wounds. He thought it was a man's glory. During the match, she watched with bated breath. Winning while so injured was a... She knew Shen Ziren didn't want to rely on family status to succeed, which is why he joined the military. He sought martial glory, but he lacked experience. With the imperial exams approaching, she hoped Shen Ziren would participate to temper his character. In the original novel's plot, Shen Ziren didn't take the imperial exam path. He became a general directly, but without guidance. He died pierced by countless arrows. Shen Kuo wanted to change his fate. It had to start from here. Shen Ziren not only had to take the martial exam, but also had to become this year's top martial scholar. Noble consort, she nearly choked on her water. She didn't expect such high demands for her brother. So Shen Kuo ordered someone to fetch the latest set of white robes. She'd wear them to help Big Brother. After arriving at Panlong Hall, Shen Kuo asked Grand Eunuch Sun if she could see the emperor now. Eunuch Sun, smiling warmly, said, the emperor, even if busy, would see the consort. With that, he led her inside. Shen Kuo, hearing this, felt a spark of joy. It seemed the great tyrant was in a good mood today. Surely she'd agree to her request. But upon entering Panlong Hall, she was met with a chilling atmosphere. Two ministers knelt below, trembling as they confessed and begged for mercy, promising to go back and think harder. The tyrant, hearing this, sneered coldly. Useless fools. Even if you rack your brains, you won't come up with anything worthwhile. She immediately told them to get out. She'd make other arrangements for the martial exam. The ministers scrambled out in a panic. Shen Kuo's face darkened instantly. She glared fiercely at Grand Eunuch Sunday. Didn't he say the emperor was in a good mood? But by then, the tyrant had already spotted her, roughly calling her over. Shen Kuo hurried forward, bowing respectfully, bluntly saying she wanted to leave the palace, promising to disguise herself as a man, so no one would notice. She'd absolutely satisfy Her Majesty. The emperor knew at once. She wanted to watch Shen Ziren's martial exam. Jealousy flared, knocking over the vinegar jar. Dressed all in white like that, people might think there's a funeral in the palace. With your taste, how could you satisfy me? Those words pierced Shen Kuo's heart like a sharp sword. This wretched woman couldn't be more difficult to please. She was clearly picking a fight on purpose. If she thought her ugly, she could just say so. Chu Li, however, said calmly, though you're a bit plain, it's not like I can't stand to look at you. Shen Kuo was instantly furious, seething with rage, repeatedly telling herself not to stoop to this wretched woman's level. Your Majesty is right. You're the most beautiful person in the world. Everyone else is ugly compared to you. Chu Li, hearing this, felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, you're quite good-looking too. I just don't like too many colors flashing around in front of me. Shun Kuo's eyes lit up with joy. Did that mean she'd let her leave the palace? But the tyrant said no. Timestamp gap. Assumed continuation. Timestamp gap. Assumed continuation. Serving tea, pouring water, massaging shoulders, kneading backs. The emperor was so exasperated she laughed. Was she that desperate to leave the palace? To watch Shen Zi Rant's martial exam? In truth, Shen Kuo was worried about Qingsan's movements. They'd lost the previous match, and surely wouldn't let it go, especially that sleazy great prince, who might be plotting to harm Shen Zi Ran. She had to see for herself to feel at ease. The emperor could only reluctantly agree, but only for one day. Shen Kuo, thrilled, turned to leave, but was stopped again by the tyrant, who pointed at the desk and said, her performance today had to satisfy her first, for the sake of being allowed out. Shen Kuo suppressed her anger, serving tea and water, but the tyrant knocked the teacup to the floor, saying she didn't make her woman do tasks meant for lowly servants. Shen Kuo was instantly dumbfounded. Didn't she just point at the teacup, telling her to serve tea and water? Chu Li's face darkened. She had clearly meant the memorials on the desk, asking her to sort them by date, and toss out the ones too poorly written, to save her time. Shen Kuo hesitated, feeling conflicted. That didn't seem quite proper, did it? The emperor, exasperated, told her to hurry up. These rigid rules. If he wants to change it, he changes it. Why all the nonsense? Shen Kuo had no choice. She had to carefully go through each document. The male lead leisurely drank tea nearby, but his eyes couldn't help but linger on her. He casually picked up a memorial, but it was full of flowery nonsense. He had no idea what they were even saying. Fortunately, with Shen Kuo's help, his work efficiency improved significantly. Today, reviewing the memorials actually felt pleasant. They finally finished. Shen Kuo's back and waist were aching with fatigue. She didn't expect organizing dates and categories to be so No wonder the tyrant had such a bad temper. If she had to work this hard every day, she might be even grumpier than him. Just then, Eunuch Sun announced that dinner was ready. He invited the emperor and consort to dine. Shen Kuo didn't want more contact with the tyrant. She smiled and politely excused herself. The emperor suddenly called her back. He told her to take care of the imperial exam issue. After all, he had already executed everyone from the Ministry of Rights. Shen Kuo froze on the spot. She seriously wondered if the emperor was crazy. Did he forget that girls aren't allowed to be officials? The emperor pointed at her head as a reminder. He had just given her the Minister of Rights hat yesterday. Shen Kuo didn't want to be a disaster to the country. She tried to convince him to think it over, but the emperor suddenly asked her, how were those memorials earlier? Just thinking about them gave Shen Kuo a headache. Why do officials insist on using such obscure wording? The emperor chuckled softly. As expected, they were on the same page. Those fools think fancy writing will fool me into promoting them. He suddenly looked forward to the reaction of his court when they realized they were outdone by a woman. The next day, the emperor had official robes delivered, along with travel permits, and a jade token. With it, it was as if the emperor were present in person. No one would dare stop her. They even prepared both male and female attire. She could wear whichever she preferred. The emperor had it all arranged in advance, hoping she wouldn't let him down. So Shen Kuo unhesitatingly chose the male outfit and rode a carriage out of the palace. Turns out, her worries weren't unfounded. On the day of the martial exam, the crown prince showed up to cause trouble again. The arrogant envoy disrupted the exam in public. The noble consort directly had him enter through the side gate, just to show them. A mere tributary state isn't worthy of using the main entrance. Originally, Shen Kuo only wanted to support her fourth brother's martial exam, but the emperor immediately sent her the Minister of Rights uniform, and her official badge read, Royal Kin, 7th Inspector, Minister of Rights, Crown Prince. Shen Kuo didn't expect the Leopard Lord to grant her a royal surname and appoint her as a second-rank minister, as if it didn't matter at all that she was a woman. She suspected Chu Li knew she disliked palace life and didn't want her to stare at Consort Ling all day either, so he specially let her go out and show her abilities. Soon, Shen Kuo arrived at the exam grounds. It was already crowded with martial arts candidates. Shen Ziran wanted to become the martial champion. That way, his father couldn't stop him from joining the military. Just thinking of his father angrily trying to break his leg, while he proudly went to enlist with his champion medal, made Shen Ziran laugh out loud. He wanted to show his father just how strong he was. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. A low voice came from behind him. I bet your father won't be impressed. He might even want to break your leg. Shen Ziran turned around with a laugh, only to meet the furious eyes of his father. He immediately screamed in fright. Shen Xiao kicked him flying with one blow. This rebellious son was going to drive him to an early grave. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to arrest his son. With one command, a group of tall servants stepped forward. and surrounded Shinziren. Realizing he couldn't escape, Shinziren clung to Shun Zhao's leg and bawled. He begged him to let him take the exam. Next month, he'd be too old to qualify. But Xin Xiao knew how hard and painful the military life was. He didn't care if his son brought honor to the family. He just wanted him to live a peaceful, comfortable life, to never face disaster. Shinziren couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Why do you always force me to do things I hate? Is me training in martial arts and joining the army that disgusting to you?" Xin Xiao guiltily avoided his gaze. "Not bad. Your martial arts training is a disgrace to me." Shinziren was instantly thunderstruck. Her heart shattered into pieces. She asked in a trembling voice, full of disbelief, "You think I'm a disgrace? Do you think Big Brother is a disgrace too?" Before she could finish, Xin Xiao interrupted loudly. Anyway, he would never allow his child to take the Wuju exam. Tears streamed down Shunziren's. Her father's words broke her heart. The commotion also caught Shun Qua's attention. He rushed over and saw the scene unfold. He remembered in the original plot, Shunziren eventually became a general. She died on the battlefield, but she never once regretted her choice. She fought through brambles and thorns, only to be remembered as a talent taken. But Xin Ku just wanted her to die peacefully of old age. Right now, Xin Xiao was dragging Shunziren home. Shunziren clutched his sleeve in despair, but was powerless to resist. At that moment, Xin Ku appeared just in time and stopped Xin Xiao. Feigning surprise, he said, "Aren't you the war hero who faced Qingsang Kingdom's envoy in court?" Although Xin Xiao found him annoying, he still exchanged polite greetings. Xin Ku then loudly announced to everyone, "Who doesn't know about Guard Shen's heroic deeds? He crushed Qingsang Kingdom without mercy." The examinees instantly burst into an uproar. They eagerly gathered around. "Guard Shen is my idol for serving the nation. We want to follow him to the border and kill the enemies too. Only Guard Shen deserves to be a general. We're all willing to serve under him." Shunziren's cheeks flushed with excitement. Shun Qua added fuel to the fire. "It's truly noble of Lord Shun to let his child take the Wuju exam. What a fine example." Xin Xiao was instantly flustered. He hurriedly explained they were just passing by and had no intention to take the exam. But Xin Qua opened the register, and sure enough, Shunziren's name was listed. Xin Xiao was burning with anxiety. He couldn't let anyone know about the rift with his child. Family disgrace should not be made public. Xin Qua quickly apologized. "I shouldn't have disturbed Lord Shun and this young hero's wish for a low-key exam. Surely Lord Shun fears others accusing him of favoritism. That winning would not be honorable. They won't judge Shinziren based on her background, but by her true strength. If she can't take the exam, then none of them will. They would boycott the test." Xin Xiao was caught in a dilemma. Shun Qua smiled and reassured him. "The emperor will personally announce the top scorer. If Shunziren isn't qualified, she'll be eliminated. No one can sneak through the back door." Xin Xiao suddenly grew suspicious. Had they met before, or had he offended her somehow? Was that why she meddled in his family matters? Shun Qua bowed earnestly to apologize. For Shunziren's sake, she had to go against her father. Then she urged Shunziren to get her badge. It was time to enter the exam hall. Shun Xiao realized there was no turning back. He could only sigh in resignation. Shunziren cheered with joy. She could finally take the Wuju exam. Though she felt Lord Chu looked a lot like her sister, Xin Xiao suddenly realized. No wonder that official looked familiar. But how did a proper daughter become a man? Shunziren burst out laughing. Her little sister had argued with father for her sake. It meant her sister was on her side. Xin Xiao was furious. He refused to believe his daughter would go against him. But Shunziren smugly rubbed her nose. Old people really... At that moment, Shun Qua ordered guards to secure the inn, making sure the crown prince couldn't disrupt things. But it was already too late. The crown prince was already marching in with the delegation. Shun Qua immediately stepped forward to block them. "The Wuju exam grounds don't welcome outsiders." The crown prince scoffed with disdain. "Is this what you call a land of etiquette? Is this how you treat foreign envoys?" But Xin Kui stood his ground. "We don't welcome envoys who come armed." Their gazes locked, neither backing down. The crown prince never expected a frail scholar to be so assertive. She looked just like that foul woman in the palace yesterday. She gave a fake smile and coldly replied, "If you don't let me in, I'll immediately send someone to the palace to ask for..." But the palace was far from the examination hall. Shen Kuo immediately realized she was stalling to delay the exam. Many examinees came from far away and couldn't afford to wait, so he smiled politely and invited her in. The crown prince was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect her to give in so easily. He hesitated, afraid to step in. Shen Kuo feigned surprise. "Is the crown prince scared? If you're too afraid to enter, step aside. Good dogs don't block the way." No way the crown prince would back down. Without another word, he stormed inside. Only then did the envoy realize he had entered through the side gate of the exam hall. Letting nobles enter through the side is an insult. The arrogant envoy had disrupted the Wuju exam. The imperial consort let her enter through the side gate to send a clear message. A mere vassal state isn't worthy of the main entrance. Originally, Shen Kui just wanted to support her fourth brother in the Wuju exam, but the emperor immediately granted her the rank of Minister of Rights. On her appointment seal, it read, Imperial Relative, 7th Overseer, Minister of Rights, Crown Successor. Shen Kui was stunned that the emperor gave her a royal surname and granted her a second-rank minister position. He didn't seem to care that she was a woman. She suspected Chu Li knew she disliked life in the harem and didn't want her stuck facing noble consort Ling every day, so he deliberately sent her out to make her. Soon Shen Kui arrived at the exam hall gate. The area was already packed with Wuju candidates. She instantly spotted the disguised Shen Ziren. At that moment, Shen Ziren was still feeling smug. Father hadn't noticed she had snuck out. As long as she won first place in the exam, he couldn't stop her from joining the army. Just imagining her father furiously threatening to break her legs while she strode off with the champion medal. Shen Ziren burst out laughing with joy. She wanted to prove her worth to her father. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder. A deep voice came from behind her. I guess your father wouldn't be impressed. He'd probably want to break your legs. Shen Ziren laughed and turned around, only to see her furious father. She let out a terrified scream. Shen Xiao kicked her flying. This unfilial child would be the death of him. He immediately ordered people to drag her home. With his command, several strong guards rushed in and surrounded Shen Ziren. Seeing no way out, Shen Ziren hugged Shen Xiao's leg and cried loudly. She begged to take the exam. Next month, she'd reach adulthood and be overage. But Shen Xiao knew how harsh army life was. He didn't need his child to bring glory to the family, only to live a peaceful, safe life, free from hardship. Shen Ziren finally exploded in rage. Why does he always force her to do what she hates? Is her love for martial arts and the military that shameful? Shen Xiao guiltily avoided her gaze. Yes, your martial arts shame me. Shen Ziren was instantly thunderstruck. Her heart shattered completely. She asked in disbelief, you think I'm a disgrace? Then do you think Big Bro? Before she could finish, Shen Xiao cut her off. Either way, he would never allow his child to take the Wuju exam. Shen Ziren's tears fell again. Her father's words pained her deeply. The commotion also caught Shen Kui's attention. He ran over and saw everything. He remembered in the original story, Shen Ziren still became a general, died pierced by thousands of arrows in battle, but never regretted her choice. She blazed a trail but was only praised as a talent taken too soon. Shen Kui just wanted her to die peacefully of old age. At this moment, Shen Xiao was forcing her to go home. Shen Ziren clung to his sleeve in despair, unable to resist his will. Just then, Shen Kui appeared in time and stopped Shen Xiao. Feigning surprise, she said, isn't this the hero who faced Qing Song's envoy in court? The national hero, Guard Shun? Although Shen Xiao found her annoying, he still responded politely. Then Shen Kui loudly addressed the crowd. Who doesn't know of Guard Shun's exploits? He crushed Qing Seng Kingdom with overwhelming force. The exam candidates were instantly in an uproar. They all excitedly gathered around. Guard Shun has contributed so much to the nation. He's my idol. We also want to join the army and go to the frontier with him. Only Guard Shun is fit to be a general. We'd all be honored to serve under him as foot soldiers. Shen Ziren's face flushed red with excitement. Shen Kui fanned the flames from the side. That Master Shen allowed his son to take the martial exam. What nobility and righteousness. Shen Xiao panicked instantly. He quickly claimed they were just passing by. They had no intention of taking the exam. But Shen Kui immediately opened the registry. Sure enough, Shen Ziren's name was listed. Shen Xiao was burning with anxiety. Their father-son conflict must not be exposed. After all, family shame should not be made public. Shen Kui instantly backtracked and said, I shouldn't have disturbed Master Shen and the young hero. They just wanted to quietly take the exam. Master Shen must be afraid. People would say he pulled strings for his son. That winning wouldn't be honorable. But even though Master Shen is so upright and admirable, Shen Ziren is about to reach adulthood. If he misses this year, he'll lose the chance to retake it. The other candidates started protesting. They said they would never look down on Shen Ziren because of his background. If Shen Ziren isn't allowed to take the martial exam, then none of us will take it either. Shen Xiao was now stuck in an awkward position. Shen Kui smiled and reassured him. The emperor will personally select the top scorer. If Shen Ziren doesn't meet the standard, he will naturally be eliminated. This guarantees that Master Shen's reputation. No one can sneak through the back door. Shen Xiao suddenly became suspicious. Had they met before? Or had he offended him in the past? Was that why he meddled in their family affairs? Shen Kui sincerely bowed in apology. For Shen Ziren's sake, he had to offend her father. Then he urged Shen Ziren to get her badge and register. She entered the exam hall. Shen Xiao realized there was no turning back. He could only sigh in resignation. Seeing this, Shen Ziren cheered in delight. She could finally take the Wuju exam. but she thought Lord Chu looked a lot like her sister. Shen Xiao suddenly understood. No wonder that official looked so familiar. But how did his proper daughter become a man? Shen Xiren burst into laughter. Her sister had defended her in an argument with their father. Clearly, her sister was on her side. Shen Xiao was furious. He refused to believe his daughter would defy him. But Shen Xiren smugly touched her nose. Old folks really love to fool themselves. At that moment, Shen Kuo sent men to secure the inn. She had to prevent the crown prince from causing trouble. But it was already too late. The crown prince had arrived with his delegation, full of aggression. Shen Kuo immediately stepped forward to block them. The exam grounds don't allow unauthorized entrance. The crown prince sneered in disdain. And you call this the... Is this how you treat envoys from afar? But Shen Kuo stood firm. We don't welcome envoys who come bearing weapons. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. The crown prince didn't expect such backbone from a scholar. He reminded him of that foul woman from the palace yesterday. She gave a fake smile and said, "If you won't let me in, I'll have someone fetch an imperial decree." But the palace was far from the exam hall. Shen Kuo quickly realized she wanted to delay the exam on purpose. Many examinees came from afar and couldn't afford to wait, so he smiled and politely. The crown prince was caught off guard. He didn't expect her to give in so easily. He hesitated, not daring to go in. Shen Kuo feigned surprise. Is the crown prince afraid? If you don't dare to enter, step aside. Good dogs don't block the way. No way the crown prince would back down. Without another word, he stormed in. Only then did the envoy realize. This was the side entrance of the exam hall. Making a guest enter through the side door was an insult. The noble consort almost killed the Prince of Lin, but the leopard lord made her an official and praised her. Anyone who dared insult his beloved consort, he'd dig out their eyes to feed the dogs. Just yesterday, Shen Kuo had stabbed at the crown prince of Qingseng. The prince was so scared he nearly wet himself. He almost died on the spot. But just then, the drums sounded. The match was over, and the winner declared. Shen Kuo's sword stopped just a centimeter from his throat. Only then did she sheath her sword. She warned him to be careful next time. Don't give her another excuse to kill him. The crown prince clenched his teeth in hatred. Limping, he began to leave. But Shen Kuo called out to her. You made a bet. Now pay the price. Admit your guilt. Leave your life behind as penance for the fallen attendant. The crown prince instantly shoved out her guard. She killed him, not me. Let her die for it. The crowd erupted in outrage. Everyone cursed her for being shameless. Even the guard refused to die for her. But the crown prince threatened viciously. If you want your family safe, shut up. The guard had no choice but to draw his sword. He killed himself to pay the debt. Shen Kuo was stunned. She didn't expect such shamelessness. Using a temp worker as a scapegoat, but there was no way to pursue it further. She could only have the body removed and announce the exam would continue. These bastards had to witness firsthand what real Daong men looked like. The examinees' morale soared. They charged into the arena. As they passed, Shen Xiren whispered, "Don't worry, sis. I won't let you down." Shen Kuo paused, hearing that. He didn't expect her to recognize him. After the martial exam ended, Shen Kuo returned to the palace. Eunuch Sun hurriedly urged him, telling him to quickly meet the emperor, because that daughter-obsessed father came to the palace and didn't see his daughter, so he kept pestering the emperor with questions. Where's my daughter? Give me back my girl. The emperor was so annoyed his head was splitting. Shen Kuo instantly felt a headache coming on too. That sort of behavior was exactly like that old man. He immediately tried to slip away, but Eunuch Sun dragged him back. With no choice, he changed clothes and went to see the emperor. But in the Panlong Hall, only the emperor was present, and his face was gloomy. He was clearly in a foul mood. Shen Kuo shot a glare at Eunuch Sunday. Wasn't that a lie? Eunuch Sun quietly backed away with his attendants. As the saying goes, dead or not, let fate decide. Shen Kuo tried to sneak off, but the emperor stopped him, saying he had a headache. Did you bring the incense? Only then did Shen Kuo realize Eunuch Sun used him as headache relief. That trickster. Shen Kuo was instantly terrified, forcing a smile and offering to sing to the emperor. Maybe he could lull him to sleep. Then he could complete the mission and return. He really wanted to meet little Chu Li again, but after singing for ages, Chu Li was still wide awake sipping tea. He didn't look sleepy at all. Shen Kuo wanted to smash the system's dog head. Was it broken or something? Why didn't the singing work? Turns out the emperor just wanted to listen. He had no intention of sleeping. He disliked losing control. Although Shen Kuo's singing did help relieve, Shen Kuo didn't want to be used for free. What's the point of singing if you're not sleeping? Chu Li smirked mischievously. So my beloved is the wild type? Likes to talk in bed. Shen Kuo blurted out angrily. I just like the emperor lying there with eyes closed. That version of him is the most charming. Only after speaking did he realize how weird that sounded. He regretted it instantly and wanted to slap himself. Chu Li, however, blushed deeply, letting out a dry cough. Suddenly, the room was filled with awkward silence. The two looked at the sky and floor, avoiding each other. Then Chu Li began seriously reviewing Shen Kuo, bored out of his mind, went to rest in a corner. He planned to sing again once Chu Li got sleepy, but Chu Li quickly called him back, asking about the martial exam. There was no escape from this question. So Shen Kuo told him everything, in full detail. The only regret was not being able to kill the crown prince. He got away. Blame it on the sword being too slow. Otherwise, that jerk would have been kneeling and calling him dad. Still, he thanked the emperor for letting him leave the palace. It fulfilled one of his wishes. Sadly, after today, his identity as Chu Jun would no longer exist. The more Shen Kuo thought, the more downcast he became. Chu Li silently glanced at him, quietly making a decision. By the time Chu Li finished reading the memorials, it was already late at night. He turned to see Shen Kuo, sleeping soundly beside him. He felt slightly annoyed. He worked so hard while Shen Kuo just napped, but as he approached him, Shen Kuo suddenly grabbed his robe, hugging him tightly and rubbing against him. Chu Li was startled and told him to let go, but Shen Kuo started whining and acting spoiled, insisting on singing and lulling him to sleep. Then, the time travel mission activated. He went back 1 hour to when Chu Li was a child. The mission: rescue the ruthless tyrant. Reward: 15 days of life. Only then did Shen Kuo realize it wasn't a dream. He really called himself a netizen in front of Chu Li. He was done for. Shen Kuo wished he could die on the spot. He didn't dare return to face the furious tyrant, but his top priority now was to save little Chu Li. So Shen Kuo, full of resentment, went searching. She finally found him in a corner of the Imperial Academy. Little Chu Li was picking up books that had fallen into the water basin. The moment he saw Shen Kuo, his face lit up with joy, but then he burst into tears, feeling wrong. He had missed pretty sister so much. Shen Kuo hugged him tightly. This soft little cub was just too adorable, but from the looks of it, he had... Sure enough, Chu Li said his father allowed him to attend classes, but the third prince got mad. Still, he didn't want to give up. He just wanted to buy a cage for pretty sister, but he didn't have money to buy one. So step 1 was to study hard. Shen Kuo was baffled. What money? What cage? Surely this good little boy didn't mean what she was thinking. But then Chu Li pulled out a rope, trying to tie up Shen Kuo so she could stay with him forever. Unfortunately, Shen Kuo couldn't touch anything besides him. The rope couldn't bind her at all. Chu Li immediately burst into loud sobs. Now he couldn't trap her anymore. Shen Kuo gently comforted him, then performed a walk through walls trick. She told him only he could touch her in this world. Only Chu Li was truly special. Chu Li's eyes lit up. He tore a strip of cloth from his own clothes and tied it around her wrist, and it actually held her, because it was a piece of clothing he had worn for 3 years, something that belonged to him, so it could touch pretty sister too. His dream was to earn money to buy a cage and lock her up completely. She would raise the little prince to be dedicated since childhood, so he'd grow into a tyrant bent on destroying the world, and he'd have chronic migraines too. But the noble consort's singing could calm him. It would even trigger a time travel quest, sending her back to save the young tyrant. But the little prince just wanted to tie her up, so she could never leave again. Shen Kuo awkwardly praised him with a dry laugh. Truly worthy of becoming a future ruler, Chu Li was instantly full of confidence. He would study hard and earn lots of money, then buy an even prettier rope to keep sister forever. After that, Shen Kuo helped Chu Li dry his soaked books. Unfortunately, the ink had smudged badly. They were no longer usable, and the third prince bullying Chu Li like that, Shen Kuo wouldn't let it go. She immediately taught him to report injustices, but Chu Li said his father really liked the third prince. He wouldn't believe him. But Shen Kuo quickly came up with a plan. Risky, but with a high success rate. It would ensure Chu Li wouldn't be bullied again. Chu Li was immediately excited and agreed to try it. For pretty sister's sake, he wasn't afraid. Soon, Chu Li arrived at the Qianxing Palace, carrying his wet books. The eunuch guarding the door mocked him coldly. His Majesty had no time to see him. Shen Kuo whispered to Chu Li, "Slap him. Show him who's the master and who's the servant." Following Shen Kuo's instructions, Chu Li yanked the eunuch forward and slapped him hard across the face. The eunuch cursed in rage. "You little bastard. How dare you? I'll show you a lesson you won't forget." But before he could finish, 2 more slaps landed. Chu Li shouted angrily, copying Shen Kuo's tone. "Even if I'm out of favor, I'm still a prince you can't bully." Then Shen Kuo picked Chu Li up and started punching and kicking the eunuch. She even deliberately shattered a valuable porcelain vase. Then Chu Li cried out in alarm, "Guards! Help! Someone broke father's vase." The eunuch was furious, but Chu Li was determined to pin the blame. Let's see what he could do. The eunuch raised a finger to curse again, but Chu Li suddenly changed demeanor. He crouched and started picking up the broken shards. The eunuch was caught off guard, still angrily cursing the brat. Next second, the emperor's voice rang out from behind. The eunuch turned around in shock and met the emperor's cold stare. "A servant dares to call a prince a bastard. Do you take me for a joke?" The eunuch dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, but the emperor showed no mercy. He drew his sword and instantly beheaded her. Blood splattered everywhere. It stained little Chu Li's young face. Shen Kuo was startled, killing without a word. No wonder the child was traumatized. When the emperor heard Chu Li was the 18th prince, he immediately took a step back. That nickname, Harbinger of Doom, was too infamous. Chu Li knelt, trembling all over. So father still hates her after all. Shen Kuo quickly comforted her, saying no one in this world is a curse. Then he taught her how to apologize to the emperor. Father had granted her permission to study at the academy, but she failed to protect the books he gifted her. The books had gotten soaked. The emperor looked surprised. Who would dare damage a royal's books? Chu Li, pretending to be a boy, tried to say it was an accident, but the emperor immediately sensed something was off. I know you're not that type of person. Tell me honestly, I'll stand up for you. Little Chu Li stammered nervously. It was third brother. The emperor clearly didn't believe her. Or perhaps he wanted to protect the third prince. Chu Li immediately mimicked Shen Kuo's teary act. Ollie would never lie to father. I know third brother didn't mean it. The books were a gift from father. Ollie failed to protect them. I accept any punishment. The emperor's heart softened. He immediately ordered the third prince be summoned. As soon as the third prince saw Chu Li, he sneered. He even urged the emperor to punish him harshly. The emperor was furious. This brat bullied the 18th, and even ruined the gift he gave her, daring to act so arrogant in front of him. Clearly, he had no respect for his father. He ordered the third prince dragged out. Flog him hard as a warning to others. The third prince was stunned. He trembled, trying to beg for mercy. Didn't father love me the most? Why hit me now? But seeing his cowardice only made the emperor angrier. He slammed the table and yelled, if anyone dares to show favoritism, I'll kill every one of you here. The eunuchs didn't dare hold back. They stepped up with spiked whips in hand and lashed the third prince without mercy. Shen Kuo quickly covered the child's eyes, afraid it would traumatize him. Soon, the third prince was covered in blood like a torch. Little Chu Li felt sorry for him. She stepped forward to plead for him. Even though third brother didn't admit fault, he surely will next time. That only made the emperor angrier. He dares not to admit it. Bring water, wake him up. I must beat him into submission today. The punishment lasted until dusk. Shen Kuo was in a great mood. The third prince wouldn't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days. Ali could finally focus on studying. Though the third prince had bullied Ali many times, a few lashes weren't enough. Even if the emperor still favored him later, Chu Li still felt happy. Then she remembered the pretty sister would soon fly away again. She couldn't help but cry. Shen Kuo asked the system and learned she had only 7 minutes left. She fell silent. Little Chu Li immediately realized she was about to leave. She quickly tied a cloth around her hand. She wanted the pretty sister to stay with her forever. Shen Kuo gently stroked her face to comfort her, told her to grow up well. I'll return someday. And with Chu Li's cries behind her, she disappeared from view. When she opened her eyes again, Shen Kuo found herself back in the palace bedroom, sleeping soundly in bed. Next to her was the tyrant. She was confused how she got from Panlong Hall to her room. The system helpfully played back the video for her to refresh her memory. Turns out, while sleepwalking, Shen Kuo grabbed the emperor's robe and wouldn't let go. She kept insisting on undressing him and taking him to bed. The emperor struggled desperately, accidentally touching her injured hands. Blood instantly began to flow. Shen Kuo wailed in pain, but Chu Li, seeing her guard up, didn't dare approach, tossing her a bottle of healing salve instead. Shen Kuo felt even more wrong. She got injured working for the emperor, and all she gets is a bottle of salve. The emperor is so unfair, not helping her apply the salve and scolding her too, and her hard-earned money spent entirely on the banquet for that rotten grand prince, all gone. The more Shen Kuo spoke, the more wrong she felt, the fiercer she cursed. The emperor, unable to take it, roared at her to know her limits. It's just about money, isn't it? Stick out those chicken claws already. The emperor reluctantly cleaned and dressed her wounds. Shen Kuo didn't utter a single cry of pain. Crying wouldn't help anyway. No one would bandage her wounds, and no one would protect her. The tyrant suddenly recalled her childhood, the bitter years of being bullied. A splitting headache hit her, her face twisting in pain. The consort had just hugged a stone lion, and the great tyrant, furious, ordered the lion smashed. She hadn't even hugged her wife yet. How could a couple of rocks get there first? Just moments ago, Shen Kuo, sleepwalking, had pestered the great tyrant and tugged at her clothes. Waking up, she was dumbfounded. Her head was as good as gone now. She'd thoroughly offended the great tyrant. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Now she just hoped the tyrant would sleep longer and forget everything that happened today. The day was full of shocks, fear, and exhaustion. That night, Shen Kuo had nightmares, dreaming of the emperor's ferocious face, brandishing a whip to flay her alive. Shen Kuo trembled in fear. It must be a dream. She had to wake herself up. But when she slapped her cheek hard, the wounds on her hands nearly split open, the pain almost making her jump. Hearing her cries, the maids rushed over to change her bandages. Shun Kuo refused. The emperor herself had bandaged her. She wouldn't change them for weeks. The maids' mouths twitched at her words. No wonder the palace was buzzing with rumors. That consort Yun and the emperor had stumbled into the bedchamber, both disheveled, with Yun Fei crying that the emperor had hurt her. But seeing Shun Kuo's cheerful mood, they didn't dare mention it. Soon, Shun Kuo ordered a lavish breakfast spread. After eating her fill, she went to beg the emperor's forgiveness, treating it like her last meal. But at Panlong Hall, Shun Kuo hesitated. She wasn't ready to face the great tyrant. Turning, she ran to the stone lions to rehearse. Bowing 90 degrees, she solemnly apologized, swearing she'd never do it again. But she worried being too serious might anger the emperor. What if she really got beheaded? So she switched to a coy, wheedling tone, begging the emperor to spare her this once, promising never to err again. But the sickly sweet tone made her want to gag. She couldn't stand it herself. Hugging the lion, she explained honestly. She'd acted so wildly thinking it was a dream, not meaning any disrespect to the emperor. Unseen, the emperor approached. Witnessing the entire scene, Shun Kuo froze, rigid with fear. This was a public execution in the making. She threw herself at the emperor's feet, sobbing and begging for mercy. The emperor, too lazy to argue with a scatterbrain, warned she'd be beheaded next time. Shun Kuo's smile twitched nervously, and just like that, it was over. She really was universally lovable. But the next second, the emperor glared murderously at the lions, ordering both smashed to bits. She hadn't hugged her wife yet. How could lions get there first? How could she tolerate that? Shun Kuo stared, dumbstruck. She suspected the emperor thought the lions she touched were dirty. Fuming, she gritted her teeth. What a petty man. Small-minded and emotionally stunted. Then Sun Gonggong invited her to join the emperor in the hall. Shun Kuo suddenly remembered. Today was the day of the imperial examination's final palace test. The emperor was to meet in Qingjin Hall, the top 10 candidates of this year's martial exam's first rank. Thinking she'd soon see Shenzi ran. Shun Kuo's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed a palace maid and rushed to the palace. Quickly changing into official robes, she followed the emperor to the grand hall, where civil and military officials lined both sides, respectfully greeting the emperor. But seeing Shun Kuo's unfamiliar face, they couldn't help but whisper timidly, where did this new official come from? To be led by the emperor herself? What a privilege! Shun Kuo, however, was secretly smug, having the emperor clear the way for her. Who wouldn't be jealous? Let them stew in their envy. Shen Xiao felt both joy and worry. He was glad the emperor recognized his daughter's talent as Minister of Rights, but worried whether his daughter was being coerced or bullied by the emperor. The ministers muttered discontentedly. What great deeds has this young upstart done to qualify as Minister of Rights? Shen Xiao, displeased, roared sharply. Silence in the court. The emperor, furious, turned ashen-faced. If anyone dares to gossip again, I'll have their eyeballs dug out and buried. The crowd was so terrified their souls nearly fled, not daring to utter another word. Then the emperor announced, the ceremony for the new martial exam candidates. Why are you standing here today? Each person had only one chance to answer. They had to think carefully before speaking. The crowd began guessing quietly. This question was too easy, wasn't it? It was surely about defending the nation, or achieving glory. Safe, perfect answers. But someone couldn't hold back and shouted. We trained through bitter winters and scorching summers, putting in far more effort and hardship than those noble-born elites. But just because we're poor, we have no chance to rise. We came here to fight for a shred of dignity. Poor families can't afford books to take the civil exams, so we rely on our skills and fists to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elites. Another said their home was on the border, constantly harassed by barbarian nomads. They wanted to pass the martial exam to fight them on the battlefield. The civil officials, hearing this, jumped up angrily. These penniless wretches don't blame their own lack of ambition, and have the gall to blame the court for not helping them. Your Majesty, don't believe their nonsense. These are just lazy, insolent commoners, who deserve a harsh lesson. The emperor sneered coldly. The court is my domain now. What's the point of all this noise? The civil officials jumped in fright, staring at the emperor in terror. The emperor's smile grew menacing. Don't look at me like that. If you keep making a fuss, it won't just be the generals. I'll replace every single civil official. Shen Xiao immediately stepped forward to support the emperor, starting with abolishing the 3 departments. Reforms had already begun. The Ministry of Rights oversees the exams, and as Minister of Rights, he should to give more commoners a chance to take the exams and rise to prominence. The emperor, satisfied, shifted her gaze, continuing to ask others for their answers. Shen Ziran stepped forward and bowed. Born into a wealthy, noble family, he was ignorant of the world's hardships. He always thought being a hero, dying gloriously in battle, was a man's true calling. So he never understood why his father wouldn't let him take risks, or why his sister wasn't happy about his martial victories. But hearing everyone speak today about the meaning of the martial exam, he realized a general's role isn't to defeat everyone, but to bear the responsibility of protection. His father wasn't ashamed of him, but worried for his safety. Now he felt the same as his father, wanting to protect his family, as well as this nation and its people. Shinkuo listened, tears welling in her eyes. Shun Ziran finally understood his true feelings. The emperor was also very pleased with Shun Ziran's answer, naming him the top martial scholar on the spot, and appointing him as a 6th-rank military officer. Shun Kuo personally placed the red flower on him. She was jealous again. The consort always mentioned her 4th brother in front of her. She'd already made him top martial scholar. What more did she want? Just as the tyrant named Shun Ziran the top martial scholar, the candidates were thoroughly convinced of his worth. Only he deserved the title of top martial scholar. Though born into a noble family, he was willing to forsake wealth and glory to serve on the front lines. He was everyone's hero and idol. They all invited him to celebrate with drinks, but Shun Ziran turned to look at his father, sincerely apologizing to him. He had let down his father's love, but he still wanted to be a general and not be disowned from the family. He wanted to stay family with his father and sister. Shun Xiao suddenly realized his once naughty little son had grown up. Now he could wield a sword and knew to protect his family and the people. Shun Xiao laughed proudly. This is my ambitious son. Shun Ziran joyfully lifted his father and spun him around. Father is truly the best father in the world. Shun Xiao, exasperated, smacked his head hard. He hadn't forgotten how this son angered his daughter. He urged him to go apologize to his sister. Then he took off his boot, pulling a stack of banknotes from the sole. He told his son to give them to his daughter. The stench of the banknotes was eye-watering. Shun Ziran was too embarrassed to hand them to his sister. Shun Xiao, furious, wanted to thrash this unfilial son. Was it easy for him to hide some private savings? Money is money. Why complain about the smell? Meanwhile, Shun Kuo secretly waited on the path to Panlong Hall. After waiting ages, she finally saw the emperor. She rushed forward with a fawning smile, grinning obsequiously, and offering to help the emperor walk. The emperor was startled, quickly stepping back 3 paces to avoid her. Shun Kuo, feeling wronged, wrapped her hand in her sleeve. Sure, the emperor thought she'd taint her pristine dragon claws. She wrapped her hand again and reached out. The emperor, seeing this, flew into a rage. This woman was thanking her for her precious 4th brother again. Shun Kuo felt utterly baffled. She was clearly thanking the emperor for herself. She thanked the emperor for letting her attend court as Minister of Rights. She never imagined standing amongst so many officials in the court. Chu Li burst into laughter. Why couldn't you attend court? You dare to cry, fuss, and demand money from me, even making me bandage your chicken claws. Chu Li grew angrier as she spoke. Shun Kuo quickly patted her back to soothe her. Now, it's not worth it. Don't harm your dragon body over this. The emperor, alarmed, retreated 3 more steps. Don't touch my dragon body. Shun Kuo found it amusing and wanted to tease her more, but the emperor scooped her up and kicked her away hard. I said no, and I mean no. Can't you understand? After scolding, she fled in a hurry. Shun Kuo was utterly confused. Women just love getting mad. So hard to appease. But soon, Grand Eunuch's son, on the emperor's orders, brought medicine for her hand wound. The emperor also sent a message. My beloved's hands may be chicken claws, but if they scar, they won't be pristine chicken claws anymore. This medicine is my gift to you. Rest easy. She even gave 3 copper coins as a hardship fee. Shun Kuo was instantly furious, seething with rage. This wretched emperor was so petty, taking the measly 3 copper coins. Shun Kuo angrily threw them on the ground and stomped on them. One more second with this wretched woman, and she'd die of anger. But thinking even a mosquito's meat is still meat, she quickly picked the coins back up. Who would turn down money? But looking closely, she realized these weren't copper coins, they were gold. Her mouth watered instantly. Suddenly, this wretched woman seemed to have some conscience. As long as they're willing to spend gold on me, even a dog can be a good dog, right? Shun Kuo, humming a tune, was about to leave when a chilling voice came from behind. What a coincidence. We meet again. Shun Kuo turned to find it was the great prince, her heart skipping a beat. He didn't overhear her conversation with Chu Li, did he? But the great prince only saw her crouching on the ground, sneering with disdain. What kind of man hasn't seen money before? Shun Kuo didn't back down. The great prince visiting the palace at this hour. Shall this official show you some hospitality and give you a proper welcome? The mention of hospitality enraged the great prince. He, a prince of Qingsang, had lost to a frail scholar official, humiliated for life. He glanced around, searching for a way to get revenge. Shun Kuo rolled up her sleeves. If he wanted a fight, she wasn't afraid. The great prince instantly backed off. He hadn't forgotten how this woman nearly killed him before. If you're a martial artist, you'd usually use your right hand, and that'd be quite a celebration. The great prince gnashed his teeth in fury. If he could beat this bastard, he'd rush up and tear her to pieces. But to his disappointment, she used her left hand. Shen Kuo didn't care. As long as he was still in Daeong, there'd be plenty of chances to throw punches. The great prince was fuming, smoke practically pouring from his ears. Every word she said made him want to grab a shield. Shen Kuo, however, was in high spirits. She loved watching people resent her, but be powerless to do anything about it. This completely ignited the great prince's rage. Ignoring the gap in strength, he threw a punch at her. He'd never been so insulted in his life. He wouldn't rest until he crippled this heir's arm. Shen Kuo stood still, unmoving. By law, whoever struck first lost. If he touched a single hair on her head, Shen Kuo could claim self-defense. Then she'd beat him to a pulp. At the critical moment, Shun Ziran suddenly appeared, grabbing the great prince's hand. How dare you try to hurt my sister? This time, I won't let you off. The siblings teamed up, pummeling the great prince with fists and kicks, unleashing a frenzy of blows. The guards, hearing the screams, rushed over and saw two officials brutally beating the Qingsang great prince. Excited, they cheered from the sidelines. Long fed up with this smug prince, always strutting around with that sour face, beat him to death. The great prince was battered black and blue, unable to fight back. Wailing like a ghost, he fled in a panic, vowing to get the national advice. Shen Ziran, still not satisfied, flipped him the middle finger. Serves him right. Come back if you dare. Who's afraid of you? The guards gloated from the sidelines, relishing the great prince's pathetic state. Shen Ziran, exasperated, told them to get back to patrolling. Slacking off? Want to lose your heads? Shen Ziran then curiously asked his sister what happened. Why was the great prince in the inner palace? Shen Kuo, hearing this, suddenly realized that going further would enter the inner palace's boundaries. The great prince sneaking around here must have ulterior motives. Shen Ziran had a sudden flash of insight. Could he be here to get revenge on you? The great tyrant only held state banquets for reputable figures. Some lousy prince? A tent and some cabbage would do. When his wife wanted to teach people to read, the great tyrant sent 2 10-foot-tall guards to help, though each had scars on their faces, to ensure no handsome men tempted his wife. Just now, the Qingsang great prince snuck into the inner palace, likely seeking revenge on the consort. Shen Kuo was startled. The great prince had that much nerve, but she had no proof. He could easily claim he was heading to the imperial hospital for his hand. Shen Kuo racked her brain, but couldn't figure it out. Frustratedly setting it aside for now, she asked Shen Ziran why he came to the inner palace to find her. Shen Ziran, looking pitiful, apologized and begged for forgiveness. If his sister wouldn't forgive him, he'd rather not have this face, and would come every day to beg for her forgiveness. Shen Kuo couldn't help but laugh. A dignified 6th-rank Imperial Guard captain, acting shameless, but to Shen Ziran, titles meant nothing. Nothing mattered more than his sister. He just didn't want to disappoint her. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Kuo had never been disappointed, nor angry at him. She only hoped he'd find happiness. She didn't want him to suffer the same tragic fate as before. And of course, only she was allowed to bully her brother. Shen Ziran was overjoyed. He picked up his sister and spun in circles. My sister truly is the best in the world. Then he pulled out a bundle of silver notes from their father. A full stack of 10 notes, each worth 10,000 taels. Shen Kuo's eyes sparkled. She rubbed the notes against her face lovingly. She was rich now. She even wanted to kiss the silver notes. Shen Ziran nearly threw up watching. He quickly stopped her. Didn't you smell anything weird on those? Only then did Shen Kuo realize. The silver notes had a strong stench of copper. Shen Ziran was too embarrassed to tell the truth, that the smell was actually Dad's foot odor. The emperor banned ministers from bringing more than 5 taels into the palace, so their dad stuffed extra notes into his shoes. Good thing he wiped them clean beforehand. Shen Kuo looked like she was struck by lightning. She felt just as dirty as those silver notes. In her rage, she got an evil idea. Let's scam another 100,000 taels from Dad. That'll pay for our emotional damage. Shen Ziran wasn't that interested in money, but scamming Dad with his sister? Just thinking about it made him happy. Meanwhile, the crown prince limped out of the palace, cursing Shen Kuo's ruthless attacks. If I get the chance, I'll tear him apart. In truth, besides revenge. He came today just to see that damn Shen Kuo again, even if she was vile. She was stunningly beautiful, utterly irresistible. Who knew when he'd be allowed in again? Frustrated, he kicked over a flower pot, cursed the damn officials for getting in his way. Just then, a maid blocked his path. He said she could help him with that wretched girl. He sneered in disbelief. Since when do pies fall from the sky? Why help me? The maid replied darkly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She'd had enough of Yunfei's arrogance in the palace. The crown prince was quickly swayed. He agreed. In exchange for granting one wish, the two sealed the deal. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo had no idea she was being targeted. She was too busy staring at 3 gold coins and 100,000 tael silver note. She was already planning how to spend it all. She wanted to buy 10 new outfits daily, different one every single day, and hundreds of sets of jewelry, change 10 sets daily, and revel in luxury. Gold bracelets, purple gold rings, golden hoops. If it sparkled, she wanted it. Sadly, her ideas were too many to remember. She quickly grabbed a brush and paper to make a list, but as soon as the brush touched the paper, the ink spread all over it. Shunqua froze on the spot. She forgot, this era uses brushes. Her writing was worse than scribbles. Who would have thought a straight-A student in a past life would be defeated by a brush? A palace maid walked by then. She saw the mess of ink on the paper and thought she was painting. Shunqua said she was actually writing. The maid burst out laughing. She didn't believe her at all. Shunqua sighed helplessly. The maid quickly comforted her, saying it was okay not to know how to write. After all, they say a woman's ignorance is a virtue, and books are expensive. Even ordinary men can't afford them, let alone a burden like a woman. Shunqua exploded with anger. Who says women can't study? She immediately told her to gather all the maids. She would buy books for them all and hire someone literate to come teach them to read. She couldn't control the outside world, but in the palace, women must learn to read. He covered all the costs himself. The palace maids were overjoyed. They thanked him repeatedly. Meanwhile, the emperor got news. The crown prince of Qingsang planned to leave the capital. Before leaving, he wanted one last look at the palace. Hosting departing vassals was tradition. The emperor couldn't refuse him, so he left the task to Shunqua. Besides, he knew Xin Shao gave Shunqua 100,000 taels and tried to keep it secret, but anything in the palace was his anyway. Might as well use it for the banquet. Then Eunuch Sun brought up that Shunqua wanted to teach the palace maids to read. Hearing this, the emperor frowned deeply. Eunuch Sun instantly regretted saying it. He feared the emperor would blame Yun Fei. Then he'd be the one who got her killed. After all, educated people are harder to control. Letting maids read and write was like letting them carry weapons. Yet the emperor chose to support Shunqua's idea. He even told him to buy books and supplies. Eunuch Sun was stunned. The emperor wasn't punishing Yun Fei, but funding her. He thought the emperor feared Shunqua's ambitions, but the emperor never feared people trying to kill him. Still, with this decision, the banquet budget had to be cut, so he allocated only 50 taels for the event. Just a mere crown prince of Qingsang, not even worth much attention. Spending money on him was charity, only because he brought decent tribute. Otherwise, just set up a tent, let the prince eat, and leave. The last time Shunqua did that, the emperor liked it. Then the emperor also assigned 2 soldiers from the Imperial Spirit Guard who could read and write to help Shunqua teach the palace maids. They were both sturdy men, but with burn scars on their faces, possibly from fire. Shunqua didn't mind at all. They were just here to teach, after all. No need for handsome faces. But using 50 taels for a state banquet was a joke. Were they supposed to serve cabbage? The imperial consort had to use leftovers for the foreign prince. The tyrant emperor was far from pleased. Set up a tent and feed them slop. Anyone who complains? Send troops to flatten their country. So only 50 taels were given. When Eunuch Sun handed over the money, Shunqua thought it was another reward. But Eunuch Sun said it was the banquet budget. Just 50 taels for the entire event. Shunqua thought it was a joke. That's not even enough for plain cabbage. Was the emperor mad? Was he giving up on dignity? It felt like the emperor was making him pay again. Eunuch Sun quickly reassured him. If trouble came, the emperor would take the heat. Besides, the emperor said Shun's tent last time was beautiful. That finally eased Shunqua's mind. As long as the emperor didn't mind. Did he hold a grudge against the prince? The setup and utensils were exactly the same as before. Could Daong really be this poor? Using leftovers from a previous... Shunqua answered with action. Not only were the items reused, the food was just boiled cabbage. The prince was furious and flipped the table. Who'd eat this bland garbage? Luckily, they brought their own meat and wine. Soon, the Qingsang envoys were drunk out of their minds. The crown prince, tipsy, invited Shunqua to drink. It was Qingsang's finest wine. Even the prince only had this one jar left. Shunqua, being the host, felt it'd be rude to decline even one toast. Besides, the wine had already been tested for poison. Unable to refuse, Shunqua one sip in. The taste was clean and rich, lingering and fragrant. He instantly fell in love with it. Drank several more cups without stopping. Soon, the prince passed out drunk. The envoys asked to rest in a side hall, but even while drunk, Shunqua... No foreign guests allowed overnight. The envoys begged and pleaded. They just wanted to rest a bit. Have some hangover soup before leaving. They had said all they could. Shunqua couldn't decline either. He could only arrange a side hall for them. But they must leave before the palace gates are locked. After seeing the envoy carrying the crown prince away, Shunqua continued to hug the wine jug, gulping it down. The palace maid tried persuading him tirelessly, but failed. She had no choice but to drag him toward the bedchamber. Shunqua shouted in drunken madness, "I'm not drunk. I'm not going anywhere. I want my baby. He treated the pillow as his child, hugging and kissing it wildly. Hearing him call out baby, Qing Dai was completely shocked. This wine clearly had a powerful kick. He immediately ordered sobering soup. But the little maid returned to report that the kitchen's sobering soup had all been taken by the crown prince. Qing Dai panicked at once. He told the remaining maids to watch Shen Qua and personally went to cook sobering soup. But not long after he left, a bamboo pole poked through the window, releasing a stream of knockout smoke. Soon, all the palace maids inside fainted. A few people from Qingsang Kingdom sneaked in and carried Shen Qua away. They brought him to the crown prince's bed. Shen Qua vaguely felt himself being moved, but couldn't open his eyes. At that moment, the crown prince smiled lecherously. He finally had the chance to get close to the little beauty. Seeing Shen Qua's delicate sleeping face, he couldn't help but grope him with his filthy hands. Shen Qua suddenly woke up in struggle and slapped him hard across the face. But the crown prince wasn't angry at all. To hit is love, to scold is affection. He liked this kind of spicy little pepper. As he spoke, he tore open Shen Qua's clothes. But Shen Qua suddenly opened his eyes wide, grabbed him, and threw him over the shoulder. He hated being forced more than anything. The prince was caught off guard and slammed face first into the ground. He didn't expect Shen Qua, who looked so delicate, to be so strong. It was a miscalculation. Shen Qua clutched his chest and roared, "You want to die? I am the Emperor's Yunfei, the highest-ranking consort in the harem." This foolish prince dared lust after him, but the prince was unafraid. He was sure Shen Qua wouldn't dare tell the Emperor. Plus, he had exotic drugs that could make Shen Qua forget everything tonight. He drooled and lunged again. Shen Qua was furious. He immediately drew the dagger hidden at his waist. Meanwhile, the tyrant emperor was still reading memorials at Panlong Hall. But for some reason, he felt unusually uneasy today, as if something big would happen, as if he was about to lose something important. Chu Li drank a lot of cold water, but still couldn't calm, so he decided to check on Shen Qua's farewell banquet in the Imperial Garden. But he insisted he just wanted to see whether the 50 tails. But when he arrived, the garden was already empty. The maid said Yunfei had left long ago. So Chu Li turned and went to Shen Qua's palace. On the way, as he passed Chengming Palace, he found it brightly lit and lively. He was confused. Wasn't this place abandoned? Curious, he went inside. He saw Qing Dai from Shen frantically searching everywhere. He learned that Shen Qua had passed out drunk there. But when he returned with sobering soup, Shen Qua was gone. The emperor immediately asked, "Who else is in the palace?" Qing Dai turned pale with shock. The crown prince of Qingsang was also drunk and resting in the side hall. Could he be the one harming the consort? Chu Li was instantly alarmed. He rushed straight to the crown prince's quarters. The guards turned pale upon seeing him. Chu Li immediately knew something was wrong. He shouted for the prince to come out. But the guards tried to stop him, saying the prince was drunk and not seeing anyone. Chu Li laughed angrily. "Do you take me for a fool?" He kicked open the door. But what they saw shocked them. Shen Qua was covered in injuries and was confronting the crown prince. The prince panicked the moment he saw Chu Li. He stammered, trying to explain, but Chu Li was already furious. Without a word, he grabbed the prince by the throat and lifted him up. "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." He clenched his fingers tighter. The prince's tongue was hanging out from the choking. Shen Qua quickly urged him to show mercy, to spare the prince's life. But Chu Li wouldn't let a scoundrel go that easily. Shen Qua grew anxious and broke into a violent cough. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. Chu Li rushed forward to catch him. Then Shen Qua explained. The prince had snatched his dagger earlier and stabbed him in the arm. He wasn't trying to defy the emperor. The prince had tried to take advantage of him. He couldn't let him die so easily. The emperor was both furious and concerned. He was about to explode in rage. But seeing Shen Qua pale and in pain, covered in wounds and pitiful, he couldn't help but pull him into his arms and gently coax him. "Sleep now. When you wake up, it'll all be over." Then Chu Li unleashed his wrath. A filthy prince dared kidnap his imperial consort. The tyrant emperor immediately sent troops to attack the enemy nation. "You dare touch my woman? I'll destroy your country. Anyone who objects, off with their heads." That very night, Chu Li ordered the crown prince's genitals and fingers chopped off. All envoys who entered the palace with the prince were executed overnight, their corpses dumped in a mass grave outside the capital. At the same time, Commander Lu rushed into the imperial clinic and dragged all the royal physicians to Panlong Hall. The physicians were terrified. They thought, was the emperor about to die? When they arrived at Panlong Hall, Commander Lu sternly warned them not to speak carelessly. No one is allowed to speak a word of what they see. The imperial physicians felt dread sinking in. It seemed the emperor really was gravely ill. But Commander Lu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally handled the most important matter. Next, he had to summon the ministers of the 6 ministries to the palace to discuss the campaign. but thinking about Shun Zhao's inevitable fury, that he'd rip apart whoever harmed his precious daughter, gave Commander Lu a massive headache. Meanwhile, the physicians entered the sleeping quarters and found the Emperor standing upright, full of energy. He didn't look sick at all. Eunuch Sun immediately shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and go tend to Consort Yun." Only then did the physician. It was Consort Yun who was ill. They quickly pulled out a red silk thread and asked Eunuch Sun to tie it on her wrist. Meanwhile, Chu Li was glaring at Shun Kuo with a dark expression, but Shun Kuo was dreaming of hugging little Chu Li and kissing him hard, mumbling sweetly, "My dear little Zai Zai, I like you the most." In reality, she was clinging to Chu Li's arm, drooling and muttering, "Zai Zai, Mommy missed you." The Emperor's veins popped with rage. He felt like he had been thoroughly cuckolded. This damn woman. She actually had a child with another man? Chu Li tried to fling her hand away, but it tore open her wound. His heart ached all over again. He had to force himself to swallow his anger when he heard Shin Kui still muttering in her sleep, "Zai Zai, let's hug and fly high." Chu Li couldn't help but shout, "Who did you have a child with? What's the man's name? Where are you raising the child?" Just then Eunuch Sun came in with the red thread to tie it around Shin Kui's wrist for pulse reading. Chu Li fumed. What's the point of checking her pulse? Let this shameless woman just die. Eunuch Sun was completely stunned. Didn't he seem fine just now? Chu Li grumbled as he personally tied the red thread, muttering under his breath, "Yin Fei having a kid has nothing to do with me. I'm not mad. Not at all." But when he saw Eunuch Sun eavesdropping, he flew into a rage and kicked her out. Moments later Eunuch Sun returned with medicine. The physician said Consort Yun's injuries needed urgent treatment. Chu Li said, "Let her die of pain," but still grabbed the medicine anyway. He wanted to wait until Shun Kuo woke up and explain who her son was and where he was, and who the father was. Only then would he flay her alive if needed. He forcefully applied the medicine onto her wounds, and the pain woke Shun Kuo up. She struggled and pushed him away, afraid of worsening her wounds. Chu Li pinned her hands down again. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid of pain? Then why are you whining now?" Tears welled up in Shun Kuo's eyes. "Who isn't afraid of pain? When I'm hurt, I want someone to hold me too." Chu Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to show such a soft side, but the next second, Shun Kuo bit his arm hard, drawing blood quickly. Chu Li clenched his teeth and endured it, cursing her for being petty and vengeful. Eventually Shun Kuo let go and leaned into his arms. This emperor hadn't pushed her away. Maybe he wasn't so bad. They stayed embraced for a full hour. Then Chu Li even fed her medicine himself. Shun Kuo refused, said it was too bitter. Chu Li gently coaxed her, "Be good and drink it all. For all the grievances you've suffered today, I'll make them pay, one by one." Once she drank the medicine, Chu Li was about to leave, when Shun Kuo tugged on his sleeve and softly explained, "Zai Zai is actually my younger brother." But halfway through, she couldn't keep lying, so she faked a sob and choked up. Chu Li assumed her brother was from her adoptive family, and that the whole family had died, so he no longer minded. After all, the dead are not worth fussing over. Once Shun Kuo was comforted, Chu Li stepped out of the sleeping quarters. At this moment, the ministers had arrived. Shun Xiao anxiously asked how his daughter was. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing from the emperor that she was temporarily safe. Only then did he feel relief. They immediately began discussing sending troops to attack Qingseng Kingdom. The Minister of War was the first to object. Yin Fei had been harmed. Dealing properly with the crown prince should suffice. There was no need to wage war and waste resources. Shun Xiao was furious and wanted to bash her head in. He said everything she said was just an excuse. Did they not hear how much the scholars hated the Hu people when Wu Kao Juzi aired? That was the true voice of the people. The two clashed fiercely, neither backing down. The Minister of War was certain the emperor wouldn't go to war over this. A mere consort couldn't stir the court. The emperor surely knew what was more important, so he kept urging the emperor to remain calm. Starting a war involved complicated procedures. Better not risk a bigger loss. The emperor chuckled at this. Of course, such a serious matter couldn't be handled rashly. First, someone had to take responsibility. He immediately ordered the Minister of War to be punished. The Minister of War was shocked. Even if he displeased the emperor, it was all for the sake of Daong. But Chu Li blamed him for negligence, which led to Shun Kuo being assassinated. He immediately issued a decree. The crown prince attempted an assassination inside the palace, and the Minister of War fled instead of protecting the emperor. He was executed by the envoys group on the spot, a death most fitting for a cowardly traitor. The Minister of War knelt and begged for mercy and terror, but the emperor ignored him completely. Commander Lu advised him, "In your next life, don't be so arrogant." Then he chopped off his head. Everyone trembled in fear instantly. No one dared to speak recklessly again. Chu Li calmly sipped his tea and continued the discussion about the military campaign. The Minister of Revenue, he promised to arrange military funds swiftly, as well as rations and logistics. He dared not oppose, afraid he'd end up like the previous minister. Chu Li was very pleased with his cooperation. He summoned all civil and military officials to plan the assault on Qingseng Kingdom together. In truth, Chu Li's strategy was meticulously crafted. The ministers listened with growing unease. For the first time, they realized the so-called tyrant knew the empire's flaws like the back of his hand. Chu Li's expression was cold as ice. This time, he would destroy Qingseng completely. The tyrant was so jealous it drove him mad. The noble consort came to plead for someone else, even ignoring her own injuries. Did she want to break his heart? Yesterday, Shen Kuo was gravely injured by the crown prince. Even Zhang Ruiyan rushed to the palace upon hearing his sister was hurt. Tears welled up in his eyes. He brought hundreds of boxes of rare supplements, telling her to eat more and regain strength. But Shen Kuo looked annoyed. With so much medicine, how long would it take to finish? She'd rather just get money directly. Unfortunately, bringing too much silver into the palace was not allowed. Zhang Ruiyan only had 10 valuable rings on him. Shen Kuo pulled him over without a word and took all the rings to wear herself. She had spent all her money on the banquet earlier. Now, with her third brother's gold rings, she finally recovered her wealth. Zhang Ruiyan let out a pampering sigh. He really had no way to deal with his money-obsessed little sister. But what worried him more was whether the crown prince had harmed her. Shen Kuo proudly patted her chest, saying, "You think I'm not tough?" She beat the prince so badly he was picking up teeth from the floor. Zhang Ruiyan poked her forehead in exasperation. Still being so stubborn at a time like this? All he wanted was to protect his sister and let her live carefree. But no matter how he thought about it, besides money, he had nothing else to give her. So he wanted to buy her freedom and take her home. Otherwise, while she stayed in the palace, even as the wealthiest royal merchant in the world, able to scold all court officials and disregard anyone or anything, he still couldn't help the one dearest to his heart. Shen Kuo quickly told him not to be upset. She already had a plan to deal with the crown prince and the people behind him. Only then did Zhang Ruiyan come to a realization, and the person behind him. Only then did Zhang Ruiyan realize, with such a large palace, without help, how could the crown prince have harmed his sister without anyone noticing? With a quick thought, he realized the mastermind was likely Shen Yan. His face instantly darkened with murderous rage. Last time Shen Yan framed their father, he warned him, if he dared hurt his Shen again, he'd personally chop him down. Shen Kuo hesitated hearing that. Would you really harm your sister after all these years? Zhang Ruiyan immediately grew anxious. I've always said, the Shen family has only one daughter, and that's you. He originally wanted to go to Jiangnan and discuss with grandmother, removing Shen Yan's name from the family register. But he had urgent business troubles to resolve, which caused the delay. Shen Kuo smiled with satisfaction. She didn't really want Zhang Ruiyan to act. His words alone warmed her heart. Still, not wanting to make things hard for him, she lied that Shen Yan wasn't the mastermind. After all, she held the highest status in the harem, and had hosted state banquets one after another. Many concubines were jealous to death, wishing her dead. Zhang Ruiyan was persuaded, and only urged her to take care of herself. Whatever happens, let the family know. After all, from the moment he saw her, he knew she was his real sister. He tucked her in carefully, and only left once she fell asleep. Qing Dai then curiously asked, was it really not Shen Yan who harmed you? Truthfully, Shen Kuo believed. It was almost certainly Shen Yan. Plenty wanted to see her downfall. But only Shen Yan had the resources, the power, the people, the money. She once controlled the Phoenix Bureau, training countless spies and loyal aides. Now, Shen Yan had gone too far. Shen Kuo couldn't tolerate her any longer. This time, she had to send both her and the crown prince to hell. Over the next few days, Shen Kuo had her people investigate everything that happened that day. The reports came back through Qiao Yi and Xiao Air. Turns out, under torture, the crown prince confessed. He admitted Consort Qi was his inside contact. He could identify her face and pinpoint the time and place they met. But Consort Qi just wanted to live quietly in the harem. She'd never hurt her. She had to go rescue her immediately. Qing Dai tried to calm her, saying her wounds weren't healed yet, and Zhao Yu couldn't enter without the emperor's order. Shen Kuo grew frantic and pushed her aside. Back then, when her father was imprisoned, it was Consort Qi who helped. She let Shin Ziren visit him and stabilize the situation. It saved everything. Now that Consort Qi was in danger, she couldn't sit idle. She had to rescue her. So she told Qing Dai to dress her up and request an audience with Chu Li. Chu Li threw his memorial in rage. She's still badly injured. Why is she running around the palace? But fearing she might worsen her condition outside, he held back his anger and let her in. Shen Kuo burst through the palace doors in haste. She rushed in quickly, but the moment she bowed, her fractured ribs flared with pain. She nearly screamed. Chu Li was instantly furious. You haven't healed at all, and you're still running around? But Shinqua said this was a matter of life and death. She explained how the crown prince falsely accused consort Shi. The more Chu Li heard, the darker his face became. You came all this way, injured. For someone unrelated? Shinqua snapped. She's not unrelated. She's my friend. Chu Li laughed in anger. Stabbed through the ribs for friendship? You came to me covered in wounds. Don't you trust me? Always charging for others, and leaving yourself bruised all over. Why won't you let me handle it, Shinqua? Do I mean nothing to you? Chu Li's headache worsened and intensified rapidly. Eunuch's son begged Shinqua to sing, to soothe the emperor's pain. Ever since her injury, his headaches had worsened, but he held it in, not wanting to disturb her rest. Shinqua carefully approached, only to be shoved aside by Chu Li. He didn't want to worsen her injuries. Shinqua's heart warmed instantly, immediately rushed over to hold her arm, started singing direct. The next second, Chu Li leaned into her arms and fell fast asleep. This scene triggered the villain's time machine mission. Task: complete the mission to save the cruel tyrant within 1 hour. Reward: 20 days of life points. The next second, Shinqua was transported back in time again. Opening her eyes, she saw little Chu Li doing woodworking. Curiously, she leaned in to see what she was making. Little Chu Li was startled. She quickly hid the object behind her back, but in her Wanglan, a small wooden ring fell to the ground. It rolled and stopped at Shinqua's feet. It bumped into her foot before stopping. After asking, Shinqua learned this was made by little Chu Li from the bedboard she slept on. It carried her scent, so it could touch Shinqua. And what she made was a pair of handcuffs. She taught the little prince to use the handcuffs to bind the beautiful sister, wanting to keep her by her side forever. The sister was the only light in her life. For this, she even learned to scheme and please her tyrannical father, just to beg her father to grant her a bedboard, to use as material for crafting the handcuffs. Shinqua was immediately anxious. If she dismantled her bed, where would she sleep? On the floor. Little Chu Li only told her quietly. When she grew taller, the palace sent a new bedboard. The old one was used for carving. Her movements revealed countless scars on her hands. Shinqua felt heartbroken and couldn't bear to scold her. She could only praise her work. Recycling old items was very eco-friendly. Little Chu Li was overjoyed. The sister would definitely love her gift. She immediately polished the ring, so it wouldn't hurt the sister's hand when worn. Looking at the finished gift, Shinqua broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how you looked at it, it was a pair of handcuffs. Seeing her hesitate, little Chu Li was heartbroken. She said it was fine if the sister didn't wear it. Li wasn't sad at all. How could Shinqua bear to make a child sad? She quickly said she was willing to wear it. Little Chu Li immediately put the handcuffs on Shinqua's wrist, the other one on her own. She beat her royal brothers in the exam, earning her father's reward of a new bedboard, so she could use the old one for carving. Shinqua was moved to tears. Little Chu Li worked so hard for her. Her hands were so injured, yet she didn't give up. At the same time, the third prince stormed in aggressively, his face full of malicious intent. Recently, little Chu Li had become very active, learning to curry favor with her father. During the archery exam, she deliberately broke her bow and framed the third prince. She was very good, fooling her father completely. The third prince grew angrier the more he thought about it. Today he would show that little weakling who's boss. So he stormed in, shouting, "Little weakling, come out and face your doom." But upon entering, he found the room empty. The third prince was furious with embarrassment. He ordered the room to be smashed to pieces. A follower reminded him not to smash the bedboard granted by the emperor. Everything else was fair game. The group went wild, smashing and breaking everything in the room. Laughing gleefully, little Chu Li hid in a corner, trembling with fear and helplessness. Shinqua was so angry her lungs felt like they'd explode, leaving so many traces of their misdeeds. Yet she pitifully cried that she had nowhere to live, soon to be homeless on the streets. Imagining little Chu Li on the streets, battered by wind and rain, then catching a cold, fever, and dying of illness, Shinqua was furious beyond measure. She absolutely couldn't let this third dog succeed. She immediately took off the handcuffs, wanting to rush over and teach those brats a lesson. Little Chu Li clung to her sleeve, crying in fear. She didn't want the beautiful sister to leave. Shinqua told her she still had half an hour before leaving. Then she rushed into the room. By now, the third prince and his group had smashed everything, leaving only Chu Li's new bed. But the next second, the bedboard flew into the air, crashing down on them. The third prince and his followers scattered in fear, screaming about ghosts. But Shinqua showed no mercy, daring to harm her little one. She wouldn't forgive them. Shinqua chased the third prince with the board, hitting his head hard. When the board broke, she switched to a stool. The third prince was nearly in tears. He obediently helped clean up to atone. Only then did Shinqua feel relief. When little Chu Li returned, the room was spotless. But little Chu Li wasn't happy at all. She immediately put the handcuffs back on Shinqua. Half an hour was almost up. She didn't want her sister to leave. Shinqua's heart ached terribly, but this wasn't something she could control. She could only promise to come back to see her. But when the system's time machine activated, after a long wait, she stayed in place. Shinqua was stunned. She didn't expect the wooden chain to actually stop her from leaving. Little Chu Li was ecstatic. Just as she was about to say something, Shinqua vanished. Shinqua was so angry her lungs felt like they'd explode. Was this broken system deliberately messing with her and little Chu Li? What she didn't see was little Chu Li's cold expression toward the servants. She blamed the third prince for wasting her time, causing her to miss talking more with the beautiful sister. But the wooden chain kept the sister for 3 seconds. It seemed locking the sister in a cage to keep her was very possible. At this point, Shinqua returned to the original timeline. She realized she had sung Chu Li to sleep despite her objections. Fearing she'd be Shinqua tried to sneak away, but Eunuch's son persuaded her to stay. The emperor's temper could only be soothed. As long as the lady stayed and softened her approach, the emperor would agree to anything she said. So, in the middle of the night, when Chu Li woke up, she found Shinqua sleeping sweetly by the bed. Though it wasn't the first time seeing her asleep, each time made her heart race. Chu Li didn't understand why seeing her hurt or bullied made her lose control. After thinking for a while, she realized she didn't like others bullying her person. Only she could tease and bully her for fun. Chu Li immediately woke Shinqua. How could she sleep when she was awake? Shinqua was so angry she cursed loudly. Who's so annoying? Waking people up in the middle of the night. But opening her eyes, she realized the person she cursed was the great tyrant. Seeing the tyrant's cold, gloomy expression, Shinqua wanted to slap herself. She had dared to yell at the great tyrant. This was clearly courting death. No struggle, just accept destruction. She was tired. Shinqua thought tearfully. If she said she was sleepwalking and talking in her sleep, could she escape punishment? But Chu Li had no intention of killing her. She just asked her to help her dress. Shinqua was one of her few sources of amusement, so she could tolerate some level of offense. But next time, she'd better watch her mouth. After all, those who dared offend the tyrant had grass on their graves 2 meters high. Shinqua was burning with anger. As expected, she was a dog emperor. Next time, she'd curse her behind her back. Chu Li spread her arms like a lord, waiting for Shinqua to dress her. Shinqua gritted her teeth in hatred. She yanked the belt tightly with force. If she felt pain, she wouldn't ask her to serve again. But the great tyrant allowed her to visit Qi Guiran in the imperial prison. Not only did Shinqua bring comfort to Qi Guiran, she also went to harshly interrogate the first prince. It was time to settle their accounts today. The double-standard consort could crush skulls outside, but in front of the great tyrant, she was a delicate, helpless flower. The great tyrant asked her to help her dress. The consort yanked the belt tightly with force. If she felt pain, she wouldn't ask her to serve again. The great tyrant nearly choked, yet smiled and praised her for serving well. But if the consort loved wrestling with her belt so much, she truly was a wild one. Memories of being shot dead by an arrow flooded Shinqua. She felt too ashamed to face anyone. She turned and ran. Chu Li was pleased with her staying to care for her, so she took her to find Commander Lu. Asking Commander Lu to take her to the imperial prison to see Qi Guiran, Shinqua was so excited she nearly jumped. Now she could finally save Qi Guiran. The emperor was indeed a good person. Meanwhile, Qi Guiran was held in a clean cell in the imperial prison. Seeing Shinqua, she rushed forward excitedly to explain. She really didn't mean to harm Shinqua, nor did she do those dirty deeds. Hearing Shinqua say she believed her, Qi Guiran burst into tears of gratitude. Shinqua quickly calmed her down, asking her to explain what happened. After all, the time for visiting the imperial prison is limited and cannot be wasted. The next moment, Shinqua was chilled by the eerie cold of the prison. He shivered uncontrollably. He quickly took out a hot water bottle and healing ointment, as well as pills to replenish vitality. He stuffed them all into Noble Lady Qi's hands. Then he took off his cloak and draped it over Noble Lady Qi's shoulders. After addressing these survival needs, she finally asked what had happened that night. Noble Lady Qi said that in the morning, she ate some pastries. They upset her stomach, causing persistent pain, so she stayed in her room to rest. She clearly remembered everything she ate, especially the white jade paste with chilled clear water. After eating it, her stomach began to hurt. Hearing this, Shinqua had a sudden realization. After asking Noble Lady Qi, he learned her period was due soon. At such a time, cold foods are strictly taboo. Why would someone give her chilled pastries? Although menstruation is a private matter, the maids serving her would definitely know. And the eunuchs in the Internal Affairs Department keep records of the concubine cycles to facilitate the emperor's visits to the harem. So the traitor must be among them. Noble Lady Qi suddenly shivered with fear. She felt like someone was targeting her, but she didn't want to die. Shinqua quickly wiped away her tears, promising to uncover the mastermind and bring her justice. So Shinqua told Commander Lu she needed to see the eldest prince. But Commander Lu worried the damp, cold cell of a serious offender might cause Shinqua to catch a chill. He sent someone back to the palace to... Then they proceeded to the cell for serious offenders. Upon entering, they saw the eldest prince covered in wounds, beaten beyond recognition. Paulista, Commander Lu quickly reached out to stop Shinqua from approaching, worried the gruesome sight would frighten her. Unbeknownst to him, Shinqua had been a bodyguard in her past life. She had seen far too many bloody scenes. Not only was she unafraid, she kicked the door open, grabbed the eldest prince by the hair, and yanked her up, forcing her awake. Today, she would settle the score between them. But the eldest prince, half dead. Shinqua's anger surged. She drew a dagger and slashed the prince twice. Blood spurted instantly. The eldest prince finally reacted from the pain. How could there be someone as vicious as you in this world? She only regretted using a sedative that night instead of poison. Shinqua grabbed her head and slammed it against the ground. A defeated dog still dares to bark. Your life is in my hands. If I want you dead, I can make you die without a burial place anytime. With that, Shinqua whipped her ferociously. The eldest prince screamed in agony. The prison guards trembled in fear. Lady Yunfei didn't seem like a delicate noblewoman at all. Her ferocity surpassed even battle-hardened warriors. Was this still the dainty Lady Yunfei? Commander Lu sternly reprimanded them, telling them to watch their mouths. If the emperor found out, their lives would be at stake. After a long while, Shinqua finally stopped. Beating a dead dog like this was pointless. But meeting the shocked gazes of Commander Lu and others, she thought there was blood on her skirt. She nearly panicked. This skirt was expensive. Commander Lu's face twitched. He quickly changed the subject, asking if she had gotten the eldest prince to talk. Shinqua got angry just thinking about it. The eldest prince insisted that the person she conspired with was noble Lady Qi. Shinqua had another sudden realization. When the eldest prince accused noble Lady Qi, did she mention her by name? Or was it a face-to-face confrontation? Commander Lu recalled that during the interrogation, the eldest prince swore to the Sky Wolf God that the concubine who gave her the idea called herself noble Lady Qi. Shinqua knew the people of Qingsang revered the Sky Wolf God, so what the eldest prince said must be true. Back at her chambers, she kept pondering this issue. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. She immediately ordered all the concubines to come to her palace in 3 days to pay their respects. Just moments ago, she had discovered a blind spot. 2 days later, all the concubines were forced to attend the respect festival. Shinqua took one look and noticed that they all bore some resemblance to each other. Then she remembered the great leopard lord's selection of concubines. They were all chosen to resemble the ideal beauty. But Shinqua was far from satisfied. How could they pay respects without proper courtesy? The concubines' faces turned ashen, clearly resentful of being outranked by her. Shinqua immediately decreed that anyone who disobeyed would have to come daily to pay respects to her and offer their greetings. Only then did the concubines reluctantly bow to her, their faces brimming with suppressed grievance. Shinqua relished their resentment toward her, yet their inability to do anything about it, especially Shunyan. No matter how unwilling Shunyan felt, she could only obediently stand below and bow to her. Shunyan gritted her teeth in fury, but on the surface, she forced a smile, claiming they were all sisters. No need to mind such formalities. Shinqua scoffed with disdain. Just an adopted nobody. Who's her sister? That one sentence sent Shun Yin into a rage. Then Shinqua added with a mocking tone. Third brother insisted on spending a fortune to have her portrait painted. If she didn't comply, Jiang Rian would throw a fit. So why not let everyone benefit? Have the artist paint. Having a brother who spoils you is such a hassle. Imagining Jiang Rian showering Shinqua with wealth and granting her every wish. Shun Yin nearly bit through her handkerchief in anger. Why did this wretch get all... Soon, the artist completed portraits of all the concubines. With remarkable skill, at a glance, he could distinguish who was who. Some concubines wanted to take their portraits back. Shinqua flatly refused. This was an artist her third brother hired at great expense. How could they take them for free? Each portrait would cost at least 500 taels of silver. Shen Yan, with a dark expression, took the lead to protest. Why would the Grand Lady Yunfei make things difficult for everyone? Shinqua didn't care in the least. Fixed prices, no haggling. If you can't afford it, leave. Humiliated, Shunyan stormed off in a rage. Unbeknownst to her, Shinqua had big plans for these portraits. She laid out the concubines' portraits before the eldest prince, demanding she identify noble Lady Qi from the 35 portraits. Only then would she believe she wasn't lying. Otherwise, it would prove she was spouting nonsense, and she'd make her life a living hell. Fake heiress colluding with enemy states to seize the empress's throne. To conceal her identity, she even massacred her birth parents. The true heiress expelled her from the family. Her doting, ruthless brother wanted to personally chop off her head. Just moments ago, Shinqua brought the portraits of the harem concubines. and had the eldest prince identify the mastermind she conspired with. The eldest prince claimed they all looked too similar. She couldn't tell them apart. Shenhua didn't buy her excuses. She'd only met noble Lady Qi once, yet could accurately describe her appearance. She must have an eidetic memory. Sure enough, the eldest prince remained calm with the other portraits, but became visibly agitated upon seeing Shenyan's portrait. Yet no matter how pressed, she refused to reveal the truth. Shenhua splashed a cup of hot water on her, telling her to cool off. She had sworn to the gods. Was she going to protect a woman who used her, at the cost of her nation and its people? The eldest prince was struck with realization. What did this woman mean? With a chilling smile, Shenhua told her. Because of her ignorance, she was manipulated. The envoy delegation was completely wiped out. Their heads were sent back to Qing Sang as a declaration of war. If Qing Sang falls, the eldest prince would be a sinner in history, forever cursed by her people. The eldest prince was shattered, teetering on collapse. Her former arrogance was gone. Shenhua pressed her advantage, demanding to know who she conspired with from the portraits. The eldest prince suddenly realized. Shenhua and the crown prince looked identical, having lost to her repeatedly. The eldest prince knew she was thoroughly defeated. Silently, she pressed her bloody handprint onto Shunyan's portrait. Then she slammed her head against the wall, ending her life. Shenhua immediately ordered her head be cut off and sent to Qing Sang. The heads the emperor sent before were just appetizers. The eldest prince was the main course for all of Qing Sang. Finally, Shenhua summoned her father and 2 brothers to the palace, informing them she would execute Shenyan. Shenyan had colluded with a foreign nation, attempting to frame the current noble consort. Shenhua, as the highest-ranked woman in the harem, had the legal right to sentence her, and she had evidence. The portrait the crown prince identified before his death. Shenyan was furious and tried to curse her out. Shenhua slapped her across the face. She had waited until now, because Shenyan's name was still in the family register. She didn't want the Shun family to be shamed before Shenyan died. Shenyan screamed furiously. Who gave you the right to erase my name? You're just a bastard. What proof do you have you're a Shun? The 2 older brothers exploded with rage. She's our sister. She needs no proof. The 3rd brother was furious, grabbed a knife, and tried to kill her himself. He had already warned Shenyan not to hurt their sister again. Yet she went even further. She was asking to die. Shenhua quickly stopped him. Shenyan was still the emperor's woman. She couldn't be killed by a man. The 3rd brother held back his rage and silently stepped aside. Even though Shenhua's adoptive parents were dead, he still had a way to prove their bond. She brought in Shenyan's maid and nanny. Shenyan refused to accept it, thinking they were forced to frame her. Shenhua then revealed the bloody whip Shenyan used. It was covered in blades and blood. Many maids had died under it. To Shenyan, servant lives were worthless, but those servants had families and friends. She never considered that when she beat them to death, the surviving ones revealed everything to protect themselves. Shenyan refused to believe it. Anyone else maybe, but how could Nanny Chow betray me? But even a nanny has a heart. Shenyan had detained her family, monitored their every move, threatened her into obedience. But that only made her want to escape more. To Shenyan, buying them a house was kindness enough. They should have served her better. To her, Nanny Chow and Shenhua were traitors. Ungrateful wolves, she said. Shenhua laughed. You're the wolf. How dare you call others that? You had the holy city slaughtered, knowing those were my birth parents. Shenyan sneered. Those nobodies named Yao weren't worthy to raise me. Shen Xiao was in disbelief. She knew all along. She had been pretending in front of them. She had known since her 6th birthday. Her parents came to reclaim her, but Shenyan despised their rags and poverty. She shooed them away like beggars. That day, Shen Xiao pitied them and gave them money. And Shenhua, the wild child, was there too. Ironically, Shen Xiao didn't recognize them. She even gave them leftovers from the birthday feast, food not even the gatekeepers would eat. Shen Xiao's heart broke. How could I not recognize my own daughter? She suffered for years because of me. It's all my fault. Shenhua gently comforted her. At least we're reunited now. Our family is whole again. That's the best ending. Shen Xiao finally calmed down. A few days later was the 4th brother's coming-of-age ceremony. That was also the emperor's chosen day to start the campaign. She would invite Shenhua to attend and officially add her to the family register. Shenyan would be removed. She would no longer be a member of the Shen family. She'd be handed to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing. Shen Xiao immediately ordered her dragged out to keep her misfortune away. As Shenyan watched them, a family of 4, united. She was treated like an enemy. She tried to curse again, but her mouth was stuffed shut, dragged out like a dead dog. Then the 2 brothers fought to talk to Shenhua. The 3rd brother whispered to her. He had redecorated a room for her at the family estate, filled with surprises. But the 4th brother was upset. She's here for my coming of age. Watching the 2 bicker refusing to back down. Shenhua couldn't help but laugh. She finally had a family of her own, and she would protect them with all her heart. Soon, it was her fourth brother's coming-of-age ceremony, also the day the army would march out. Shenhua quickly went to request permission from the tyrant to leave the palace. The moment Chu Li saw her, he knew she was up to something. Shenhua rushed over to flatter him. She'd spent over an hour choosing the most beautiful outfit for today. After all, to get what she wanted, selling a bit of charm was worth it. It was a win-win for the tyrant too, letting him feast his eyes on his white moonlight in person. Chu Li was utterly speechless. He firmly refused to let her leave dressed like that. As a consort, she had no right to send off soldiers. The tyrant directly gave her his jade pendant for support. With this jade, her presence was official. Anyone who blocked her could have their heads shaved. Just earlier, Shenhua planned to dress as a man, to sneak out and send off her brother. Chu Li thought it was unnecessary. Eunuch's son quickly reminded her. Military rules forbade women from sending off troops. They believed it would jinx the battle. Chu Li dismissed this as superstition. Victory or defeat was on the whole army. Whether a woman saw them off didn't matter. He immediately gave Shenhua his jade pendant. No one dares block you with this. If they do, shave their heads. Shenhua's eyes sparkled. This was a rare white jade pendant with twin dragons. It looked very expensive. She tried to take it, but it wouldn't budge. She couldn't help suspecting the emperor was hesitating. Chu Li saw through her instantly. You'd better return it in one piece. If you dare sell it, I'll chop your thieving claws off. Shenhua muttered nervously. She loved money, but wasn't crazy enough to sell imperial jade. She wasn't insane. Chu Li chuckled in exasperation. How could he not know his consort? She was a money-hungry little gremlin. Shenhua made a face in protest. This jade is obviously yours. Even if I tried to sell it, no one would dare buy it. Chu Li had to head to court. He didn't have time to bicker with her, but Shenhua stopped him. You didn't say if my outfit today looks good or not. Seeing her even more beautiful than usual, Chu Li blushed instantly, but he still grumbled. It's ugly. Really ugly. Shenhua turned and stormed off angrily. That dog man doesn't know beauty at all. Chu Li was annoyed too. I just gave her a reward. Why didn't Shenhua arrived at the Shen manor. The whole family had been waiting. She rushed over joyfully, only for her third brother to snatch her away. She almost fainted from anger. How could her brothers fight over her like that? In the Shen ancestral hall, everyone praised her for having a good daughter. Sweet, gentle, and full of smiles. Little did they know. She was just happy about the golden-laid bedroom her third brother made her. Then Xin Xiao made a formal announcement before all. Shenhua was her biological daughter, and would be officially entered into the Shen family registry. From now on, she was one of the Shens. Anyone who hurt her, the men of the Shen family would hunt them down, and show no mercy, even across 1,000 miles. Next was the fourth brother's coming-of-age ritual. Xin Xiao was proud but sad. Her boy had grown wings and would fly away. Shenhua used all her strength to shove the crown hard onto his head. He teared up from the pain. May he return a hero, having protected their country. Just then, the general's order came. Shen Ziren was to head to the east gate immediately for deployment. Orders were absolute. He mounted and rode off. Shenhua and her father followed to send him off. But at the east gate, the guards stopped Shenhua. Women weren't allowed near the army. Shenhua instantly flashed the jade from the tyrant. Block me and you defy the emperor. The soldiers grumbled. Just because she's from the palace? What if we lose because of her? Shenhua marched up to them. This young man dared to look down on her. Today, he'd make it clear. If this battle is lost, he'd publicly take his own life to apologize to the world. If he doesn't lose, the army will no longer be allowed to stop women coming to bid farewell. Shenhua didn't quite understand. Since he had the emperor's jade pendant, why bother arguing with these soldiers? But Shenhua believed fourth brother would definitely win. This would also be a good deed for women across the land. Fourth brother was thrilled to see his sister come to send him off. Shenhua had learned that armor was uniformly made by the army, but helmets could be different. He had someone craft to protect fourth brother's head, hoping only that fourth brother would return safely in triumph. That day, Shenhua rushed to attack just before the palace gates locked. She went straight to Panlong Hall to return the jade pendant, but saw the tyrant with a dark, grim expression, like a volcano about to erupt. Shenhua looked at Eunuch's son in confusion. What had happened? Should she slip away first? Eunuch's son made a beheading gesture. Shenhua immediately understood. She dropped to her knees, crying loudly. All faults, big or small, are this concubine's fault. Your Majesty, please spare me. Chu Li was indignant. She demanded to know if Shenhua knew her mistake. Shenhua was completely stumped. How would she know what she did wrong? But seeing Eunuch's son's same reaction, she pinched her thigh hard and cried even more fiercely. Angering the emperor is this concubine's fault. Please, Your Majesty, give me one more chance. For some reason, She felt like a scumbag, always apologizing but never knowing what she did wrong. Chu Li flew into a rage. Flipping the table over, she gave Shunhua the jade pendant to smash it in those fools' faces, not to use it as a bet for suicide, but Shunhua did this only to ensure women could bid farewell to their husbands and children in the future. The emperor gave her the jade pendant. Didn't that mean she disliked this rule too? The emperor hated most was Shunhua meddling in the lives of irrelevant people. She was already mired in the tyrant's orders. Why would she care if those irrelevant people lived or died? Chu Li grabbed Shunhua by the neck. She hated Shunhua troubling her with others' affairs. If the whole world died, it had nothing to do with them. You are my possession. I don't like my plaything dying outside. But Shunhua didn't think she was wrong. She clearly used the fastest, best method. Chu Li was furious beyond measure. If she wanted to die so badly, she'd die by her hand. She'd never allow her possession to leave easily. Shunhua was nearly suffocating, yet gritted her teeth, refusing to give in. Qing Danxiao hurriedly rushed over to plead. The lady is still recovering and taking medicine. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Only then did Chu Li throw Shunhua aside. Suppressing her anger, she ordered them all to get out. Shunhua stubbornly refused to admit fault, placed the jade pendant down, and walked away, leaving Chu Li stunned in the midst of the like an abandoned child. That night, Chu Li couldn't sleep. Eunuch Sun was utterly helpless. The emperor was used to darkness, unable to face even the gentlest moonlight. Soon, news of Shunhua and Chu Li's fight in Panlong Hall spread like wildfire. Everyone said the emperor had tired of Lady Yun Fei. Yun Fei had fallen out of favor. Other concubines gleefully rushed to Panlong Hall, eagerly showing devotion to seize the opportunity. Gui Fei domineeringly guarded the great tyrant's door. Who dare steal my spot? All of them will be dragged off and silenced. Stealing a man is fine. Stealing a man is fine, but stealing money means death. These past few days, Shunhua has been arguing with the great tyrant. These vixens dared to seize the chance to fawn over her, to make Shunhua jealous and rile her up. The great tyrant deliberately favored all the concubines, then kicked them all out. Shunhua jumped up in a rage upon hearing the news. Who dares steal this palace's money? According to the rules, to save expenses, once the number of consorts exceeds 4, Yu Feng's share would be deducted from the previous 4 consorts to supplement the remaining ones. Shunhua immediately exploded with rage. Money was her lifeline. She could be a consort, but her money was off limits. She rushed straight to guard the Panlong Hall gate, determined to drive off every flashy fox in line. The concubines cursed furiously. What right does a fallen consort have to block us? Shunhua ordered them dragged out and silenced. She was the highest-ranking consort in the palace. Everyone had to bow and salute her. Seeing the concubines kneel respectfully, Shunhua finally felt appeased and satisfied. She turned to leave. Eunuch Sun quickly reminded her. She hadn't paid her respects to His Majesty yet. Shunhua touched the lingering marks on her neck. Did that dog man try to strangle me? If anyone should apologize, it should be her. Why should she bow her head to him? Meanwhile, Chu Li was still in Panlong Hall, waiting for Shunhua to come apologize. But he heard she had already left, and immediately smashed the memorials in fury. His face turned dark as ink. This damn woman's guts are growing by the day. Think I won't dare kill her. Eunuch Sun tried to plead on her behalf. Your Majesty, Yun Fei still has bruises on her neck. All the other consorts think she's fallen out of favor, waiting to take her place. Chu Li slammed the table in anger. These shameless women are dreaming. When did my woman become theirs to bully? Eunuch Sun gently advised. If it's something you like, Your Majesty, even a pet cat deserves pampering. Chu Li was instantly swayed. Indulgence wouldn't hurt. He immediately ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send over the best snow lotus. They were great for reducing bruises, revitalizing and healing medicine. But Shunhua wasn't satisfied. Why not just send money instead? That stingy dog man. She immediately ordered the medicine returned. He dared choke her? She'd show him her temper. She was still furious. Time to teach that emperor a lesson. Meanwhile, Chu Li was reviewing memorials, distracted and absent-minded, still waiting for her to thank him. Only Eunuch Sun returned. Chu Li instantly pictured Shunhua throwing a tantrum and refusing to thank him. He nearly exploded. She dares refuse my kindness? She's really asking for punishment. But then he remembered Sun's words. A feisty pet showing claws wasn't a bad thing. He calmed down instantly, ordered everything Shunhua lacked to be delivered immediately to her palace. Anyone caught embezzling would be beaten to death. Just then, a guard arrived in haste. The newly built prison had collapsed. It might be tied to financial corruption. Chu Li flew into a rage, ordered the Court of Justice to invest, also informed Shunhua. She could act as she saw fit. Shunhua's eyes sharpened at the news. First thing she asked, is Shunyin dead? She heard Shunyin had been buried in the rubble, already dead. She found it suspicious. She had just sent Shen to the Ministry of Justice. Now this happened. Too much of a coincidence. She immediately ordered Xiao Yi and Xiao Air to investigate. They discovered that Xiao Mama's entire family was wiped out, and she had bitten her tongue to commit suicide. Xiao Air went with Shun Xiao to examine the remains. Shun Yan's body was crushed beyond recognition in the collapse, but Shun Xiao recognized instantly. Neither the body shape nor the scars matched Shun Yan. It was clearly a fake. Shun Kuo was shocked to hear that. I already suspected Shun Yan wasn't dead, but why was the Shun Yan isn't an idiot. In previous encounters, her tricks got more and more subtle. For her to be so blatant this time, she must be planning something big, so I can't let her escape, or there'll be endless trouble ahead. Shin Kuo immediately rushed to the Panlong Hall to request an edict, to seal the city gates and launch a strict inspection. But just as she arrived outside Panlong Hall, she heard a fierce quarrel inside. The officials believed there were innocent victims involved. They said that besides criminals among the casualties, there were innocent dentists and commoners. The top priority was to soothe the people with a gentle approach. But some argued that corrupt officials stealing silver must be arrested. Chu Li had a splitting headache from all the noise. Enough with the nonsense. The matter has been decided. All of you get out. Frightened, the officials quickly fled. Then Chu Li looked at Shin Kuo, and her expression softened. No need to ask. He knew it was about Shun Yan. Without a word, she allowed Shin Kuo to take Commander Lu and leave the palace. She could do whatever she wanted. Shin Kuo froze in surprise. She didn't expect such kindness from her. So she changed into the Minister of Rights Reup and left the palace with the edict. But recalling what the officials said, she suddenly hesitated. If she sealed the city now, wouldn't chaos erupt in the capital? Commander Lu said reforms were stirring in the capital, and the people were full of complaints. Any little thing would set them off. Shen Kuo didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain, but she feared sealing the gates would spark public outrage. She was caught in a dilemma. One moment she thought just protecting her family was enough, but if Shun Yin had backers, wouldn't she be courting death? Then she worried Shun Yin. After much thought, a spark of insight struck Shin Kuo. If she let Shun Yin would definitely return with powerful allies. That way, they could find out who was backing her. So Shin Kuo immediately ordered a return to the palace and rushed to Panlong Hall. She reported everything to Chuyu, but Chuyu already knew Shun Yin had someone behind her, and that person liked to see chaos in the capital. If Shin Kuo sealed the gates today, tomorrow every tea house and tavern would be cursing her, calling her a bloodthirsty tyrant unfit to rule. Shin Kuo was deeply moved. Even knowing that, Chuyu still gave her the edict. On her way back, Shin Kuo ran into her father. He said the emperor had agreed yesterday to let him issue a public reassurance, but today he suddenly withheld it. Clearly, he changed his mind because of something she said. Chuyu blushed and half-heartedly warned her not to overthink. I just act on whims. Deal with it. Shin Kuo turned and walked away without hesitation. Since the emperor didn't want peace, she wouldn't waste words. Chuyu slapped the table and shouted in anger. Did I say you could leave? Stop right there. Believe it or not, I'll chop your head off. The noble consort was called a national curse by the people, so the tyrant immediately issued an edict across the city. My woman is none of your business. If you dare, rebel. If not, shut up. The richest third brother also fiercely defended his sister. Prices nationwide soared tenfold. Apologize to my sister, or there'll be no mercy. Just now, Shen Kuo activated the villain time machine. Upon returning to the past, she saw little Chuyu injured. The third prince and his gang mocked her as a useless brat who can't even ride a pony. Just wait till father comes to check your riding skills. You'll be so embarrassed. Even the emperor watching from a distance felt ashamed. Can't even ride a pony? So useless. The noble consort took the chance to belittle Chuyu and flatter the third prince. The emperor, disgusted, turned around and left. Shin Kuo, distressed, rushed over and found Chuyu's foot dislocated. She helped set it immediately. Chuyu nearly cried from the pain. Shin Kuo gently held her and comforted her. Chuyu couldn't help but smile. She asked Shin Kuo to teach her to ride. Shin Kuo was happy to do anything with her. The pony clearly wasn't trained yet. Shin Kuo taught her to first pet its head to build trust, then gradually climb on and sit. Don't treat the horse like a tool. She treated her like a friend. The little horse Ma was very intuitive. It quickly accepted little Chuyu. Excited, Chuyu galloped around the paddock. The mission was instantly completed. She was rewarded with 20 days of life. Shin Kuo quickly returned to the real timeline. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the enlarged face of the tyrant. She was so startled that she fell to the ground. Chuyu was furious. Why did she look like she had seen a ghost? Shin Kuo quickly shook her head. She explained she was just curious why Chuyu was so close. It turned out Chuyu saw her sleeping like a dead pig earlier. She called her for ages without a response. She was about to carry her to the sleeping quarters. Shin Kuo got scared and ran off. She didn't dare stay with the tyrant. Chuyu was about to explode from rage. But the next second, Shinqua came back. Just as Chuyu was about to mock her, she heard Shinqua say, "The messenger from the border has returned, but she's dead." Someone incited the people to seize the military report at the city gate. Its contents leaked and caused a riot. The messenger got caught in the chaos. By the time she was rescued, 10 were beyond saving. The report said there was a problem with rations. Delays caused the vanguard's defeat. People on the street spread rumors blaming Yunfei, saying a woman seeing off the army angered the heavens. And that's why disaster struck. Chuyu slammed the table in rage. She ordered the instigators' tongues to be cut out. Shinqua quickly urged her to calm down. Killing a few won't solve the problem. What matters is finding the mastermind. But Chuyu thought of how many still hid resentment, even dragging Yunfei into the rumors. She finally had an entertaining pet, but now it faced public criticism. Killing intent burst from her entire being. These people clearly didn't respect her. The emperor had issued a new edict nationwide. Meanwhile, third brother ordered all his shops not to sell anything to rumor mongers. The merchants all came protesting. They'd worked together so long. Why shouldn't they sell to them? Third brother Wanyan scoffed with a chuckle. It was purely to piss them off. Who told them to slander his sister? She was the beloved treasure of the whole family, and the emperor's highest-ranking concubine. Those people should take a good look in the mirror. What right did they have to badmouth her? They even claimed a prince from Qingsang was pursuing her. That's what made the emperor storm the borders out of jealousy. But they didn't consider. The emperor gave her pocket money, far more than Qingsang's treasury. That little desert prince wasn't even fit to carry her shoes. She was third brother's precious jewel. When she last visited home, he handed out red envelopes for 3 days straight, and now they were gossiping. All Jiang family shops nationwide would refuse to serve those blabbermouths. Then he suddenly had a bright idea. He raised all prices tenfold. Unless they apologized to his sister, they'd see who could hold out longer. The merchants were furious, calling him tyrannical. Right then, the authorities came, beating gongs to deliver an imperial edict. No public gatherings allowed. No spreading or creating rumors. The emperor declared, "She's my woman, none of your business. If you've got guts, rebel. Otherwise, shut up." The people all shrank back in fear, scattered in a flash. Third brother grinned with satisfaction. Seems like the emperor is at least somewhat serious about his sister. Soon after, Chu Li discovered embezzlement in the Ministry of Works and Justice. He used the confiscated silver to buy rations for the front lines. Shenqua felt great relief hearing this. It seemed beneath Chu Li the tyrant's exterior, he truly cared for the concubine. What consort she envied most was the imperial edict addressing the rumors. The emperor publicly declared Yunfei was his. No one else had any say. For neglecting Yunfei due to their previous argument, Shenqua was instantly struck dumb, caught between diplomacy and shock. Chu Li, in front of everyone, was spouting what nonsense. Ancient men could make such domineering, fan-like remarks too? No way. She had to go see for herself and get clarity on that imperial edict. But the emperor said with clear disdain, "The edict has already been burned." Something said casually, "Who'd keep it to resist?" Shenqua finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that from Chu Li's dog mouth, no ivory could come. But Chu Li suddenly blocked her, asking her to help review memorials. Shenqua immediately wanted to flee. Her handwriting was ugly. The emperor should handle it herself. Chu Li was so angry she laughed. "Right when I tell you to. No nonsense." But then, seeing Shenqua's dog crawl-like handwriting, Chu Li muttered in disdain. A dog with a bun in its mouth could write better. If this review were seen by others, it'd be her face lost. She immediately ordered Shenqua to practice calligraphy. Shenqua didn't want such a hassle. If her writing wasn't good, so what? She could just hire someone to write for her. But Chu Li pinned, commanding word by word that she must practice. Shenqua could only yield and agree. Chu Li wrote a few sheets, telling her to take them back to copy. She'd check the results later. Shenqua secretly thought, since third brother gave her plenty of money, she could totally pay someone to write for her. Chu Li warned her sharply. If she dared pass off someone else's writing, it'd be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Shenqua was so angry she was fuming. If it's this much trouble, might as well kill her now. Chu Li drew her sword without a word. Shenqua was instantly scared out of her wits, quickly apologizing and obediently returning to practice. Qi Guiran envied the emperor's attention to her. Shenqua snapped the brush in frustration. Attention? She should just give her money. Chu Li was clearly disciplining her. Guifei funded an intelligence network herself, but court officials wanted to claim it. The great tyrant immediately ordered these useless fools be dragged out and beheaded. Her wife can do whatever she wants. Daring to steal her wife's things is courting death. Just then, Jiang Rian deliberately brought 10 gold bracelets. But Shenqua was so angry she wanted to chop off his dog. Third brother spent all the money just to make a point. Wasn't that killing her? Besides, the poor in remote areas couldn't afford things at 10 times the price. Actually, Jiang Rian hadn't touched the shops in remote areas. He just wanted to teach those gossips in the capital a lesson. They'd have to apologize to his sister to satisfy him. And he received a letter from Shun Ziren. Though Shun Ziren was injured, a renowned doctor had healed him completely. Now they just needed to wait patiently for Shun Ziren to return in triumph. Shen Kuo also gave Jiang Ruyan a bracelet made from copper coins the emperor rewarded. Third brother happily put it on right away. This was a bracelet his sister gave him personally. Perfect to go back and rile up father. Father would surely be green with envy. Just thinking about it was delightful. But Shun Kuo's bracelet wasn't free. Recently, while reviewing memorials for the emperor, she found someone in court was deliberately leaking intelligence to cause public and mail between the capital and the border was too slow. So she wanted third brother to help form her own courier team. This way, she could quickly get news of fourth brother and help soldiers send family letters. She didn't want all intelligence to come through others. They should hold the intelligence in their own hands. Third brother was, of course, willing to help his sister with anything. But the army and people were gossiping about her, which wasn't good. Why be so kind as to help them deliver letters? But Shun Kuo was doing all this for fourth brother. The soldiers on the battlefield and fourth brother were brothers who entrusted their lives to each other. This could help fourth brother win their loyalty. Soon, with her father and brother's help, Shun Kuo built bridges and roads between the border and the capital, established a courier network. Shun Kuo named this team Soaring. At first, people mocked him for wasting money. But when they saw their letters delivered faster than military reports, the court officials finally realized its value. They immediately proposed that the court take over Soaring. Though the emperor was displeased with Shun Kuo acting on his own, these officials, who contributed nothing, still wanted to seize Shun Kuo's creation. A bunch of useless fools better off dead. With a single command, Commander Lu drew his sword. The civil and military officials begged for mercy. From then on, no one dared mention it again. Shun Kuo was deeply moved by the news. He immediately sought out Chu Li to express his gratitude. But Chu Li didn't even glance at him, clearly still sulking. Shun Kuo was instantly baffled. Was the emperor on his period or something? Should your concubine fetch you some hot water? Chu Li's face was full of resentment. Shun Kuo was always busy with his fourth brother's damned road project, never coming to see him. He snorted coldly, asking what Shun Kuo wanted this time. Shun Kuo felt wrong. Did he look like someone who only came with problems? Chu Li shot him a look full of resentment. When had he ever come without an agenda? 3:30 sexy. Shun Kuo felt a pang of guilt. He quickly shelled sunflower seeds and fed them to Chu Li. At that moment, the system alerted him. The target's headache had triggered. He needed to seize the chance to act. But Shun Kuo couldn't see any sign of a headache on Chu Li. Still, he placed 3 gold coins in front of him. When he was unhappy, looking at money always cheered him up. He figured the emperor could try it too. Seeing Shun Kuo kept the gold he'd gifted on him, Chu Li's mood instantly lifted. This was the first time someone cherished his gift like a treasure. But wasn't 3 coins a bit stingy? Shun Kuo immediately started complaining. He'd spent all his money building that road. But if he could spread the network across the entire Great Yong, it would be worth every coin. Chu Li's mood soared at the words. He praised Shun Kuo's fine work. Shun Kuo was stunned. Why hadn't the plot triggered yet? And watching Chu Li eagerly fondle the coins, with no intention of returning them, Shun Kuo snatched them back. The emperor, rich as the seas, wouldn't rob him of a few coins, would he? Chu Li felt all his earlier guandong was for nothing. He shouldn't have had any illusions about this money grubber. So he ordered Shun Kuo to sing for him. Chu Li obediently lay on the bed. Shun Kuo began singing to ease his headache. Sure enough, it triggered the time machine, sending him back. The system demanded he complete the task within 3 hours. But when Shun Kuo opened his eyes, he saw a dazzling, decadent scene. His ears filled with intoxicating sounds. He was utterly shocked. He suspected the system had glitched and sent him to the wrong place. Zai Zai was so good. How could he be in a brothel? Someone must have forced Zai Zai here. He had to rescue Zai Zai quickly. He couldn't let him be tainted. Shun Kuo stormed into the brothel, searching frantically, only to find young Chu Li in the arms of 2 seductive women, who kept pouring wine down his throat. And young Chu Li seemed to be enjoying it. Shun Kuo rushed forward and pinched his face hard, giving him a harsh lesson. Young Chu Li finally regained some clarity. Shun Kuo grabbed him to leave this filthy place. But at the door, guards blocked their way. The 3rd prince had ordered that until he returned, the 18th prince wasn't to go anywhere. Shun Kuo's anger surged. The 3rd prince again, causing trouble. Young Chu Li didn't want pretty sister to misunderstand. He hurriedly said he didn't want the 3rd prince's things anymore, as long as he could leave. But the guards locked them in the room. Young Chu Li wiped tears in panic. The last time, the 3rd prince stole the bracelet he carved for pretty sister. He said he wouldn't return it unless Chu Li came here. He feared pretty sister would be angry. Shen Kuo quickly comforted him. As long as he avoided such places in the future, she wouldn't be mad. Young Chu Li immediately swore to the heavens. Shen Kuo quickly covered his mouth. Life is precious and singular. He shouldn't make reckless oaths. But young Chu Li wanted. Shen Kuo's heart melted. The young tyrant was indeed the sweetest and most adorable. But the urgent task was to leave this wretched place first. Otherwise, it'd be trouble when the third prince returned. Shen Kuo noticed the window led to the brothel's backyard. It was quiet with hardly anyone around. As long as they didn't make noise, they wouldn't alert anyone. So she jumped out of the window. Then told little Chu Li to jump down. She'd catch her below. Little Chu Li leaped without hesitation. The beautiful sister was the only light in her heart. Even if it meant risking her life, she wasn't afraid. The third prince, only 3 years old, was already visiting brothels. But as long as her white moonlight sister said the word, she'd give up her life without regret. She'd find a way to pluck it down. Just moments ago, Shen Kuo had escaped the brothel with little Chu Li. Today happened to be the Lantern Festival. Shen Kuo had never seen such beautiful lanterns before. She wanted to buy one for little Chu Li, but her copper coins were invisible to others here. Little Chu Li immediately pulled out all her money, wanting to buy a lantern for Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo was deeply touched. The young tyrant wasn't stingy at all. But little Chu Li set her sights on the most expensive lantern, priced at a whopping 5 taels of silver. Shen Kuo's jaw dropped in shock. She didn't expect the great tyrant to be so extravagant as a child. In the end, Shen Kuo chose the cheapest cat-shaped lantern, costing only 21, and the cat head was especially cute, just like little Chu Li. Then little Chu Li bought a painted mask for Shen Kuo to wear. Shen Kuo worried she'd spend all her money and become penniless. But little Chu Li swore she'd earn lots and lots of money for her beautiful sister to spend. She even praised her sister as the world's greatest beauty. Shen Kuo couldn't help but sigh. How could such a spendthrift grow up to be so stingy and always belittle her? Just then, the world suddenly. Some people were even pushed into the river. Shen Kuo's heart jolted in alarm. She quickly looked toward the commotion. It was the third prince with his men, trying to catch Chu Li. Finding the crowd in the way, they pushed everyone aside. At that moment, the system reminded Shen Kuo to quickly return the target to the palace before the gates closed. She'd be punished for sneaking out if exposed. Shen Kuo immediately pulled little Chu Li into the crowd, putting a mask on her to blend in. Then she stripped off Chu Li's clothes. Little Chu Li's cheeks flushed red, struggling desperately. But the third prince knew what she was wearing today. If she didn't change, they'd be caught soon. Then the two returned to the palace. But at the palace gate were eunuchs sent by the third prince, ready to grab little Chu Li the moment she appeared, and pin the brothel visit on her. Shen Kuo taught her to throw a pebble to the left. Then, while the eunuchs checked the noise, they rushed through the gate from the other side. But a sharp-eyed eunuch spotted them. Shen Kuo told her to throw the lantern to buy time. But little Chu Li couldn't bear to. This was the lantern she bought for her beautiful sister. Shen Kuo was nearly furious to death. They could buy another one next time. If she didn't throw it, it'd be too late. Little Chu Li, swallowing her pain, threw the lantern. It set the eunuchs' clothes ablaze. They seized the chance to rush through the gate. The next second, the palace gate closed behind them. Shen Kuo finally let out a breath. But little Chu Li clung to her tightly. She knew her beautiful sister was about to leave again. Now the lantern was gone, leaving only this mask. She wanted to put the mask on her sister one more time. Shen Kuo only had time to say, "Happy Lantern Festival," before vanishing on the spot. The mask fell to the ground with a clatter. Little Chu Li silently picked it up. This time, she didn't cry. Her young face was full of determination. Even if her beautiful sister was the moon in the sky, she'd definitely pluck it down. After Shen Kuo returned to the real timeline, looking at the sleeping Chu Li, with her sharp and deadly aura softened, no longer provoking her with biting words. This quiet her was somewhat like her childhood self. Since she cooperated by sleeping to her singing today, Shen Kuo specially packed some melon seeds for her, as a reward for the dogman. Days later, the Young Kingdom's army defeated the Qingsang Kingdom and returned triumphantly. The news sparked nationwide celebration. When the army returned, Shen Kuo, bearing an imperial edict, left the palace as Yun Fei to welcome Fourth Brother's victorious return. The people rushed to apologize to Shen Kuo. Thanks to Lady Yun Fei, their soldier sons returned safely. They were ignorant before, not understanding anything, which led them to slander Lady Yun Fei. But Shen Kuo didn't care if they were grateful or apologetic. Everything he did was to ensure Fourth Brother's safe return. Xin Xiao was tasked with announcing the imperial edict outside the city. The decree allowed soldiers to reunite with their families first. General Wang Shuang, commander of the Hua camp, hadn't even moved yet when Fourth Brother rushed to his sister's side, chattering excitedly about army matters. Shen Kuo keenly noticed. Wang Shuang's gaze toward her carried a hidden sharpness. Back home, fourth brother gave all his looted treasures to his sister. These were Qing Sang's national treasures he'd secretly kept. Shen Kuo he'd left the leftovers for the emperor? Fourth brother felt wronged. He just thought these things were pretty, and his sister would like them. Besides, General Wang had taught him to do so. General Wang also said he'd earned great merit, enough to petition the emperor to make his sister empress. Shen Kuo quickly covered his mouth. Chu Li hated outsiders meddling in his harem appointments. General Wang was Shen Kuo immediately warned fourth brother to drop the empress talk. Fourth brother trailed behind Shen Kuo obediently, doing whatever his sister told him. At the Shen family banquet, Shen Ziren praised his sister endlessly. The soldiers, risking life and death, deeply missed their families. Thanks to his sister's soaring couriers, they could receive family letters in time. But Shen Kuo was more curious about the grain supply issue, which caused fourth brother's vanguard to suffer. What happened? Fourth brother said the food made everyone's stomachs hurt, so they requested a different vanguard unit. But General Wang berated them, accusing them of relying on fourth brother's status as the favored consort's brother, trying to coast on others' military achievements. With no choice, fourth brother led his men into battle despite their condition. Outnumbered, he nearly lost his life. Luckily, the helmet his sister gave him was sturdy, blocking a fatal blow from the enemy. After his injury, fourth brother was unconscious for 5 days and nights. Upon waking, he faced the most terrifying sight. Shen Jiqing, the second young master of the Shen family. Second brother had used him as a medical guinea pig since childhood, leaving fourth brother with psychological scars. Shen Kuo recalled the records mentioning Shen Jiqing as a divine physician. He joined the Medicine King Valley in his teens, where people climbed mountains to seek his cures. Sadly, by the time fourth brother could walk again, second brother had already left. But before departing, he gave General Wang a brutal thrashing, nearly turning him into a pincushion. Shen Kuo was curious. Second brother hadn't returned home in years. How did he know fourth brother was in trouble? It turned out Jiang Rian sent an urgent letter to Medicine King Valley, asking second brother to enter the camp as a divine physician to save lives. While investigating the grain, they found General Wang highly suspicious, but his victory made further investigation inconvenient. Shen Xiao also keenly realized that after this failed scheme, they might target Shen Kuo next. Shen Kuo recalled fourth brother mentioning General Wang's intent to push her toward the empress's throne. She decided to use tomorrow's court ceremony, rewarding the soldiers, where both General Wang and fourth brother would be present, to try and make the fox show its tail. The noble consort's brother held too much merit, inciting the entire court to attack him. The emperor, in response, promoted the noble consort's rank. His weakness must be tightly protected by his side, allowing no one to harm her. Today, the court gathered to reward the soldiers who quelled the Qing Sang rebellion. Shen Ziren deserved the highest honor. The emperor asked what reward he desired. Shen Ziren nervously swallowed. Recalling his sister's instructions, he declined other rewards, only asking the emperor to promote his dear sister. General Wang smirked to himself. This kid couldn't hold back and fell into the trap. The officials immediately jumped up, berating Chu Li. How dare he haggle over the emperor's rewards? 588. 016. Request. Utterly disrespectful. General Wang led this war with skill and deserved the highest honor. Chu Li's brows furrowed tightly. He saw through the minister's intention. They feared another Shen family hero emerging, and wanted to prop up General Wang to challenge them. The emperor roared in fury. Every deserving reward would be given, and every culprit would face punishment. General Wang thought the emperor meant he'd be rewarded, and gleefully kowtowed in thanks. At that moment, Shen Kuo burst through the doors, interrupting the ceremony, directly accusing General Wang of harboring treacherous intentions, harming the soldiers in the military camp. The emperor grew tense upon seeing this. Worried she'd become a target of all, she wanted her to return. But Shen Kuo angrily stormed toward General Wang, accusing him of abusing power for personal gain, deliberately framing the vanguard camp soldiers. The vanguard camp, weakened by tainted rations, was still forced to lead the charge, resulting in fewer than 1 in 10 returning alive. Other camps had minimal casualties, yet General Wang deflected, saying battlefield deaths were normal, and Yun Fei's brother was just afraid of death, blaming him to shift responsibility. Shen Ziren rushed forward in fury, wanting to kill this lying bastard. Shen Kuo quickly held him back, producing a signal from the ancient divine doctor, proving the vanguard camp had been ill for days. Yet General Wang ignored objections and insisted on deploying them, deliberately pushing them to their deaths. Chu Li's face darkened instantly upon seeing the letter. General Wang kept deflecting, claiming the enemy's attack was overwhelming, and if the vanguard hadn't gone, the main army would have suffered heavy losses. Chu Li's anger became uncontrollable. Did he think she didn't understand military tactics? She immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the grain issue and whether the army's deployment was tied to General Wang. The clues ultimately pointed to Shun Yan's disappearance, with the mastermind being the Qingsang Kingdom's state preceptor. Chu Li personally interrogated. The state preceptor was filled with regret when he first met Chu Li. She was just a pitiful little thing. He should have killed her then. Chu Li had no patience for his nonsense, only wanting to know how many operatives he had left. After plotting against Yun Fei, the state preceptor laughed mockingly, amazed that such a ruthless person would question him over a woman. This time, he aimed to destroy the Yong Kingdom, but a woman ruined everything. And that woman was the great tyrant's weakness, a cruel, bloodthirsty monarch. If not for liking that woman, why would she care about her life? She just wouldn't admit it, but Chu Li refused to acknowledge it. Shen Kuo was merely her amusement. The only one she'd ever liked was her beautiful sister. True, you could even kill your own brothers and father. How could you admit a woman is your flaw? Without a word, Chu Li slapped him hard across the face. Since when did a prisoner dare mock her? The state preceptor showed no fear. He had nothing left. His kingdom destroyed. Since the great tyrant didn't understand her own heart, her enemies would eventually discover her weakness, and that would be the tyrant's end. With that, the state preceptor bit his tongue and died. The emperor's unvented rage blazed fiercely. She ordered the state preceptor's body set ablaze, then commanded the charred remains be fed to dogs. At that moment, her head began to throb intensely. She couldn't believe she actually liked Shen Kuo, but she knew a monarch couldn't have weaknesses. Mercy leads to ruin. Faced with a weakness, there were only two choices: eliminate it, or keep it closely protected. So Chu Li returned to Panlong Hall and summoned Shen Kuo, directly decreeing her elevation to Gui Fei. Shen Kuo was completely stunned. Why the sudden promotion? But she was more concerned with how noble Gui Fei was, and how much her monthly stipend would be. The emperor, exasperated, slapped the imperial decree on her forehead, saying Gui Fei's monthly stipend would be 50 taels more. Happy now? Shen Kuo was overjoyed, beaming as she kowtowed in gratitude. The emperor couldn't help but laugh, teasing her for being so unambitious, like she hadn't seen money in 800 years. Shen Kuo huffed defiantly. So what if she loved money? Shen Kuo seized the chance to request a visit to her family. Shen Xiao was thrilled, especially upon receiving the gold bracelet her daughter sent. Far better than those unfilial son's copper bracelets. But she warned her daughter to be more cautious, as the higher her position, the more she'd attract enemies' attention. Shen Kuo wasn't afraid at all. With her father and brother's support, she wasn't afraid of others stirring trouble. But Shen Xiao was uneasy. After all, the greatest enemies lurk by the emperor's side. When the late emperor suddenly passed, the throne shouldn't have gone to the current emperor. Among the princes capable of competing back then, he wore a mask, guarding the frontier, doing many good deeds for the border people. But his great merit threatened the throne, so the late emperor executed him. The crown prince likely didn't die of illness, but was assassinated by the current emperor himself. Shen Kuo fell into deep thought. She felt the brutal third prince deserved his fate. Shen Xiao worried that one day his daughter's presence might hinder the emperor, and the emperor might turn ruthless against her. Through repeated missions to save young Chu Li, she had slowly corrected the tyrant's twisted nature. But could this really stop the tyrant? So, for the next few days, Shen constantly praising Shen Ziren. Chu Li was already annoyed, and now had to listen to her advocate for someone else daily. It gave him a splitting headache. Little did he know, this was Shen Kuo's goal. A young prince was trapped under a collapsed house. The emperor abandoned him, fleeing with his consorts. Only a ghostly sister stayed by his side, cutting her wrist to feed him her blood. Shen Kuo hadn't expected to return to the tyrant's childhood again, and see young Chu Li, now 10 years old. He was fetching water by a well, clearly outside the palace. The emperor had gone spring hunting, stopping at Shangshan village to rest, but he refused to stay in tents, evicting villagers to occupy their homes. Young Chu Li felt guilty, so he wanted to fetch water for the displaced hunters. Shen Kuo fondly patted his head, praising his sense of duty. They carried the water to the hunter's home together. The hunter's wife, pregnant, still prepared meat buns and vegetables for him. The hunter pulled the shy young Chu Li inside to eat with them. Young Chu Li was deeply moved, feeling the warmth of a home for the first time. That night, Chu Li heard dogs barking incessantly outside, and the livestock growing restless, all trying to flee outdoors. Shen Kuo was alarmed. Recognizing the signs of an impending earthquake, she urged him to hurry back, to tell Hunter Li to take his wife and flee. The houses here weren't sturdy. They needed to reach open ground. Young Chu Li banged on Hunter Li's door, warning them the earth dragon was stirring, urging them to escape with Li's wife. Though Hunter Li thought it unlikely, he followed Chu Li's advice and went to get his wife. He wanted to take Chu Li with them, but young Chu Li grabbed a gong, running to warn the others first. The villagers were wary of outsiders, so Shinqua told Chu Li to find the village chief. But the chief thought he was joking, saying no earth dragon had ever struck here. Chu Li invoked his princely authority, ordering them to evacuate or face execution. The chief was startled and rushed to alert the villagers to flee to the fields. Seeing the chief's panicked, stumbling flight, young Chu Li felt a pang of sadness, thinking he'd made people dislike him again. With Shinqua's gentle reassurance, young Chu Li regained his resolve. He suddenly remembered he hadn't warned his father, but when he arrived, he found the emperor and his entourage had already fled silently. Young Chu Li couldn't believe it. Everyone had abandoned him. Just then, Hunter Li ran over, urging him to join them in escaping. But Li's wife, in shock, went into early labor, and in their haste, they forgot the medicine box. Chu Li immediately followed to retrieve it. Since Hunter Li, they grabbed the medicine box and herbs, preparing to run, when another tremor shook the earth. The house collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chu Li couldn't escape in time, but first threw the medicine box out. Hunter Li was horrified, wanting to rush in to save him. Chu Li was trapped in the cellar, his life temporarily safe. He told Hunter Li to go save his wife first, and prioritize her safety. The outcast had no choice but to leave first, but was deeply grateful to the little prince. However, after watching him leave, the previously calm and smiling young Chu Li was now trembling in fear. He saw only darkness before him, and thought he had gone blind. Shenqua kissed his forehead and comforted him softly. Little Chu Li burst into tears. No one would come to save him. His father and the others had long since fled. No one liked him. No one cared whether he lived or died. Shinqua held him tenderly in her arms, urging him not to give up on himself. He would live well in the future, and many people would grow to like him. Only then did Chu Li calm down, his attachment to Shun quit deepening. The next day, the entire village was left in ruins by an earthquake. Chu Li's back had been injured by falling debris, and now the wound was infected, and he had a high fever. Only Shunqua's kisses could soothe him a bit. Shinqua feared he wouldn't make it, so she bit her arm and let Chu Li drink her blood to help sustain his life. The system warned that wounds caused during missions were irreversible, and that her life points were already decreasing. But Shinqua didn't care. She only wanted to save Chu Li. Sure enough, Chu Li woke up the next day. He immediately noticed the wound on Shinqua's arm, with visible bite marks. He was filled with guilt, but Shinqua let out a sigh of relief. As long as she could save him, it was worth it. Just then, a noise came from above. Shinqua guessed someone had come to rescue them, so she asked Chu Li to make a sound. Sure enough, the wooden planks above were soon pried open. Hunter Li had come to save them. Chu Li was overjoyed. He realized he hadn't been abandoned. The hunter and villagers quickly dug, treating him like a benefactor. But Chu Li's back injury was severe, and his fever worsened. He was in critical condition. They decided to climb the mountain to seek out the divine doctor. Even if they had to kneel and beg at his doorstep, they would. So Hunter Li and the villagers crossed mountains, finally reaching Huliang Mountain by sunset. Hunter Li carried little Chu Li up thousands of steps, while Shinjichen also carried his gravely wounded brother Shinzenan. Both groups arrived at the divine doctor's door and knocked desperately for help. After a long time, the doctor impatiently opened the door, saying he was in a bad mood and didn't want to save anyone, told them to get lost. The villagers were instantly outraged. How could he refuse to save lives? The village chief also argued with reason. This reversal of fate was a once-in-a-century disaster. If the doctor refused to help, they would pelt him with rotten eggs daily. The doctor's face turned dark. He'd never been threatened like this before, and had never seen grown men call a child their savior. So he agreed to save Chu Li. Shinjichen quickly begged him to save his brother too, but the doctor flatly refused. Saving one child today was already a favor. He didn't have time to treat so many people. Little Chu Li admired their brotherly bond and pleaded on their behalf. The doctor scoffed, saying even when dying, they still had energy to worry about others. So he agreed to save Shinzenan, but only if Shinjichen agreed to become his medicine subject to assist in treatments. Being a test subject meant suffering constant torture from medicine daily. The question was whether he dared accept. Shinjichen couldn't bear to watch his brother die, so he accepted without hesitation. Only then did the doctor let them all in. Shinquo could only wait anxiously outside. She wanted to see Chu Li come out safe and sound, but the mission time had ended. She didn't know that after she left, Chu Li remained in a coma for over half a month. When he finally woke up, he was forced to become someone else, all because the sickly little prince refused to wear a mask. The noble consort cruelly smashed the infant in the cradle to death. Slaughter. The little prince immediately turned dark. He grew up to be a cold-blooded tyrant who killed without blinking. At that moment, as he was sent to the divine doctor's home, he opened his eyes and saw Shinjichen, finally learning that his brother had been healed and taken home by the family. Little Chu-Li was curious why he didn't return with his family. Shin Ji-chan fell silent, looking gloomy and not answering. Chu-Li could feel that he didn't like this place, so he encouraged him to do what he truly loved. At that moment, the miracle doctor entered and interrupted them. He said that Shun's family from the palace had come to fetch him. Chu-Li instantly felt resistant. Those were not his real family. He didn't want a father who had abandoned him. The miracle doctor didn't care about royal grudges. He just told him to pack up and get out. Chu-Li didn't want to return to that cold, filthy palace. He just wanted to stay with the miracle doctor. The miracle doctor chuckled and said, "Wait till you see what happens to Shin Ji-chan." Shin Ji-chan had no choice but to roll up his sleeves, revealing arms full of needle marks and scars. Chu-Li was stunned. It had to be that evil old man. He rushed forward to avenge Shin Ji-chan, only to find his dantian was completely empty. The miracle doctor said his body had suffered irreversible damage. Forget about learning orthodox martial arts. If anything, he could only learn demonic techniques. Chu-Li was shaken. He had worked so hard to build his internal strength. How could he protect himself now? The miracle doctor then ordered Shin Ji-chan to try a new formula. Shin Ji-chan followed reluctantly. Chu-Li quickly ran up to stop him. He didn't want the only person who had talked to him to leave. Shin Ji-chan gently patted his head. He thought this little prince was as kind as a younger brother. Surely they'd become good friends in the future. Chu-Li didn't want him to suffer again. He was about to follow, when the third prince blocked his way. He ordered his men to drag Chu-Li back. At that moment, Consort Yu was waiting at the entrance of Shanshan village. She hated that Chu-Li was stealing the spotlight. Now he had become a local hero. She slapped him hard across the face. But Chu-Li didn't think he had done anything wrong. They didn't like him, but he didn't want to go back either. Consort Yu sneered. Even a little bastard dares to talk back now. She immediately ordered someone to kill Li Liahu's son. The couple clutched their child tightly, begging them to spare his life. Chu-Li was horrified. He begged her to let the family go. He would do anything. Consort Yu wanted the third prince to replace him and become the people's hero, but their ages didn't match. So she made Chu-Li wear a mask and impersonate the deceased 19th prince from the border conflict to clear the way for the third prince to claim the throne. Chu-Li smashed the mask in rage. How could he help the person who wanted him dead? Seeing this, Consort Yu didn't say a word. She ordered someone to seize Li Liahu's child and smashed him to the ground. Chu-Li almost lost his mind. Why kill someone so innocent? The couple was overwhelmed with grief. Chu-Li felt immense guilt. He had brought this tragedy to them, but Li Liahu knew it wasn't his fault. It was this woman who kept pushing him. They were merely pawns in her scheme against Chu-Li. A flash of hatred passed through Li Liahu's eyes. He suddenly grabbed a guard's blade and stabbed at Consort Yu, but was instantly slain by the guards. Chu-Li collapsed to the ground. He truly was a bringer of disaster. The villagers should never have saved him. He shouldn't be forced by threats to do things he hated. With that, he charged at the consort, only to be struck down by a sword. Blood splattered across Chu-Li's face. He was already on the verge of a breakdown. The Li family had been so kind to him. They gave him the warmth of a real home, and now they'd been cruelly killed. In despair, Chu-Li suddenly recalled. Shin Kuo once told him not to give up, that evil must not prevail. Consort Yu smugly continued interrogating him. Have you made up your mind? Chu-Li knew if he didn't comply, she would kill all the villagers. He finally agreed to be the 19th prince, but only on the condition she no longer hurt the villagers, and gave the Li family a dignified burial. He held the blood-stained mask tightly and vowed one day he would make her pay for what she'd done. Afterward, Chu-Li took care of the Li family's funeral arrangements. Then he followed Consort Yu back to the entrance of Shanshan village. Consort Yu even had the third prince distribute condolence money to the villagers. But the villagers secretly cursed him for his false kindness. He had tied them up and left them in the rain. How could he be a good person? It was the masked one standing silently beside him, who truly acted like he had never been there. From now on, our roads part. We owe each other nothing. We'll never meet again. The villagers were shocked at his words. They didn't know what had happened, but they solemnly agreed. Meanwhile, Shun Kuo returned to the present timeline. He found the mission had been completed, but the mission progress for his target character had to wait another half-month, because in half a month, that person would suffer a major setback. How Shin Kuo handled it would directly affect the strategy. Shin Kuo grew anxious. He silently cursed the system. Why couldn't it just teleport him half a month forward? Just then, Chu-Li suddenly woke up. He didn't know why, but his whole body felt uncomfortable, especially his chest. It felt tight and stifling. Shin Kuo approached, worried. As soon as Chu-Li saw him, he remembered. Before falling asleep, all he did was talk about Shin Ziren. He instantly got jealous. He decided to teach him a lesson. So he asked if Shin Kuo had practiced his calligraphy. Shin Kuo gave an awkward chuckle. He tried to make an excuse to escape, but the emperor simply ordered Eunuch's son to fetch it. Turned out he hadn't written a single character. Even 2 pages of the calligraphy sheets were missing. In truth, while practicing earlier, Shenhua got frustrated and tore the sheets. He thought Chu Li would explode in rage, but to his surprise, he was gentle, patiently correcting Shenhua's grip. This serious side of Chu Li was insanely handsome. Shenhua couldn't take his eyes off him. He blurted out how good His Majesty looked. No, he meant his calligraphy looked good. Chu Li instantly got annoyed, so he stared for that long. And it wasn't to admire him, but his handwriting. He ordered Shenhua to copy it 10 more times. But then they ended up in a completely unexpected situation. A consort had beaten 7 concubines in public. They immediately came to complain to the emperor. The emperor boldly declared, "My consort can hit whoever she wants. Even if someone dies, I won't punish her." Just moments ago, he had personally taught her calligraphy. But Shenhua had barely written 2 characters, and already turned the brush into a broom. The emperor couldn't take it anymore. He placed a hand on Shenhua's shoulder, and taught him stroke by stroke. Such close contact made Shenhua blush furiously, but with Chu Li's guidance, his handwriting finally looked decent. Pleased, the emperor rewarded him. "Copy it 10 more times." Shenhua wrote until deep into the night. Only then did he finish his homework. As soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy, completely drained. He collapsed onto a chair and fainted. The emperor panicked instantly. He immediately summoned the imperial physician. After diagnosis, the physician said Shenhua had lost too much blood. Chu Li was confused. He hadn't seen him get injured. How could he be bleeding? He immediately pulled open his clothes, only to find a blood-stained bite mark on his arm. Chu Li was struck like lightning. He coughed up blood. Those tragic memories surged into his mind in an instant. He didn't have time to think. He immediately picked up the medicine and carefully treated Shenhua's wound before bandaging it. Eunuch's son, still worried, brought in the imperial physician to check Chu Li's pulse. The physician said Chu Li's headache had relapsed due to overexertion. Eunuch's son wanted to ask Shenhua to sing and soothe his headache, but Chu Li firmly refused. He didn't want Shenhua to become a tool for relieving his headaches. Anyone who dares go behind his back will pay with their head. The next day, Shenhua groggily woke up, only to find herself lying in the Panlong Palace bedroom. "Don't tell me I have to take responsibility to the emperor?" Chu Li was struck speechless by her vivid imagination. He immediately told her that the maids had changed her clothes last night. She didn't need to take responsibility. Only then did Shenhua breathe a sigh. Looks like she won't need to pay an overnight fee. Chu Li gritted his teeth in anger. So in her heart, he still couldn't compare to a few coins. Shenhua, seeing his expression, thought he regretted his words. She immediately rushed over to take her coin pouch bag from under the pillow. Since His Majesty said no need to pay, then he can't go back on his word. The emperor roared in fury. "Take your filthy money and get out of Zhengard." Eunuch's son couldn't help but chuckle. Who told His Majesty to be so stingy before? Now it's karma. Chu Li instantly flew into a rage. Since he loves to laugh so much, let him go sweep the stables to teach him a lesson. Eunuch's son was almost in tears. Meanwhile, Shenhua happily clutched the coin pouch she had gotten back. Just then, Shen Xiao happened to walk by and saw this scene. Even Shen Xiao felt embarrassed for her. This daughter of his was clearly a money grubber. But today she came to discuss the spring hunt with the emperor. The emperor hated hearing about spring hunts the most. Shenhua could understand that. After all, little Chu Li suffered a lot during one. But Shen Xiao believed that the reason General Wang could stir trouble was because the late emperor had wiped out all the generals. Now they had too few and too weak martial generals to use. Hosting a spring hunt could boost morale, celebrate the recent victory, and also attract more military talent. Shenhua agreed it made sense. She immediately supported her father in speaking to the emperor. Chu Li heard that Shen Xiao had seen Shenhua and feared he might speak ill of him. But Shen Xiao said Shenhua cared deeply about the spring hunt. "No doubt, she's truly my daughter, righteous and bold without hesitation." Hearing that Shen Xiao wanted to participate, Chu Li gave the order to prepare the spring hunt immediately. All court officials busied themselves with arrangements. Shen Ziren was assigned to assist Commander Liu with security work. Shen Ziren worried she might make a mistake. After all, her current position was thanks to her sister's influence. Shen Xiao gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. The two looked very close. The emperor immediately flew into a jealous rage. He ordered Eunuch's son to interrupt them. He commanded Shen Ziren to depart with the main force at once. No more wasting time here. Then Shenhua was brought to the carriage. Seeing the golden dragon engraving on it, she feared sitting on it would get her beheaded. Even worse, Chu Li prepared a whole table of calligraphy sheets for her to practice on the way. Shenhua was almost in tears. Chu Li had heard she slacked off while he was busy, so now she had to make up for it on the road. Shenhua clenched her teeth in frustration, rolled up her sleeves ready for war. But Chu Li grabbed her arm and checked the wounds on it. Seeing the scar had almost healed, he finally relaxed. Along the way, Shenhua practiced diligently and finally quieted down. Only then did Chu Li let her off. Shenhua felt half her life had been drained. Just then, a guard reported. The town ahead is Xiangshan. Shall we rest here? Shenhua was surprised. Wasn't it called Xiangshan Village before? When did it become a town? A local official came forward to explain. Xiangshan Village had grown and prospered, so it was renamed Xiangshan Town. It was all thanks to Lord Zhuo. But before he could finish, Chu Li exploded in rage, ordering 3 of his fingers cut off, to teach him not to gossip carelessly. Moments later, Commander Lu returned to report. He reported that the people of Xiangshan Town are very unwelcoming to outsiders, especially hated the royal family. Shenhua was stunned by what he heard. But little Chu Li once saved the villagers of Xiangshan. Shouldn't they respect her? Why would they hate her? Shenhua wanted to ask for clarification, but Chu Li kicked him out of the carriage. He was instantly furious. Just then, he overheard some concubines nearby complaining. The tents were hard and uncomfortable to sleep in. Why not vacate houses in the nearby towns for them? Shenhua stormed over and kicked over their brazier in anger. Sparks flew everywhere. The concubines cried out in pain. Those were the villagers' own homes. What right did they have to demand others give them up? But the concubines were indignant. They considered themselves of high status. Willing to live in commoners' homes was a grace to them. The villagers should feel honored. Shenhua slapped one of them in anger. These women were just as stupid as the old emperor, evicting villagers from their homes and still feeling entitled if they wanted to flaunt their status. Then Shenhua would use his consort rank to suppress them. He immediately ordered them to be arrested and punished until they submitted. Soon, Eunuch Sun rushed to report to the emperor. Consort Shun has hit people again, but Chu Li was indifferent. As the consort of Jinqing Palace, she hit as she pleased. Even if she killed someone, she didn't need to explain. That night, Shenhua slept peacefully after venting. But Chu Li, troubled by returning to this, had a headache and couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, the couple realized they had been ambushed. The consort was chased by assassins and fell off a cliff. The tyrant emperor jumped after her without hesitation. As the convoy resumed, Shenhua noticed Chu Li looked exhausted. He thought she was upset because he hit her women. Chu Li angrily slapped a calligraphy sheet onto his face. If it weren't for her insisting on bringing those dumb concubines, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But Shenhua felt wrong. How could she think he wanted those women by his side? It was clearly the Ministry of Internal Affairs arrangement. They told her to choose concubines to accompany him, but Chu Li never instructed to bring them along. Those women were noisy and troublesome, utterly annoying. The couple was furious. So they'd been tricked by the Internal Affairs all along. They dismissed that chief once they returned. Just then, the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Chu Li quickly pulled Shenhua into her arms, asking what had happened. Turns out they were ambushed. The bandits charged directly at the concubines' carriages. Chu Li ordered Shun Ziren to handle it, but the real target was Chu Li's own carriage. Fortunately, Commander Lu had prepared in advance. He drew his sword and charged, killing the assassins without mercy. Shenhua was stunned. It was the first time she saw how powerful Commander Lu was. Chu Li suddenly got jealous. This woman dared to praise another man in front of her. She slammed the carriage window shut. Just then, a voice called out. Noble Lady Qi was... Shenhua immediately drew her sword and dashed out. Noble Lady Qi was her close friend. She couldn't just watch her die. Chu Li could only sigh in frustration. This woman always brought trouble upon herself. She hurriedly chased after her in worry, unaware she was the real target. A hidden enemy in the tree launched a volley of arrows. Chu Li sensed the danger. She dodged swiftly, then used inner force to pick up fallen arrows from the ground, and shot them back at the assassins. One by one, they fell from the trees, lifeless. Shenhua's eyes lit up with admiration. She looked at Chu Li with deep awe. Chu Li beckoned her closer with a finger, but Shenhua turned and ran away. She still needed to save Noble Lady Qi. At that moment, the assassin held Noble Lady Qi hostage. Seeing how anxious Shenhua was, risking herself for a rescue, the assassin became more confident in using the hostage. That familiar voice. Shenhua realized she was the escaped spirit. She immediately warned her to release Noble Lady Qi, or she'd meet a miserable end. The assassin fled with Noble Lady Qi in tow. Shenhua gave chase without hesitation, or else she would die without a grave. The assassin grabbed Noble Lady Qi and turned to flee. Shenhua chased closely behind. Finally, the assassin stopped at the edge of a cliff. Qi Guiran anxiously urged Shenhua to leave quickly, not to risk herself for her sake. But Shenhua refused to listen. Suddenly, the assassin blew a whistle, and a group of black-clad men leaped out, ambushing Shenhua from behind. But with 2 swift slashes, Shenhua cut them down. Yet the assassin showed no fear, having already poisoned Shenhua. Suddenly, Shenhua felt her body stiffen, as if her life force was gradually draining away. It turned out that jealous concubines had poisoned her nail polish long ago. Shenhua let out a defiant sneer. Even if she died, Taking a few of them with her was enough. But the assassin smugly told her to look behind, where Chu Li had somehow caught up. Shenhua realized their true target was Chu Li. The assassin couldn't understand why they all willingly walked into traps for others. Weren't they afraid of death? Shenhua's heart jolted in shock. Why did Xunyan's voice sound like a man's? The assassin removed her mask, still bearing Xunyan's face, but with a man's voice. Chu Li instantly recognized it as a disguise technique, a cheap trick used by Jiangao charlatans. Daring to move against her, they'd be torn to pieces. The assassin laughed triumphantly. The Dog Emperor may be formidable, but now she had Shenhua as her weakness, like being bound by chains. Today, they'd both die here. Shenhua refused to be a bargaining chip to threaten Chu Li, forcing herself to say she was fine. The next second, the ground shook violently. Chu Li keenly realized they were using black powder to blast the mountain. She swiftly pulled Shenhua into her arms and fled. The assassin pushed Qi Guiran toward the cliff. Shenhua broke free from Chu Li's embrace, rushing to save Qi Guiran. The assassin seized the chance to slash at her, but Chu Li killed her with a single palm strike. Shenhua clung tightly to Qi Guiran's hand, but the poison left her strengthless. Qi Guiran cried out desperately for her to leave, not wanting to drag her friend down. But Shenhua refused to let go, mustering all her strength, and finally pulled Qi Guiran up. But the next second, the ground cracked from the blast. Shenhua decisively pushed Qi Guiran to safety. 257. 00:07 underscore timestamp. 00:07:09:000. Falling with the collapsing ground into the abyss. Chu Li, without hesitation, jumped after her, grabbing the assassin's corpse as a cushion. You damned woman. If you dare die, I'll kill Qi Guiran and the entire Shen family, and burn their ashes into powder for you. With that, she held her tightly in her arms, plummeting together toward the cliff's bottom, and Shenhua opened her eyes again. She found herself unable to see anything. She called for Chu Li, but got no response, groping around blindly, and touched a cold arm, with no pulse. Shenhua was struck with panic. Unable to believe the great tyrant died so easily, clutching the hand, she wailed in grief. Chu Li, just waking nearby, saw this scene, and was nearly furious to death. This woman dared hold another man's hand in her presence. Shenhua jumped at the sound, still unable to see anything. Then she remembered she'd been poisoned by a traitor among the concubines aiding the assassin, but she wasn't too Instead, immediately asking if Chu Li was injured, she pulled out the healing salve she carried. But Chu Li said her injuries were internal, sitting aside to regulate her breathing. As she circulated her energy, the surrounding temperature dropped. Shenhua felt increasingly cold, silently hugging herself tightly. When Chu Li finished, she noticed. Shenhua's face was pale, trembling from the cold. She quickly draped her outer robe over her. Shenhua realized the air wasn't as cold anymore, but staying in this unfamiliar place. He's usually hot-tempered and arrogant, never speaking so gently. Shenhua felt something was off, lowering her head in disappointment. She must have expected too much. It's fine if the emperor doesn't agree. Chu Li sighed helplessly, sitting beside her to gently comfort her. With me by your side, there's no need to be nervous. But the next second, Shenhua's entire body began to freeze. After the noble consort fell off the cliff, she became deaf and blind, and upon waking, her husband still hadn't come. By her side was only a doting, utterly devoted fiancé. Since Shenhua fell off the cliff, Chu Li had kept her in his arms. Under his indulgence, Shenhua grew bolder, lying across his lap, squirming and nuzzling. She mumbled softly, would she be blind forever? Chu Li held her hand, swearing he'd search the world for a cure. Chu Li tried using his inner force to expel the poison from her body, but as soon as he began, Shenhua shivered and cried out. Chu Li had never thought his technique was flawed before, but now he regretted his past choices. Was this feeling love? Strange as it was, he didn't find it unpleasant. Chu Li held Shenhua tightly, since she'd provoked him first. She'd never escape him in this lifetime. The next morning, sunlight streamed down. Shenhua woke up starving, wanting to go find food, and see if she could contact Commander Lu or Fourth Brother. Chu Li indulgently agreed, but worried how she'd manage without sight. Shenhua boasted proudly of her keen hearing, claiming she could follow his footsteps by sound alone. But before she finished, she tripped with a thud, falling face first to the ground, unable to get up. Chu Li's face froze in shock. She stammered she could walk on her own. Chu Li's veins bulged in frustration. Her squirming made carrying her like a princess even harder. They'd barely left the cave when a torrential rain poured down. The mountain animals all hid. The only thing visible was a lone bird flying overhead. So Chu Li took her to a cave to shelter from the rain. After settling Shenhua, Chu Li went to find food. Shenhua was anxious but stayed silent, fearing she'd slow him down if she followed. She could only huddle gloomily, waiting for him. when Chu Li returned with a bird. He'd often wished Shenhua would behave, but seeing her so quiet now, he felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart. Chu Li deliberately coughed loudly, signaling his return. Shenhua's face lit up with joy, beaming with a radiant, sunny smile. For the next few days, the rain continued in the mountains. They stayed in the cave. Chu Li, concerned for Shenhua's safety, only scouted paths while foraging. But Shenhua found the roasted bird increasingly tasteless. Chu Li thought she was tired of it, indulgently promising to roast rabbit once the rain stopped. But Shenhua couldn't hear what he was saying. Chu Li's heart sank, realizing the poison was worsening, affecting her hearing. Shenhua's body went limp, collapsing. Chu Li caught her in his arms, trying to stabilize her heart with his inner force, then expel the poison. But her body couldn't withstand it, and she began coughing up blood. Her eyelids started to frost over with cold. Chu Li realized he'd made things worse. Quickly withdrawing his inner force, the abrupt halt caused a backlash, making him spit out blood. Shenhua grew even weaker. If this continued, she might not survive. With no other choice, Chu Li drew his dagger and slashed his hand, feeding his blood into Shenhua's mouth. His dark technique made his inner force icy, but his blood was fiery, and this method worked. The frost on Shenhua's eyelids began to melt. Encouraged, Chu Li cut deeper, wanting to give her more. For some reason, this scene felt familiar. Flashes of images crossed his mind, but he couldn't recall them. With Shenhua's life hanging by a thread, now wasn't the time for memories. Seeing forced detox wouldn't work, Chu Li transferred her poison into himself, using his blood and inner force. He temporarily suppressed the poison in her body, then carried her to find someone who could cure her. Luckily, the rain had stopped. Chu Li held Shenhua, following the main road, pressing forward to seek help. Unexpectedly, they arrived at Xiangshan Town. At the same time, the village chief of Xiangshan Town was worshipping a ghost mask. They always thought their benefactor was the 19th prince, but after the new emperor ascended, statues and praises were forbidden. Xiangshan village could only build a merit hall to worship in secret. Chu Li brought Shenhua to Xiangshan Town, urging the doctor to treat Shenhua, while saying nothing about her own injuries. On the way, Dr. Wan chattered endlessly, saying that during the reconstruction after the earthquake, they planted a poplar tree at the old seller's site to commemorate the little benefactor. Chu Li looked at the tree with a complex expression, but said nothing. She silently led Shenhua to a room. Dr. Wan helped make the bed and found them clean clothes. Chu Li insisted on changing Shenhua's clothes herself. Dr. Wan sternly lectured that with a young man shouldn't take advantage of a lady. Only then did he notice their extraordinary bearing despite both being gravely injured, guessing their families opposed their marriage, making them desperate lovers fleeing to the ends of the earth. The next day, Dr. Wan told Shenhua the remaining poison would take days to fully clear, and these days would be tough on her fiancé. Shenhua nearly spat out her tea. How did she wake up with a husband? Only then did Shenhua realize this was Xiangshan Town, and she grew frantic. This was a place of pain for Chu Li. She scrambled out of bed to find Chu Li. Chu Li was standing by the window, silently staring at the poplar tree, lost in thought. Hearing Shenhua's voice, she hurried to support her. Shenhua was deeply worried, unsure how Chu Li's injuries were. Chu Li gave a soft chuckle, pinching her chin and teasing with a smirk. What? Does my beloved consort want to take responsibility for me? But Shenhua earnestly replied, if the emperor was injured because of her, she'd definitely take responsibility. Her serious demeanor made it hard for Chu Li to keep teasing. Suddenly shy, she turned to leave, saying it had nothing to do with Shenhua. Her internal energy had just gone astray. Shenhua grabbed her, insisting they get their story straight, or exposing their identities would be trouble. After all, Shenhua remembered Commander Lu's saying, the people of Xiangshan Town despised the imperial family, especially Chu Li. Chu Li said everyone assumed they were an engaged couple, fleeing here to escape a forbidden marriage. Shenhua's mouth twitched at the thought. This guy probably didn't bother making up an excuse, and just went along with it. Chu Li silently turned her head away, clearly admitting it. Since they'd be staying here for a while, they had to play the part well. Shenhua was quite good at acting, like when she faked crying to beg for money. It was always so convincing. Then Chu Li experienced the most awkward day of her life. The third prince treated his sister like a candle, locking her in a cage to make a lantern, so she'd belong to him alone. By day, Shenhua had to cover for Chu Li, constantly brainwashing herself. I love my fiancé so much. We're inseparable. So they held hands, strolling through the village. Shenhua told everyone how hard it was when they eloped, thanking everyone for their kind help, praising the village's good people. Chu Li could only silently support her, listening to her nonsense. Sure enough, everyone believed their tragic love story, wishing them a long life together and many children. Shunhua spat out her drink. How could she have kids when her husband was now her fiancé? Chu Li seized the chance to pat her back loudly, saying she was moved by everyone's sincere blessings. Shunhua was nearly furious to death. This guy was definitely settling a personal grudge, trying to slap her to death. But to keep up the act as a loving couple, she could only shyly nestle into Chu Li's arms, letting her wipe her face. Since they'd be staying in Xiangshan town for a while, the village chief led them to the merit hall to pay respects to the little benefactor. As soon as they entered, they saw the ghost mask hanging above. Shunhua was about to kneel in reverence, but Chu Li suddenly roared, forbidding her to kneel. Chu Li stared fixedly at the mask, a flood of tragic memories overwhelming him. Coughed up blood, his body swaying, on the verge of collapse, muttering repeatedly not to kneel, then fainted. Shunhua was startled, quickly lifting him up, calling for a doctor to save him. With the villagers' help, they carried Chu Li back to the house. Shunhua stayed by his side, anxious, praying for his swift recovery. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. In a half-dream, half-awake state, she hazily saw Chu Li sneak out. Worried, Shunhua quietly followed, finding Chu Li under a poplar tree, where a tombstone stood, inscribed with Tomb of the Leaf Family. Chu Li knelt before it, saying, "Uncle Li, I've come to see you. How have you been all these years?" Shunhua watched this man, who dominated the realm, and cared for nothing, now so sorrowful. She hid in the shadows, not wanting to disturb him. But this scene triggered the villain's time machine, activating a flashback mission. The task required 3 hours. In the past, Shunhua was unaffected by the poison. Upon arriving, she found young Chu Li in a lavish palace. The moment he saw Shunhua, young Chu Li hurriedly hid the ghost mask. Shunhua didn't press him. Since growing kids have their secrets, young Chu Li patted his arm muscles, boasting he'd grown taller and stronger. But he dodged other questions. He pulled Shunhua to the living room, saying he wanted to make a lantern with sister. Over the years, he'd collected wood from old bed frames, saving it to craft a unique lantern for her. To Shunhua, the lantern looked like a cage, but seeing young Chu Li's eager face, she couldn't bear to refuse. Chu Li asked her to stand by the wood to measure her height. Shunhua found it odd, but complied obediently. Soon, the lantern was complete, as tall as a room. Young Chu Li told her to go inside and act as the candle. Shunhua was baffled, but Chu Li pushed her in without explanation. The lantern size was tailored to her measurements, so she wouldn't bump her head inside. But she couldn't glow. Standing there seemed pointless. Unbeknownst to her, in young Chu Li's mind, pretty sister shone like the sun. But the next second, he shut the door, secretly thrilled. He'd finally trapped pretty sister in a cage he made. If he could keep her, she'd be his alone forever. Chu Li then drew the scene. Wanting to treasure it forever, he asked if sister preferred a gold or silver lock. Shunhua, of course, chose gold. Chu Li painted the lock gold. Just then, the system signaled the mission's end. But as she tried to leave, something went wrong. She couldn't depart. He'd succeeded. He'd kept sister with him. Shunhua could only smile and praise him, but she could only be trapped briefly. Soon, Shunhua faded from the spot. Chu Li's heart sank. He'd failed to keep sister after all. Just then, the third prince entered, harshly ordering him to put on the mask and follow. Meanwhile, Shunhua returned to the present timeline. Noticing Chu Li was no longer under the poplar tree, she went back to the room to find him. But upon entering, saw a young girl by Chu Li's bedside, gazing at him adoringly. She was Yining, Dr. Wan's daughter. Shunhua's jealousy flared. What was a young girl doing in her fiancé's room at night? A man and woman alone together was improper. Yining, defiant, retorted. They weren't married yet anyway. Shunhua's anger surged, ready to confront the situation. The tension in the room was palpable. She has the right to pursue Chu Li as his bride. Shunhua was amused by her shamelessness. Who in the village doesn't know about their relationship? She's clearly just after Chu Li's looks, trying to be a mistress. Yining, however, thinks she's not worthy of Chu Li. Otherwise, why would she let Chu Li run off with someone else? Shunhua was utterly speechless. Many things aren't about forcing yourself in front of someone to show you care. She knew Chu Li went out alone tonight because he didn't want to be disturbed. He wanted to pay respects to someone important alone. Shunhua deliberately held Chu Li's hand, acting affectionate. This display of love provoked Yining. She ran off crying. The next morning, Shun Jiqing was invited to treat a patient, but as soon as she entered, she recognized Chu Li. He was the brutal tyrant who plundered her benefactor's friends to gain power. A fourth-rank meritorious tyrant. Such a person deserves to die out there. Shunhua was awakened by her voice. Hearing her say Chu Li should die outside, she furiously retorted. She won't die. Even if everyone in your divine doctor's manor dies, she won't die. Shenhua still remembered that old divine doctor, who treated human lives like grass. She didn't expect his disciple to be the same, but she didn't know Shenjiqing had already renamed the divine doctor's manner to Medicine King. Seeing Shenhua's resemblance to her mother, she had initially wanted to help treat her eyes, but now forget it. Shenhua was no pushover. Even in her next life, she wouldn't beg the divine doctor's manner to save her. Chu Li watched, completely baffled. Weren't they supposed to have a deep sibling bond, like blood thicker than water? Why did they start arguing the moment they met? Shenjiqing stormed off angrily. Shenhua knew what she wanted to say, but she didn't want such a cold-blooded person to treat her eyes. The two locked eyes stubbornly, both thinking, no matter what, they'd make the divine doctor treat the other. This village worships the ghost mask as a deity, but treats the mask's owner as an enemy. Even the divine doctor refuses to save her life, cursing her to die quickly. Gui Fei jumped up, shouting curses. If you die, she still won't die. You call him my brother? Am I your father then? At that moment, Shenjiqing was kneeling before the ghost mask in Gongda Hall, swearing to protect this place for her friend. The villagers saw Shenjiqing and then ran into Shun Ziren head-on. Shun Ziren was surprised to see her. Without hesitation, Shenjiqing shoved the items into his arms. If you dare break a single egg, I'll stab you to death with a silver needle, little brother. Hearing Shun Ziren was looking for his sister, Shenjiqing was somewhat surprised. Shun Yin is missing, so why come here? Shun Ziren then explained everything in full detail. Shun Yin isn't his real sister. His real sister is Shun Qua. Shenjiqing was shocked. Wan Dafu seemed to have mentioned that the woman with Chu Li was surnamed Shun, and she looked a lot like their mother. Shun Ziren added that his sister and the emperor were in the village. Second brother, you must have seen her, right? Shenjiqing's head started to ache. Seen her? More than that, they just parted on bad terms. Shenjiqing paced anxiously in circles. If father finds out I refuse to save my sister, what will happen? He'll definitely beat you to death. Just as Shun Ziren finished speaking, Lu Tongling came looking for him. The emperor ordered no disturbances to the peace of Xiangshan town, so he ordered his men to drag Shun Ziren back. Shenjiqing seized the chance to slip away. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo was startled by a sudden roar. Startled, she knocked over the water cup. Chu Li immediately pulled her into his arms. Shen Kuo froze, stunned. Why was he grabbing her? Shouldn't he be catching the cup? At that moment, Shenjiqing burst through the door, blabbering about treating her eyes. But upon entering, he saw his sister in the arms of that wretched emperor. Furious, he spat out blood. But now wasn't the time for family reunions. He needed to treat his sister's eyes first. Yet Shen Kuo insisted he treat Chu Li's injuries before hers. Shenjiqing exploded with rage. Why do you keep making me save this tyrant? What does his life have to do with us? It matters a lot. He's my fiancé. Shenjiqing refused to accept the tyrant as his sister's betrothed. Chu Li, backlash from his inner force, has only days to live. If you don't want to be a widow, don't get attached. Shen Kuo was horrified. How could Chu Li die so easily? She leapt up, ready to argue with him. Chu Li quickly held her back. Shenjiqing, seething, couldn't contain his fury. He fired several silver needles, trying to force Chu Li to release her. Shen Kuo, sensing the hidden weapons, drew her dagger and knocked them down. What kind of divine physician harms a defenseless patient? If you're so skilled, fight me one-on-one. Shen Kuo held the dagger to his face, forcing him to save Chu Li. Shenjiqing's heart sank, utterly dejected. If I said I'm your brother, would you believe me? Shen Kuo scoffed, spitting in disdain. You my brother? Then I'm your father. Chu Li couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shenjiqing, humiliated, glared fiercely. Didn't she want him to treat the injury? Then whether he kills or cripples him is up to me. Shen Kuo smirked, cutting off his schemes. A divine physician with a healer's heart wouldn't sabotage a patient, right? Shenjiqing, cornered, had no choice. He grudgingly brewed medicine for Chu Li all night. But from afar, Shen Kuo smelled the pungent, bitter stench wafting over. Unbeknownst to her, Shenjiqing had added heaps of bitter coptis. If he couldn't kill the tyrant, he'd make him suffer. Chu Li, unfazed, lifted the bowl, gulping it down in one go. For the sake of Shen Kuo's eyes being healed, he'd tolerate Shenjiqing's insolence for now. Shen Kuo, feeling sorry for Chu Li drinking such bitter medicine, bought sweet rice dumplings from a village granny to cheer him up. Those 2 dumplings cost her everything, not just her remaining coins, but even her last hairpin, sold to the granny. Chu Li realized Shen Kuo had been handling their food and lodging, suddenly feeling like a kept man. Shenjiqing, fed up with their lovey-dovey nonsense, yanked Shen Kuo away to treat her eyes. After some time of careful treatment, Shen Kuo could finally see a little. Turning around, she saw Chu Li crafting a cane for her by hand. She was overwhelmed with emotion. A cane made by the emperor himself must be worth a fortune. Even Shinjiching, seeing the volatile tyrant, chopping wood and carving a tree, just to make a cane for his sister, began to view him differently. The first thing Shinqua did with her cane was sneak away from Chu Li to the tomb he'd visited, squinting to read the inscription. She wanted to know who the tomb belonged to. Just then, Shinjiching approached. Shinqua asked him to read the tombstone's words. It read, Tomb of Li Jian and family of 3. Li Jian was a village Laura hunter from the village. Shinqua's heart sank. She urgently asked how they died. Shinjiching, visibly saddened, said, Years ago, he met Li the hunter once. He was carrying his gravely ill younger brother, seeking the divine physician's help. There, he saw Li the hunter carrying a child for treatment. Later, he heard Li returned home and was killed by imperial forces, along with his newborn son. Was that child about 10, thin, with scars on his back? And you, a white-robed youth carrying your brother? After leaving his brother, Shinjiching stayed to study medicine. He always thought of that child as a friend, the most sincere person he'd ever met. But they didn't know each other long before the child's family took him away. When Shinjiching became a master physician and could search for him, he learned of the child's death. Shinqua, desperate to tell him the truth about the child's fate, realized the weight of the tragedy. She needed to act quickly. That little boy didn't die. In fact, he's standing right here. But before he could finish, Chu Li rushed in and interrupted. He never expected that the white-robed youth he met back then would turn out to be Shinjiching. But he didn't want anyone to know about the past. Shinqua saw he was coughing up blood. Miracle doctor, please help him, or you'll regret it. Shinjiching took his pulse and realized he had been suppressing the signs of poisoning with inner force. He was clearly seeking death. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Li suddenly collapsed. The truth about the tyrant was finally revealed. The villagers knelt devoutly before him, as if seeing the kind little benefactor from the past. They prayed for a smooth and peaceful life ahead for him. Right after Chu Li fainted, Shinjiching quickly carried him back to the room and poured him wine for treatment. Dr. Wan told Shinqua not to worry. Divine Dr. Shun is highly skilled and dignified. He's a noble heir from the capital. Shinqua was stunned to hear that. There was only one noble Shin family in the capital, his own. Didn't father say Shinjiching studied medicine at Yaowang Valley and was a disobedient son who never came home? But Dr. Wan said that Yaowang Valley was just the new name for the old divine doctor's residence. Shinqua instantly felt guilty and didn't dare look at Shinjiching. He had known their relationship all along. Why didn't he say anything? Shinjiching was also aggrieved. He did tell the truth. It was Shinqua who forgot. Shinqua became more eager to recover. Although Shinjiching said the method would be painful, Shinqua didn't care. To gain something, one must pay the price. Shinjiching had no choice but to treat him. Shinqua was exhausted and in pain. After the treatment ended, he collapsed right away. Shinjiching gently held him in his arms and gave him a candy to ease the pain. Finally, Shinqua was able to clearly see what his second brother looked like. Afterward, Shinjiching personally delivered medicine to Chu Li. Chu Li found the medicine surprisingly not bitter. He suspected the prescription was wrong, but Shinjiching suddenly realized this scene was identical to one from the past, and Chu Li also remembered what happened back then. He immediately clutched his head in agony. He forbade him from continuing. He told him to get out. Shinqua didn't want to agitate Chu Li further, so he asked Shinjiching to leave. Chu Li glared at him and asked how he knew about the past. Shinqua casually replied he had seen a lot. Chu Li grew even angrier at his response. Can't you even make up a better excuse? Shinqua was also frustrated. You suppressed your poisoned pulse and refused treatment. Were you trying to deceive yourself? Chu Li averted his eyes guiltily. He had no excuse to stay mad. Later, the old lady who sold rice cakes wanted to return the golden hairpin. After all, it was just some cheap desserts. But Chu Li only wanted to get back the copper coin. The old lady brought out a bag of coins, but Chu Li found Shinqua's coin right away. That coin was like a token of their bond. How could he let someone else keep it? In the following days, Chu Li pampered Shinqua immensely. He even fed him personally during meals. Seeing their affection, the village chief's son advised Enin not to get involved. But Enin felt she wasn't in the wrong. They weren't married. Why couldn't she pursue someone she liked? She ran off crying in frustration. But then she suddenly saw soldiers searching the mountain. They said the emperor and noble consort were in Xiangshan town. She was stunned. She ran back to tell the village chief's son. He was utterly shocked. They never hurt anyone in the village. How could he be that tyrant? But villagers overheard their conversation, and soon the whole place was in an uproar. The tyrant is the enemy of Xiangshan town. They must be driven out. Enin quickly ran to warn them. You need to leave now. The villagers won't let you go otherwise. Shinqua looked nervously at Chu Li. What he feared had come to pass. But Chu Li remained seated, unmoving. I'm the emperor. How can I flee in the face of danger? Shunqua wasn't one to shy away from trouble. They hadn't done anything wrong. Why should they be punished? Soon, all the villagers gathered. They shouted for the tyrant to come out. They were sure he was up to no good again. Everyone demanded justice for their little benefactor. Shunqua couldn't listen anymore. He rushed out to defend their group. Carrying knives, were they planning to kill? The villagers accused them of hiding their identities. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. Shunqua firmly admitted they were wrong to conceal it, but they had never harmed anyone. They even gave a lot of silver. These people took advantage and still acted like victims. The villagers were a bit ashamed, but they didn't argue further. They just kept yelling for the tyrant to come out. Shunqua sneered in contempt, asking the consort and emperor to meet them. Such arrogance. And just like that, he confirmed their identities. The villagers believed Chu Li had killed their little benefactor. They demanded he come out and pay the price. Shunqua furiously argued, but Chu Li wouldn't let him suffer such humiliation. She immediately stepped forward. I killed them, she said. I wiped out their entire clan. If you want to kill me or question me, you are not qualified. The villagers were instantly enraged. They all wanted to charge in and kill him for revenge, but the village chief stopped them. He accused Chu Li of erasing their benefactor's deeds. He must first admit his crimes. But Chu Li insisted he had done nothing wrong. Everything he did was right. The chief took out a ghost mask and questioned him. Do you remember Prince Wucheng? The mention made Chu Li's chest ache. He coughed up blood and crushed the mask in one hand. The villagers were terrified. He really was a volatile tyrant. At this critical moment, Shun Jiqing rushed forward. He blocked their way and warned them to stop immediately, or they would regret it. Regret wanting to kill him. Because just now, Shunqua whispered to him, that little boy back, then was Chu Li. The villagers were confused. They wanted him to explain. Chu Li saw it couldn't be hidden anymore. He ordered everyone out. Otherwise, they'd be executed for treason. Only those who had seen him before could stay. He scolded them for clinging to the past. I told you to go your separate ways. I told them. How could the benefactor become a tyrant? Which identity is the real one? Shunqua told them to look with their own eyes, to feel with their hearts, not to be misled by rumors. Chu Li didn't want to say more and turned to leave. He was no longer who he used to be. The villagers' beloved benefactor was already gone. They should continue living their lives. But the villagers only wished he'd protect himself more, not sacrifice everything for others. They wanted to protect their benefactor, but they were powerless to do anything. The Hall of Merit they built was just a way to remember, not to dwell in the past. Whether as Prince Wucheng or the great tyrant, his deeds should be praised. The villagers knelt devoutly before him. They believed without doubt that all those he killed deserved it. They only hoped his future would be peaceful and smooth. Chu Li felt deeply moved. All his pain was quietly soothed. The long wailing heart finally found peace. But that night, Shunqua discovered, little Chu Li was facing a life-or-death crisis. She taught the little prince to rebel, to beat his cruel royal brother, to take back the army and restore order. In order to hold his sister in his hand, he must wield absolute power. Not long after Shunqua and Chu Li left Xiangshan town, they met up with Commander Liu, who had rushed to them, then set off toward the spring hunting grounds. Chu Li had just fallen asleep, resting on Shunqua's lap, when a specific scenario was triggered. The villain's time machine activated. This mission would last 12 hours. As soon as Shunqua opened her eyes, she saw little Chu Li refining rings in the forest. She immediately received a round of applause. No one expected that little kid from back then could now wield a sword. Chu Li was startled. He saw the pretty sister had come, shocked and delighted at the same time. But Shunqua noticed that every time she struck, she held back a little, as if something was holding her back. Little Chu Li was actually afraid that if she killed with her sword, the pretty sister would think she was cruel and cold-blooded. Shunqua stroked her little head gently. Practicing swordsmanship is to protect yourself from bullies. It's self-defense. What's the point of leaving enemies around for New Year's? But Chu Li currently had no inner force. Just swinging a sword wouldn't work. The miracle doctor once said her body was severely damaged. She couldn't learn orthodox martial arts, only demonic techniques. She had been hesitating these past days. Shunqua excitedly rolled up her sleeves to teach her some moves. After all, she was quite good with a dagger. But little Chu Li firmly said she didn't want to learn. Those words pierced Shunqua like a knife. She was left speechless and devastated. Did she think the dagger was too short and useless? Little Chu Li anxiously explained. She was afraid that if sister taught her, she might hurt sister in a real fight one day. Shunqua didn't believe her sweet child would ever harm her. She immediately struck a pose to teach. Who would have thought Chu Li was a genius? She learned all the moves within half an hour. Shunqua felt overwhelmed with pride. The child she raised was truly brilliant. Just then, while tidying clothes, Chu Li accidentally dropped her ghost mask. Shunqua glanced over curiously. Chu Li panicked. She quickly hid it in her arms in a fluster, then made an excuse and fled. She didn't want the pretty sister to see that hideous ghost mask. Shen Kuo was surprised. The little one actually knew how to lie now. What was she hiding from her? Even the palace eunuch was surprised to see her. Wasn't the 18th prince said to be bedridden and unseen for a long time? Why did he suddenly show up today? At that moment, Chu Li entered the classroom, about to sit at the 19th prince's seat. But Shen Kuo suddenly appeared and asked why she wasn't sitting in her own spot. Didn't she love studying the most? Why were there all sorts of weapons on the desk? Chu Li had to lie and say she was too tired and sat in the wrong place. She accidentally sat at the emperor's seat. Then she got up and went to her seat, pretending to study. Shen Kuo was really worried. She urged her to share her troubles. Don't keep it all inside. If she didn't speak up, there's no way she could help her. That's how this world works. Shen Kuo couldn't break the rules of the system. But even until Shen Kuo disappeared, little Chu Li still said everything was fine. She could handle everything herself. Then the third prince suddenly burst in, locked the door behind him, and asked if she had lost her mind. Why did she sit in the 18th prince's seat? Was she trying to expose the fact that she was impersonating the 19th prince? He threw her book aside. Without hesitation, Chu Li punched him back. The third prince was shocked and furious. How dare this little brat hit him? He immediately fought back. But how could his delicate body compete with Chu Li's? With just 2 punches, Chu Li knocked him down. She warned him fiercely, if you have the guts, have your consort mother kill me. But if you touch my stuff again, I'll beat you every time I see you. But the third prince still shouted arrogantly, books aren't for her to read. She should focus on martial arts. Be my sword, conquer the world for me. He then forcefully put the ghost mask on her face. Sure, she wouldn't dare resist, then walked out the door. The other princes saw her bruised and bloodied face, and were stunned. They immediately understood what had happened. The 19th prince was Consort Yu's adopted son. Everyone knew he was fond of violence. It was surely her doing. The news quickly reached Consort Yu. Consort Yu flew into a rage on the spot. A mere lowborn dares to hit her own son? She must be taught who the real master is. It was heard that refugees in Chizhou are rioting. The public is already full of complaints. Consort Yu immediately suggested to the emperor, send the 19th prince to Chizhou. She just wanted Chu Li to get hurt, so he'd learn a lesson. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. The emperor burst out laughing at her words. He had been troubled about which prince to send, but the consort solved the dilemma for him. He immediately issued an edict, ordering the 19th prince to set off for Chizhou that very night. Led the troops to depart overnight. Before leaving, Consort Yu warned him, do not remove your mask in front of others, and you must bring back good results. Otherwise, she'll slaughter all the villagers in Shangshan village. Although little Chu Li was unwilling, he could only ride silently. Leading 30,000 cavalry out of the capital, they rushed overnight to Chizhou. But upon arriving in Chizhou, they were met by citizens blocking the city gates, throwing rotten eggs and vegetables at him. Only then did little Chu Li learn the riot in Chizhou was caused by the emperor increasing taxes. The guards begged him not to order a forceful crackdown on the civilians. The people weren't rebelling on purpose. They just couldn't survive. Chizhou had suffered a locust plague years ago. The people had no harvest and couldn't pay taxes. The county magistrate forced them to sell their children. In desperation, they stormed the county office and killed the magistrate. The guard was a local of Chizhou, so he knew the story well. Chu Li glared at him in anger. Even if the magistrate broke the law, he should be punished by legal means. But the guard knew that if the magistrate hadn't died, news of this would never have reached the capital. Little Chu Li realized the guard was brave and smart. He wanted to recruit him as a trusted aide. That man was none other than Commander Lu, who from then on served under Chu Li. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo was once again pulled back to Chu Li's childhood. But when she opened her eyes, Chu Li was bathing right in front of her. Seeing the well-toned, muscular body, Shen Kuo nearly smashed the system's head in fury. Can you have some decency? Chu Li was startled by the sound. He immediately drew his sword from nearby and swung it at her. Seeing the blade so close, Shen Kuo froze. She could only turn away with an awkward laugh. Little Chu Li instantly blushed red with embarrassment. His entire face turned scarlet. He immediately dove under the water to hide, refusing to come up, even if he drowned. The consort traveled back in time to save the sickly prince, only to be greeted by a hot-bodied teenager. The little prince was so embarrassed he dove into the water. He wouldn't come out no matter what. His blushing cheeks were nearly boiling the water. Shen Kuo was utterly speechless. What's there to hide? He's just a skinny little bean sprout. She had no choice but to leave the room, giving little Chu Li time to get dressed. Chu Li quickly got up and dressed, and hid the ghost mask. Only then did he open the door and leave. But Shen Kuo noticed his worried expression, and knew something was wrong again. Chu Li took Shen Kuo for a walk through the streets, telling her about the Chizhou unrest. He planned to investigate each region one by one, but Shen Kuo knew very well. Doing it this way was slow and thankless, neither efficient nor popular. She pointed at the nearby grain store. The people were starving due to heavy taxes. They had to kneel at the store's entrance, offering their last coins, just to beg for some food. But the grain store owner coldly turned them away. He didn't serve beggars. In the end, the man could only watch his daughter starve. Chuli wanted to step in, but Shunqua stopped him. It would be pointless. The region was suffering famine, yet inns and shops were still doing business. Clearly someone powerful was manipulating things. They needed to find the ring and kill him to set an example. Chuli hesitated at the cruelty. Do we really have to kill? Shunqua knew too well. If these tumors weren't removed, Chijo's unrest would never end, and even more lives would be lost. To catch the one behind all this, Shunqua took Chu Li to visit the Chijo governor, but they were stopped at the door by guards. Outsiders, leave at once. With Shunqua's coaching, Chu Li raised his voice. Official duty. Who dares interfere? If you don't report to the governor, don't blame me for being rude. He rushed in nervously to report. The magistrate didn't care at all. He told them to quickly drive the person out. Before he could finish, a guard was kicked inside. Chu Li then flashed in and knocked off his official hat. Holding a sword, he ordered everyone to leave. He wanted a private conversation. The magistrate was so frightened he dropped to his knees. He quickly told everyone to leave, then hugged Chu Li's leg and wailed, "Spare me, brave warrior. I didn't do anything." Chu Li kicked him away in disgust. No one could touch him except his sister. But suddenly, the magistrate pulled out a dagger and stabbed fiercely at his chest. But Chu Li was skilled in martial arts. He easily deflected the fatal blow and countered with a kick, knocking him to the ground. The magistrate finally revealed his true face. He thought Chu Li was an assassin sent to kill him. Chu Li immediately pulled out his badge and revealed his royal identity. The magistrate dropped to his knees in shock, bowing repeatedly, his forehead thudding loudly. So all that greedy official act was just a disguise. But that didn't fool Chu Li. Little Chu Li had come to investigate the Chijo rebellion. He immediately demanded the whole truth. The magistrate then confessed. Though Chijo appeared under imperial control, power had long been seized by a wealthy man named Li Yongxin. This man had immense wealth. Anyone who disobeyed him would mysteriously disappear without a trace. The county magistrate was in cahoots with Li Yongxin. Things in Chijo got too out of hand, and when the magistrate tried to back out, he was silenced. The magistrate feared even his own people might betray him, so he pretended to be corrupt to stay safe. Shinqua told little Chu Li to ask, how did a merchant like Li Yongxin gain such power? Even the court couldn't touch him. It turned out, 5 years ago, the court allocated disaster relief funds, which were embezzled by officials. It even delayed the emperor's palace construction. Li Yongxin stepped up and paid the shortfall. In doing so, he gained leverage over the officials. He used that to rise to power. Chijo officials didn't dare resist. In the end, they lost everything. Chu Li questioned why the magistrate stood by. The magistrate tearfully replied. He had only been assigned to Chijo 3 years ago, but the place was already a mess. He could only serve as a figurehead. The famine this time was caused by Li Yongxin. He only hoped Chu Li could handle it. Little Chu Li slammed the table in anger. You speak so pitifully, but I don't believe you did nothing. Keep lying, and I'll kill you. A long while later, Chu Li and Shun Qua finally left. The magistrate kept pitifully crying his innocence. He didn't really seem to be lying. Shin Qua knew he had taken bribes, too. But Li Yongxin was the real mastermind behind the Chijo mess. If the magistrate hadn't played dumb so well, he probably would have been killed already. Just earlier, he handed them a patrol defense map. They could now deliver Li Yongxin to justice. That night, Shin Qua and Chu Li climbed the walls of the Li residence. Little Chu Li was nervous. His first mission like this. Shin Qua told him not to hesitate when attacking. Remember, quick, accurate, clean. Chu Li nodded obediently. Then Shun Qua, using his undetectable presence, he scouted out hidden traps. Sure enough, he found several in the courtyard and rooms. He also found Li Yongxin ridiculously arrogant, even hired dentists as guards. Shun Qua quickly disarmed all the traps. With one command, little Chu Li leapt down and instantly killed 2 guards with a single strike. Then they sneaked into the bedroom and saw Li Yongxin fast asleep in bed. But Chu Li hesitated. He had never killed anyone before. Shin Qua told him not to be afraid. No matter what happened, he'd always be there. Then held his hand and helped him stab Li Yongxin in the chest, killing him on the spot. Then the 2 of them escaped into the night. There wasn't much time left. Shin Qua watched him closely, worried. Back at home, they forced the magistrate to order other merchants to open their grain stores for relief. Now the merchants are leaderless. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. After settling the refugees, food cultivation must resume. Other counties will surely follow suit. Then when Chu Li leads patrols again, it'll be twice as effective. Little Chu Li obediently agreed. Shin Qua believed that the things her darling did would definitely be remembered. One day, he would stand under the sun. Then she reluctantly disappeared on the spot, and An hour later, little Chu Li returned to the inn. After putting on his hidden mask, he summoned the regional governor. The governor had already seen his true identity and knew that he had killed Li Yongxin. He sincerely wanted to work with Chu Li and rely on him as a powerful patron. Little Chu Li didn't reject him. He wanted to keep his sister firmly by his side, so he had to build his own network of trusted allies. This governor was the first person he recruited. Meanwhile, Shunqua opened her eyes again. She had returned to real time. At that moment, the carriage arrived at Helion County. But that night, a tragedy was revealed. Her second brother's horrific past. At midnight, a sedan chair floated down from the sky. It came to take away the most handsome man, because he was the best creation of Yaowang Valley. Just as the group arrived at Helion County, which was famous thanks to its proximity to Yaowang Valley, civilians and merchants were coming and going non-stop. So Shinqua and the others disguised themselves, entering the county as wealthy merchants, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Along the way, Shun Ziren excitedly asked countless questions. What kind of place is Yaowang Valley? Will we starve up there with nothing to eat? Is that why second brother's so skinny? And why do all the girls swoon over Shin Jiqing? Is it because he wears a veil and looks like a woman? Shin Jiqing flushed with anger. He immediately stabbed a silver needle into his tear point. Shun Ziren instantly burst into tears uncontrollably. He cried and admitted fault. Shun Qua laughed out loud. Shun Ziren looked at her aggrievedly. Even little sister is making fun of me. Don't you like this brother anymore? Too bad Shin Qua only loved money. What good are men? Chu Li's face darkened at that. She dared say men were useless. In front of him, Chu Li immediately kicked her out. Shin Qua had no choice but to ride beside the carriage miserably. She started crying loudly in grievance. What kind of trip is this? Who complains people are noisy? At the inn, Shun Qua lay outside Chu Li's door, wailing. She promised to stop being noisy and stop saying she loved money in front of him. Chu Li couldn't stand it anymore. Does she think I'm an idiot? You can't even say it behind my back. Shin Qua averted her eyes guiltily. That habit was ingrained in her bones. She whimpered and started complaining again. The emperor's so stingy. Even robs me of copper coins. Your consort is poor and who can understand my broke heart? Chu Li didn't even want to look. This fake crying was so unconvincing. He tossed her a copper coin. It had the scratch mark from Shin Qua, the same coin from Xiangshan village. She clearly used it to buy rice cakes. Why was it here? Chu Li remembered she also sold a hairpin. So he asked someone to bring some wood and let Shun Qua choose one to make a new hairpin for her. One was from a poplar tree beside Li Lai's grave. Shun Qua picked it without hesitation. Chu Li was surprised. It was the plainest wood, and she'd have to wear it on her head every day. Wasn't she afraid of graveyard ashes? But Shun Qua didn't believe in that nonsense. To her, the dead were cherished ones the living longed for but couldn't see. Chu Li was touched. His consort truly was different. Just this morning she clung to silver like it was her life. But now she chose the plainest piece of wood. He began carving it on the spot. Shun Qua watched without blinking. Last time, she couldn't see clearly. But now, up close, she realized. This tyrant was actually really handsome. That night, a small sedan appeared. They floated down from the sky slowly and silently. The patrolling commander at the gate widened his eyes. He quickly led his men to surround them. The visitors were medicine men from the Medicine King Valley. They came to take the young master back to the mountain. The three people inside rushed out upon hearing the noise. The moment they saw them, Shin Jiqing's face turned grim. He immediately said he didn't want to return yet, but the medicine men strictly ordered him to return at once. They said it was the Valley Master's command. Shin Jiqing instantly flew into a rage. He said no, and that was final. The medicine men drew their swords. They tried to take him away by force. Shin Ziren was instantly furious. Couldn't these people understand what his second brother was saying? He charged forward with his sword. Anyone who bullied his second brother deserved a beating. But the guards from the Medicine King Valley had deep internal strength and cunning moves. Though Shin Ziren was strong, he was no match for them. The Imperial Guards tried to help, but they couldn't defeat the medicine men either. Shin Qua was extremely worried. His small hand tightened around Chu Li's arm. Chu Li immediately struck. With one palm, he sent all the medicine men flying. The medicine men instantly recognized his demonic technique. It was their first time seeing someone so fearless. And Chu Li was very powerful. His cultivation had reached an advanced stage. Chu Li found them too noisy, so he struck again with another palm. This time, his power was even greater. The medicine men spat blood and knelt on the ground, but they still invoked the name of Medicine King Valley to force Shun Jiqing to return. Shun Ziren shouted angrily. His second brother could go wherever he wanted. Why should he obey Medicine King Valley? Because he is our young master, and the first generation of medicine men, they replied. Shin Ziren was shocked. I thought he went to Divine Doctor Valley to learn. How could he be a medicine man? The medicine men sneered disdainfully. Medicine King Valley never takes disciples. The young master is nothing more than the Valley Master's favorite creation. All of Shinjiching's secrets were exposed. His killing intent exploded. No matter what, he was still the young master. No one else had the right to judge him. The medicine men didn't fight further. They left with a warning that he'd suffer the consequences when he returned. Then they quietly carried their sedan away. Shun Ziren anxiously called out, "What exactly were they talking about?" Shinjiching looked at him a bit dazed. That once jumpy little boy had already grown up, now able to defend the nation with martial skill. Shinjiching felt awkward from the praise. He was more used to his second brother mocking him. He must be annoyed with him again. So he left as soon as he recovered. Their family was always busy. Only he and his second brother stayed together all day. But then his brother left him behind and didn't return for years. Not even a letter. He didn't care at all. Shun Ziren now looked like a wronged child. Shinjiching was overwhelmed with guilt. He had almost been beaten to death. When sent home, he had fever and was vomiting blood, and he was unconscious. But Shun Ziren hadn't fought on purpose. At the time, Shun Yin had offended the imperial princess. When they couldn't find him, they targeted Shun Ziren. They said if they beat him, the matter would be settled. Shun Ziren didn't want to trouble his family, and as a big brother, how could he not protect his sister? But he hadn't expected to get beaten so badly. Shinjiching gritted his teeth in hatred. That fake sister again. If it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have gone to Medicine King Valley for treatment. Shun Ziren finally realized Shinjiching hadn't stayed at Medicine King Valley willingly, and that title medicine man clearly wasn't a good thing. But Shinjiching refused to explain. He didn't want to make his family sad. Shinqua urged him to tell them clearly. Otherwise, it would only hurt them more. Shinjiching was finally persuaded. He told his younger siblings everything from back then in full. The tyrant personally put the hairpin on his consort. He almost stabbed her brain out with it. The consort screamed in pain, suspecting he was taking revenge. Just now, second brother revealed the truth about being a test subject. Back then, his little brother was seriously injured, vomiting blood, unconscious. He sought every doctor in the capital, but none could help. Eventually, he heard the Medicine Valley could save him, but only if he stayed as a human test subject. The Medicine Valley was renowned for its skills, but every new formula required human testing. To cure poison, you had to be poisoned first. To develop scar cream, you had to be burned first. Fortunately, Shinjiching survived by luck, but only the young master could leave the valley freely, so he fought for that position. Shun Ziren burst into tears, blaming himself for all his brother's suffering, then turned and ran off crying. Shinjiching wanted to chase after him, but Shinqua stopped him quickly. Let him have some time alone. He'll be fine. But Shinqua couldn't sleep all night. Early next morning, Shun Ziren returned. He had climbed the stairs of Medicine Valley. He didn't even reach the top before collapsing. He asked the gatekeeper about the past. Back then, Shinjiching was just a weak scholar with no strength. Yet he crawled up the mountain carrying him. All 4,000 steps were stained with his blood. Shun Ziren felt incredibly guilty. If Shinjiching hadn't gone there, he would have been the most pampered youth in the capital, not someone covered in injuries like now. So Shun Ziren decided to seek justice. Shinqua knew if he didn't get revenge, he would never have peace. So she fully supported him, but told him not to act recklessly or harm himself. Shun Ziren felt stifled, storming out with his spear. Shinjiching didn't stop him. Even if his brother didn't go, he would eventually confront the valley. Later, Shinqua brought medicine to Chuli. Chuli had just finished carving the hairpin for her, though it was plain wood. Chuli's craftsmanship was excellent. The carving was beautiful. Shinqua asked him to help put it on. Chuli swallowed nervously. He'd never done this for a woman. He didn't know where to start. He just randomly stabbed it into her hair, but used too much force, almost poking through her skull. Shinqua screamed in pain. Was he trying to kill her? After much struggle, the hairpin was finally secured. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief, though the pin was simple. Shinqua looked stunning with it. Chuli stared, eyes wide, yet he still stubbornly said, "It's because I made the hairpin well," then quickly changed the subject, asking about Shinjiching and Shun Ziren. Shinqua believed they could handle the Medicine Valley, but she herself still had other debts to settle. Chuli couldn't bear to let her be burdened, offering to handle Shin Yin and the valley himself. Shinqua knew how capable he was, but Shin Yin wasn't worth involving the emperor. That woman didn't deserve it. Then Shinqua ran into Shinjiching at the door. He froze when he saw her hairpin. The dragon pattern was only for emperors. He was shocked the emperor gave it to her. He reminded her to keep it safe. Never let anyone take it. Shinqua didn't catch his hidden message. All she could think about was revenge on Shun Yin. She wanted to lure Shun Yin out, but couldn't do it alone. She needed Shinjiching's help. Soon the whole county heard. A noblewoman next door was gravely injured after a fall. Doctors said even immortals couldn't save her, but she offered 30 million gold taels for a miracle doctor. It was said that a Feng family brother had long suffered an illness but was cured by a divine physician. So Shinqua joined the banquet to share the luck, hoping to be cured just like him. She wanted everything to go smoothly like Feng's brother, and wished for full recovery too. This time, Shinqua made thorough preparations to lure Shun Yin out. She was fully prepared. Shin Jiqing disguised himself and stayed by her side. He also planted spies all over the banquet. Some were disguised as guests. Some were hiding in the rafters. Shinqua chuckled secretly. If Shun Yin came, she might wet herself in fear. But deep down, she was a little worried. Chu Li had ordered most of the Imperial Guards to follow her. Would she have enough people around her? Though her skills kept most people at bay, Shinqua's heart thumped uneasily. She had a bad feeling. She immediately ordered someone to summon Shinziren from Wang Valley. Better to be safe than sorry. Soon, the banquet began. A servant poured wine for Shinqua, but spilled it on her clothes. Madame Feng quickly apologized and invited her to another room to change. Shinqua's mouth twitched. How cliché was this setup? Madame Feng led her to the room next door, using gender etiquette as an excuse to keep the guards outside. As soon as she entered, Shinqua smelled something off. While Madame Feng turned to the wardrobe, she quickly took out her sachet from her waist. She sniffed it a few times, then collapsed onto the ground, pretending to faint. Madame Feng smiled smugly at the sight. No matter how clever she was, she still fell for the drug. She immediately ordered her to be bound and sent to the hall master, then brought out a prepared body double to deal with the guards outside. Shinqua was taken to a basement and tied up. Finally, Xinyan appeared. She was dressed up like a flower courtesan, like a brothel's queen of beauty. Shinqua couldn't help but snort. She thought Shun Yin had some ability, but without the Shun family's protection, this was all she amounted to. Tell me who's behind you. Shun Yin laughed arrogantly. Her master's name should be praised by all. But just as she was about to speak, Madame Feng rushed forward to stop her. Not even the dead should know the master's name lightly. Shinqua felt a wave of disappointment. She was so close. Shun Yin kept taunting that once Shinqua was dead, she'd bury the entire Shin family with her. Shinqua didn't believe she had the ability. The Shin family was a 100-year-old clan, not so easy to destroy. But Shun Yin remained fearless. After all, new emperor, new officials. Only then did Shinqua realize they were rebels. They were plotting to usurp the throne. She quietly untied her ropes, and in a flash moved behind Xinyan, holding her hostage. Madame Feng was about to shout when Shinqua slashed her down, but the black-clad men had already heard the commotion and surrounded her. Shinqua instantly unleashed her full might, and quickly took down all the enemies, then kicked Shun Yin to the floor. Now it was her turn. The tyrant emperor refused to eat, blaming the consort for always being too busy to accompany him. The consort rushed back to comfort him. The moment she entered, she grabbed Chu Li's arm and stabbed with a dagger when she wasn't paying attention. But Chu Li had already seen through the impostor. Before Commander Lu could intervene, she struck first and killed, then ordered her to be dragged out and have her face peeled off. Commander Lu advised Chu Li to leave immediately. The Erong people had repeatedly targeted them, and it was the full moon tonight. Chu Li's condition was unstable, but Chu Li was furious. How dare Erong impersonate Shinqua? She had to uncover them. Just then, the Imperial Guards rushed in to report. A large group of assassins had arrived, and they had released poisonous smoke. Commander Lu was horrified. The wind was blowing from the northwest. The smoke would spread straight to the Emperor's quarters. But Chu Li stayed calm under pressure. She immediately ordered people to bring Shinqua back. Thankfully, Shun Jichen returned in time. He and Commander Lu worked seamlessly to block the assassins. At that moment, Shun Ziren also returned. He engaged fiercely with the black-clad men. Chu Li was a little surprised. Wasn't she supposed to fetch the death fruit? Why had she returned? Shin Jichen said it was because his sister feared for her safety, specially sent someone to notify her brother to return. Chu Li saw Yin Xiu's cheeks flush red. She didn't expect Shinqua to care so much about her. Shin Ziren, after all, is a battle-hardened general. With her joining, the assassins couldn't hold their ground. The assassin leader, ignoring the others' lives, silently charged at Chu Li. At that moment, Shinqua ran back, panting. As soon as she entered, she saw this dangerous scene. She immediately picked up a sword and rushed forward. With one move, she killed the assassin leader. Just moments ago, she was a domineering warrior, but turning to Chu Li, she was as flustered as a delicate flower. Hearing the assassin disguised as her to kill Chu Li, she worried Chu Li might be deceived. Chu Li gently patted her head to comfort her. The imposter's appearance was nothing like Shinqua's. How could she possibly be fooled? Shinqua looked at the imposter's face, identical to hers, and couldn't find any differences. The imposter even replicated her chapped lips from eating sunflower seeds. Everything was done with shocking precision. The only difference was the clothing, but she didn't bother to dwell on it. She ordered the imposter to be dragged away and reduced to ashes. This is the fate of anyone daring to impersonate me. Meanwhile, the surviving assassins reported back to their leader. The entire team was wiped out, but the leader didn't care. Today's mission was to test the tyrant, to see if he truly couldn't act on the night of the full moon. Now they finally had their answer. The mission was a complete success. They eagerly went to their master to claim their reward. In the days that followed, Shinziren kept challenging Medicine King Valley. After half a month of challenges, she finally found a way to win. This time, she wanted to bring Shun Qua to witness her victory. The medicine men of Medicine King Valley were fed up with Shinziren. She'd been challenging them for half a month. Today, they'd make sure to kill her at the gate and use her blood to atone to the Valley Master, but through fighting the medicine men. Shinziren's spear skills had greatly improved. Her level was far beyond before. Sure enough, with one swift move, she turned and struck, knocking the medicine man flying. The medicine men were all severely injured and could only admit defeat. Since Shinziren won, they honored their promise to inform the Valley Master. Shinziren appeared fierce and imposing, but after they left, she collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Clearly, she was also badly injured, but she had finally defeated those 4 medicine men. It seems no enemy is invincible. Much later, the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley arrived. Shinziren was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect the Valley Master to be so young. She must take good care of herself. But now it was Shun Qua's turn to step up. She declared that Shun Jiqing could come and go as she pleased, come and leave at will. The Valley Master gave a cold laugh. As a medicine person, she must die in Medicine King Valley. She is my proudest creation. In life, she belongs to Medicine King Valley, and in death, she's its ghost. Shun Qua tried to negotiate with her, offering other rewards to thank her for saving Shinziren. But the Valley Master wanted nothing. She only wanted Shun Jiqing herself. But Shun Jiqing had been a medicine person for over a decade. As the young master, she would continue to support Medicine King Valley. She had long repaid the debt of being saved years ago. Moreover, Shun Jiqing is the emperor's brother-in-law. Anyone who dares harm her will be beheaded and their clan punished by law. No matter how powerful Medicine King Valley is, it's still part of Daeong. It must abide by the law. So Shin Qua pulled out an imperial edict, ordering the Valley Master to kneel and receive it. The Valley Master's face was full of disdain. Others always beg her. She's never knelt to anyone in her life. Without a word, Shin Qua held a blade to her neck. Kneel or die. I'll personally send you to your grave. The Valley Master had never faced such humiliation. She cursed loudly and made threats. Shin Qua slashed her hairband with one strike. Dare to harm my family. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. You are a subject of Daeong, and you must obey Daeong's laws. Kneel and receive the edict now. The divine doctor was completely intimidated, quickly knelt to the ground. Shin Qua immediately read the imperial edict. From this day on, within the territory of Great Yong, it is strictly forbidden to use living people in medicine or alchemy. Those who violate it will be punished, lightly by waist cutting on the spot, and heavily by having their limbs severed as hostages. The Valley Master broke out in a cold sweat. She had been making medicine people for decades. Could she really be made into a hostage? Shin Qua said ominously. If it weren't for her saving Shinziren and that little boy back then, she would have been made into a hostage long ago. The Valley Master couldn't help recalling the little boy who came with Shun Jiqing back then. She immediately realized Shun Qua's identity. Shun Qua warned her from now on. She must speak respectfully to Shun Jiqing, and wherever Shun Jiqing wants to go, he may go. She must not interfere. The Valley Master was unwilling, but she had no other choice but to nod. After leaving Yaowang Valley, Shin Qua went alone to find Shun Jiqing, to tell him about the negotiation with the old Valley Master. Shun Jiqing was deeply grateful to Shin Qua. If not for her, she would probably still be avoiding and delaying the matter of being made into a medicine person, and treat it as a lifelong secret that could never be spoken aloud. Shin Qua encouraged her to handle the valley affairs quickly, but Shun Jiqing sighed helplessly. The matters of the valley are not urgent. What's more important now is something else. Evil cultivation techniques are rarely practiced. Shin Qua had found ancient medical texts, but they only mentioned that practitioners of evil arts would suffer side effects, and those side effects vary from person to person. Shin Qua suspected Chu Li's headaches were a side effect of practicing an evil technique. Unfortunately, Shun Jiqing didn't have enough information and couldn't be certain. They needed Chu Li's full cooperation for a proper diagnosis. Shin Qua was extremely troubled. If Chu Li were willing to cooperate, she wouldn't have had to sneak around. Meanwhile, Chu Li was having a fit in his room and flipped the entire table of dishes. Shin Qua was gone early in the morning, always busy with one thing or another, even busier than the emperor himself. She didn't even have time to share a meal with him. He immediately ordered Commander Lu to find her. Commander Lu was nearly in tears. Dealing with an emperor acting like a jealous wife is too much. Fortunately, Shun Kuo returned just in time. Seeing the scene, she smirked mischievously. Is His Majesty waiting for his concubine to dine together? Chu Li glared at her in both anger and amusement. Which of my eyes saw me waiting for you? Commander Lu quickly fawned and refilled the dishes. Please don't anger Her Highness into leaving again. Looking at the lavish feast on the table, Shen Kuo immediately sat down to dig in, but sensing Chu Li's brooding gaze, she quickly stopped and smiled sweetly. People need food to live. Even the emperor gets hungry without. Your Majesty must eat obediently. People are iron. Food is steel. Miss one meal, and you starve. Your Majesty must be good and eat your food.